Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, we will see what if Harry Potter was bound by a secret marriage contract since birth. Here's a quick glimpse. Harry Potter's life was never his own, but he never knew how true that was. When an ancient marriage contract binds him to Daphne Greengrass, a powerful Slytherin heiress, Harry is forced into a world of secrets, politics, and pureblood expectations. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. I'm what? Daphne Greengrass nearly shouted. She was sitting in the study of her family's home staring in pure shock at her mother and father, who had just revealed a great family secret. Daphne had the shiny silken blonde hair of her mother, as well as the same smooth, cream-colored skin. But her eyes were the same intense brown as her father's. At nearly 16 years old, she was developing into a very beautiful woman. She was of average height and had a slender feminine build. Her chest was ample, and her legs were stunning. She had often heard boys comment on her backside as being one of their favorite attributes. Daphne Greengrass was most definitely one of the most attractive girls in all of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She was home for the summer holidays after finishing her 5th year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a year that had been dubbed by many as the Year of the Toad. Though she had kept her head down, and never suffered any punishment at the hands of Dolores Umbridge, Daphne had heard many horrible stories about Umbridge's terrorist-like tactics. Daphne was a part of a very small group of Slytherins that chose not to agree with the pure blood agenda, or support the Dark Lord Voldemort. They had to remain quiet with their beliefs or they might be chastised, or beaten up, or worse. Slytherin House had its reputation for many reasons, and Daphne did not want to be one of the victims. So she had worked hard to establish a reputation for being cold and distant. She was known throughout the school as the Ice Queen. She had been home for 2 weeks when her mother and father called her to the family library and gave her the news that would alter everything in her life. "You are betrothed, Mr. Greengrass," repeated his statement. "Since you were born, in fact. Your grandfather had. How is this possible? To who? Why?" Daphne asked frantically, cutting off her father. "Not long after you were born, your mother and I entered into a marriage contract with a very influential family at your grandfather's urging. He had promised that you would be very well taken care of, and the union would benefit our family greatly," Mr. Greengrass explained. He looked at his daughter, recognizing the panic and growing anger in her eyes. She was obviously uncomfortable, but he and his wife had made the decision to tell their eldest daughter of her fate. "Daphne, Mrs. Greengrass said softly, hoping to comfort the 15-year-old. "We're telling you this now because you're about to turn 16. If you haven't noticed boys by now, the point is that we thought that you could spend some time over the next 2 years and get to know your future husband. Perhaps you could even learn to fall in love, have a happy, fairy tale life." Daphne shivered. "How could you do this? We did it for you. We were trying to make sure you'd be well taken care of." Mr. Greengrass tried. "You did it for yourselves. Just like everything else. You found a way to fill your pockets, and gain some more power in our world. So tell me, what family did you auction me off to? The Knots? The Flints? Oh Merlin, please. Don't let it be the Malfoys. The Malfoys. I'd sooner boil my own head in shite before I allowed you to even date that pretentious Ponce. Do you really think I would ally this family with Lucius Malfoy and fall to my knees in front of that terrorist?" Mr. Greengrass spluttered. "I may have signed a marriage contract for you, but give me a little credit. I said you'd be taken care of, not paraded around like a show pony. We all need to calm down," Mrs. Greengrass said firmly, laying a hand on her husband's shoulder and looking kindly at her daughter who had folded her arms across her chest in defiance. "Daphne, you have not been promised to Malfoy, or not?" "Then who?" Daphne demanded. "Harry Potter," her father said after a long pause. The silence that fell was deafening. Daphne could only look at her mother, who looked saddened, and her father, still scowling over Daphne's outburst. Daphne tried several times to say something, but her mouth only opened, a strange strangled noise would come out, and she would close her mouth again. After several minutes of silence, Daphne rose up out of her chair slowly, unsure if her legs would support her, and she left her parents in the study. "Well, at least she didn't try and curse you," Mrs. Greengrass said gently as she patted her husband's shoulder. How could she think we'd even think of aligning with the Malfoys? She knows very well how I feel about that man. Give her time to process it all, my love. She's just been told she's engaged to the boy who lived. That's a lot for a 16-year-old girl to process at once. Do you think we did the right thing by telling her? You know as well as I what would happen if we waited. This way she has a chance to form some kind of relationship with the boy. If he's anything like we've heard, she may even. Let's just hope they can find some kind of common ground. You know as well as I that when we signed that contract we doomed her. Time will tell, my love. Time will tell. Mrs. Greengrass smiled her secret smile, staring at the door her eldest daughter had left through. Daphne closed the door to her bedroom softly and sat in front of her vanity, staring hard into the large mirror. Her life had just been thrown so far off track that her head was still spinning with all of it. There was too much to think about to focus on any one thing. She was betrothed to the savior of the wizarding world. Harry Potter. She whispered to herself. Of all the boys in the school, in the world even, why him? The Gryffindor golden boy, the tri-wizard champion, the freaking boy who lived. The bane of nearly every Slytherin's existence. The one person who Slytherins loathed above all others. Daphne Greengrass was contractually obligated to marry the boy, and she had never even spoken a single word to him, not even to insult him. Did he even know? Was it possible Harry Potter had no idea they were to be married one day? Knock knock. Daphne turned to see her only friend in the entire world, Tracy Davis, poke her head in the doorway. In all the travesty, Daphne had forgotten that Tracy was arriving today so they could spend 2 weeks together. They did it every summer, 2 weeks at the Greengrass Manor, and then 2 weeks at the Davis Beach home. Tracy was a bit taller than Daphne, with shoulder-length straight auburn hair, which she often tied in a loose ponytail. Her eyes were sparkling blue, and her face was rarely seen without her mischievous smile. Unlike Daphne, Tracy was more forward and she spoke her mind, often without thinking about what she said. Your folks said you were up here and I should just come up. Tracy said in her cheeriest voice. Your mom seemed a little distracted, though. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. Daphne said as she ran over to hug her friend. How's your holiday been? Not so bad, actually. My brother was home for a bit, and he brought me presents, so of course I was happy to see him. Tracy laughed. Daphne helped her friend with her bags and the two friends and Slytherin housemates settled on Daphne's bed to catch up. Tracy talked about things going on at her home and what her brother had been up to. He worked for a private treasure company as a cursebreaker. He'd been offered a substantial amount of gold to come to work for Gringotts, which he'd accepted. So he'll be home for another month and then he's going to Egypt. He says it'll be better than traipsing about Romania. So, what about you? Has Astoria been her typical pain in the ass this summer? Tracy asked. Actually, she's been holed up in her room writing letters. I think she's got a girlfriend. Daphne remarked casually. So you're still sure she plays for the other team? Tracy grinned. I'm positive. And I don't care. So long as she's happy, and leaves me the hell alone. I have enough problems as it is. Daphne grimaced. Why? What's going on? Tracy asked worriedly. Not still sending you love letters. That I could handle. I simply trip near the fireplace and it falls in, burning before I can read it. Oh no. Daphne feigned hurt and despair. No, this problem is a little bigger. She took a breath before continuing. I'm betrothed. Daphne said quickly, as if ripping off a band-aid. Her nearly lifelong best friend just stared blankly for a long moment before a smile began on her face. And people say you have no sense of humor. You almost had me. How long have you been cooking that one up? Tracy giggled. I wish it were a joke. My parents just told me that they signed a marriage contract when I was a baby. Seriously. Tracy's smile melted away. This isn't some really bad prank. You have no idea how much I wish it was. And it gets worse. What? Did they promise you to Malfoy? Tracy asked, still shocked by the revelation. No. That would be life-ending. You'd be talking to my corpse hanging from the rafters if that were the case. No, my future husband is none other than Harry Potter. Daphne said. Tracy nearly fell off the bed they were sitting on in awe. Tracy regained her balance with a little help from her friend and tried repeatedly to say anything. Daphne thought Tracy looked like a fish out of water, her mouth opening and closing with no sound, and her blue eyes bugged out in dismay. The Gryffindor golden boy. Tracy finally asked when her power of speech returned. How lucky can you get? Lucky. I'm betrothed to a boy I've never even spoken to. A boy who is hated above all others in our house, and the #1 target on you-know-who's hit list. Have you not been paying attention these past 5 years? He gets in more trouble than any other person on Earth. Okay, yeah, all good points, but let's not forget he's one of, if not the most attractive boy in school. He's fairly smart, humble. You never hear him brag about himself, nor does he use the pity card. The pity card? Daphne asked, looking at her friend oddly. Oh, poor me, my parents are dead, and you know who is out to get me. That's not how the prophet wrote him. And we all know why. They were trying to hide the truth about. I know. You could do worse. Is this really so bad? He's supposed to be loaded. Why should that make any difference? Daphne asked indignantly. I don't know. I just thought it might be a factor. If he's so rich, why does he dress like a pauper? Is he trying to make some kind of new fashion trend? Homeless beggar. How am I supposed to know? Besides, you never cared how rich a boy was. Why? Now, I don't care. You brought it up. I just don't want to be betrothed to him. I don't want to be betrothed to anyone. I'm not even 16 yet. When is the marriage supposed to happen? Tracy asked. I don't know. I walked out before my parents could finish. I was too overwhelmed by it all. I thought marriage contracts were a thing of the past. I can't believe my parents would take part in such a horrible custom. What did they say about it? Get this, they were just looking out for me. Daphne huffed. It's possible they were, Tracy observed. Possibly, but I know my father. If he signed a marriage contract, he's getting something out of it. So what are you going to do? Tracy asked her best friend, who looked sad and scared. I don't know. I suppose I'll have to talk to Potter. Chances are really good that he doesn't know anything about this mess. With his parents dead, I don't know if anyone else would know about it to tell him. Oh, that poor boy. Tracy giggled. Promise I get to be there when you drop the bombshell. I want to see the look on his face when he finds out that the Ice Queen is to be his wife. He might die before you know who gets his claws into him. Daphne shrugged. Oh, wow. Tracy sobered. I forgot about that. He's pretty much marked for death. Did your parents consider that? Can they break the contract because of that? I don't know. Seems like it should be possible. It seems like it would be smart to have some sort of clause to break it, in case something goes wrong. One party goes to Azkaban, or something. Let's go ask. Daphne said hopeful. The two girls found Daphne's father in the study, poring over paperwork, most likely regarding the family's wealth, some new law that the Wizengamot wanted to pass, or any number of offers of alliance to other ancient families. Her father was often approached to join with another family to support or oppose something or other. Jonathan Greengrass was a very good politician, though he held no office. He had followed in his own father's footsteps and kept the Greengrass family neutral, working in the private sector, investing in many wizarding businesses. It had ensured the family's survival through one war, and now he hoped to repeat his previous success. Father, Daphne said tentatively, I have some questions. Daphne fell into her Ice Queen persona as easily as slipping on a coat. In this persona she was firm and business-like. She had noticed her father had the same sort of act when he had to deal with business associates or politicians. She always figured it was from him that she learned to protect herself behind her mask of frigid stand-of-fishness. I thought you might. Come, sit down. Hello, Tracy. Mr. Greengrass said easily. Hello, Mr. Greengrass. Tracy smiled politely as she sat next to her friend across from Mr. Greengrass, who sat behind a large oak desk. Ask your questions. Mr. Greengrass directed his eldest child. When is this marriage supposed to happen? Daphne began without any preamble. The contract stipulates that the marriage must happen within 1 year of your graduation from Hogwarts or no later than your 19th birthday. There are no clauses regarding children. This was mostly for political alignment. The reason we told you now was so you would have a chance to get to know the boy. In most arranged marriages, the participants do not even meet until their nuptials take place. Consider yourself lucky. We know quite a bit about him already. Tracy said. Oh, are you friends with the boy? Mr. Greengrass asked, a suspicious eye cast upon the auburn-haired girl. His tone was sarcastically firm. Tracy actually shrank under the man's unwavering gaze. Not really, she nearly squeaked. Then you only know what you've heard about him. Rumors and bad articles in the Prophet are not good ways to measure a man. You can only know him by talking to him, and spending time with him. Especially a teenage boy. They never truly show you who they are until you've spent significant time together. We men have fragile egos and so we often hide our true selves away. Is there any way out of this? Daphne asked, changing the subject. Potter is number one on he who must not be named's list. If I become chummy with Potter, you know who might come after me. Not to mention that I have no interest in being forced into marriage. Mr. Greengrass steepled his fingers and rested his chin upon them. He looked hard at his firstborn, sighing quite deeply. When the contract was signed, there was no threat upon the boy's life. That came after. The only stipulation that would have ended it was if he had died, or you had died. It was ironclad, Daphne. It is magically binding. You and Harry Potter must be married by your 19th birthday. We have no choice now. If his parents were still alive, we may have spoken to them. We may have been able to come to some agreement that would allow you both to walk away from it. But since they are no longer with us, we simply must move forward. Can't you just tear it up? Daphne asked, her Ice Queen mask falling away with her rising desperation. No, not without the agreement of his parents. They were the ones who signed it with us. If we tried to nullify it on our own, there would be serious consequences. That includes death. Mr. Greengrass said with finality. Daphne sighed and looked to her best friend who looked just as frightened and anxious as Daphne felt. Thank you, Father, Daphne said as she rose from her seat. You've given me much to think on. Daphne, do not think of this as some sort of imprisonment. We did this to help you. We did this for your future. We did this at a time where people were dying and losing everything. I know that you believe it was for our own gain, but it wasn't. We gained virtually nothing from this. I would very much like to see this contract for myself. Daphne said firmly, hands on her hips. She thought she saw her father give a small shiver, which made her smile inside. Just like her mother, Daphne could make her father bend to her will with but a look. Her mother was far better at it, but Daphne knew one day she'd be able to apply the same principle to her own husband one day. That thought made her shiver a little herself. Then it would be wise to speak to Potter on this matter. The contract is in the Potter family vault. Only he can access it. Her father gave a knowing smile. That seems odd, Tracy uttered. Why wouldn't you have a copy? We did. Mr. Greengrass bowed his head towards the paperwork he was looking at when the girls arrived. It burned up in my father's house the night he was killed. Daphne and Tracy excused themselves politely. The two teenage girls went back up to Daphne's room where the owned girl threw herself on her bed and screamed all of her frustration into her pillows. Tracy sat down and gently rubbed her friend's back. He pretty much guaranteed you have to talk to him now, didn't he? She asked. Her owned friend nodded her head, which was still buried in her pillows. So what are you going to do? Daphne sat up and looked to her best friend. She had tears forming in her large brown eyes and she sniffled lightly. I really don't know. I know nothing about him. That's not true, Tracy said vehemently. You know that he won the Tri-Wizard tournament. We know that he's the best flyer on a broom in the entire school. He's wealthy, though we don't truly know how wealthy. He's lousy in potions, and Snape hates him, while Dumbledore and the rest of the school seems to worship him. I don't know that the rest of the school worships him. There's a definite split as to worship and loathe. Tracy smiled. We know he's got his own fan club, led by Ginny Weasley, though he is most likely unaware of it. In fact, he seems oblivious to a lot of things. You'd think he'd know more about our world than he seems to. We have nothing in common. Except that you're going to be married. Tracy added. Not helping. Daphne glared. Wasn't trying. Tracy winked. You're supposed to be my friend. Help me. Daphne pleaded. Tracy laughed and shook her head. I will help you. I'll be right there when you tell him, and I'll be right there when you say I do. Tracy laughed hard, and received a pillow to the side of her head. Tracy continued to laugh as Daphne stood up and went to her window. Tracy could see her friend was not enjoying this, and decided to cool it. She stood up and went to her friend. Daphne, look, you're in a bad situation, but it could be a good thing. Maybe, just maybe, Potter is who you're meant to be with. Who's to say that without the stupid marriage contract you two wouldn't have ended up together anyway? Just because you've never spoken to him in school, and may never have, doesn't mean that a few years down the road you wouldn't bump into him in Diagon Alley and sparks wouldn't fly. You have to admit, he's quite good looking. The fact that he's Malfoy's enemy is a plus as well. Daphne seemed to think it over for a few minutes before nodding slowly. Maybe, she said softly, still staring out her window. So what do you want to do? Tracy asked. Well, it seems that I'm trapped in this. So I suppose I have very little choice. I'm going to have to speak to Harry Potter on the train to school. Harry Potter sat under a tree in the Weasleys' yard. It had been a rather interesting holiday so far. Though it had started off grimly with the death of his godfather, Sirius Black, Harry had learned quite a bit about his predicament. He'd learned that he was being hunted by the Dark Lord, Voldemort, because of some prophecy made by his batty divination teacher 16 years ago. He'd learned that Dumbledore, a man he'd looked up to, had made a great many mistakes in regard to Harry's well-being. Harry sat under the shade of the tree, thinking about the last conversation he'd had with the Hogwarts headmaster, the night he'd arrived at the Burrow. It had all began when Dumbledore arrived at Privet Drive late that evening. He had invited himself into the Dursley home, and gathered them all in the sitting room where he told them that Harry would be returning for a very short time the following summer, and that Harry nor the Dursleys would see each other again unless they chose to. Harry had felt a rush of deep relief at this news. The Dursleys had never been kind to him in all the time he'd lived with them. He'd been a South Avenue for them, doing yard work, cooking meals and barely getting any food himself. Then, after he'd started going to Hogwarts, they become fearful of him, though never truly stopping their mistreatment of him. Then to Harry's great surprise, it was revealed that Sirius Black, his late godfather, had willed him nearly everything left in the Black family estate. Dumbledore said that Harry could find out all about it later, and that it mattered little now. The only thing that mattered was if Harry could truly inherit it all. You see, you are not related by blood, and as such, the magic that bonds the estate may not be allowed to fall to you. It may go to the next male heir in the Black family, that would of course be Draco Malfoy. However, there is one simple test that will answer this for us, the headmaster had said. What do I do? Harry had asked. You must call Creature to you. If he comes, then we will know for certain if you are now the rightful owner of the Black family estate and all its holdings. Harry nodded once and then called out clearly, Creature, come to me. There was a long pause in which nothing happened, and the suddenly a loud pop, and the ancient, withered elf lay upon the floor, slamming his fists and kicking his feet. Creature does not want to belong to the Potter brat. Creature does not wish to serve him. Creature wants to serve the noble Malfoy. Creature, shut up. Harry spat scornfully. Instantly Creature silenced, though he continued to kick and writhe upon the floor like a toddler throwing a tantrum. Well, that settles it. Congratulations, Harry. We have solved one major problem this evening. Well then, if you are all packed, we shall leave these people in peace. Dumbledore said, gesturing to the Dursleys who were watching the actions of the strange creature on their floor. Headmaster, what do we do with Creature? Well, he is your elf. What would you have him do? Harry thought carefully over this dilemma. He truly did not want the wretched elf in his presence, as it was a constant reminder of his loss. Then an idea struck him. Sir, would it be acceptable for Creature to work at Hogwarts? I dare say it would. We can always use more help, and the other elves would keep a close eye on him. Creature, you are to report to the Hogwarts kitchens, and you will work there until I call for you. You will speak to no one, nor will you send any messages. Harry said sternly to the distraught ancient elf. Creature glared at Harry for a long moment, his eyes cold with hatred, before popping away. Harry felt contempt for the elf, but he couldn't think of what he might do with him. Sending him to Hogwarts had been a temporary solution at best. Harry rushed upstairs and gathered up all his belongings. He had already sent Hedwig off to the Weasleys. When he made it downstairs, Dumbledore flicked his wand and Harry's trunk and Hedwig's cage vanished. They shall await you at the Weasley home. Now, we must be off. Harry waved a goodbye to his still frightened relatives cowering on the sofa, and followed Dumbledore into the night. They walked in silence for a few minutes before Harry spoke at last. Sir, I feel I should apologize for breaking your things at the end of term. It was wrong. Ah, Harry. They are but things, and can be replaced. Your anger was not misdirected, and it is I who must apologize. I am human, and I do tend to forget the details when trying to help the world. I had forgotten of you as a person, and that you needed information. Especially as you are at the center of this war. Keeping it all from you was a mistake. But please understand I only wished for you to have a chance at a normal childhood. It is clear now that your childhood had been anything but ordinary. Perhaps if I had been honest with you from the very beginning, things might have turned out very differently. But, as I said the last time we spoke, I cared too much for you to place that burden upon your shoulders. Are we okay, sir? Harry mused. I think we are. I promise that this year, you will be better prepared for what lies ahead. I would very much like to take you into private tutelage, if you are willing. Yes, that would be good. May I ask what I will be learning from you? History mostly. Ah, do not make such a sour face, Harry. We can learn a great deal from history. And this, I dare say, is very important. But now is not the time for such a discussion. This is as good a place as any. If you would take my arm. Harry reached up and took the headmaster's arm. He noticed that the hand was blackened and shriveled. Harry was about to inquire as to the cause when he felt as if he were being forcibly squeezed through a tube. That evening he had met Horace Slughorn, who would be returning to teach at Hogwarts. Dumbledore had used Harry to lure the professor out of retirement to take up his old post. Slughorn was quite a character. When they had arrived at his home, it looked as though there had been an attack, but it turned out, Slughorn was merely trying to hide. He was a large man, not in height but girth. He was completely bald but had a very bushy mustache. After a brief conversation, Dumbledore excused himself to the restroom, leaving Harry with the stout professor. Slughorn knew who Harry was, of course, and the two talked a little about Harry's mother and her talent in his class. Harry liked the man, but also felt a little wary of him. He got a feeling he was being eyed by a hungry walrus. When Dumbledore returned, Slughorn agreed to return to teaching at Hogwarts, though he made a few demands, which Dumbledore happily agreed to. As they were leaving, Harry had asked what Slughorn would be showing the students that year. Slughorn replied that he had some very interesting potions in mind. You're a potions master? Harry asked of the stout, portly man. Slughorn's eyes lit up with delight. Yes, and if you're like your mother, I expect that you will be quite a genius with the subject. Before he could ask any more, Dumbledore escorted the youth back into the night, and apparate him to the burrow, where, despite the late hour, Molly Weasley was still up and awaiting them. Now Harry, before we go inside, I must speak with you for just a moment. First I must thank you for your help with Professor Slughorn. I was unable to convince him by myself, and having him at Hogwarts is most important. You will learn why later on. Second, I believe that it is in your best interests to share with your friends all that you know. This includes the prophecy. You friends give you strength, Harry. It is a great disservice to them if you hide secrets from them. And finally, though the future might seem bleak, try you best to live and experience life and all its wonder. I plan to, sir. Sirius would never forgive me if I wallowed in my own guilt. I know it wasn't completely my fault, but I do hold some of the blame. But even so, Sirius, and my parents would be very disappointed in me if I clung too tightly to it, and let life pass me by. Indeed, a very good outlook, Harry. I am very proud. Now, let's not deprive Molly her chance to feed and dote upon you any further. Harry had meant what he'd said, and over the next few weeks, he had finished his summer homework and really enjoyed being with his friends. He and Ron and Ginny had played Quidditch and he'd had several long and fun conversations with Hermione. Each day the 14s had tried their best to enjoy being young and free. During his stay with the Weasleys, two very curious things happened. The first was that he'd learned that Ron's oldest brother Bill was engaged to be married to none other than Fleur Delacour. Harry had been surprised, but he was happy for Fleur, though he'd only met Bill once just before the Quidditch World Cup. Fleur had not really ingratiated herself with the Weasleys, least of all Mrs. Weasley, who didn't seem to like the pretty own French woman a bit. Harry and Fleur had spent a little time together during the summer holiday getting to know each other, as they never spent much time together during the Tri-Wizard tournament 2 years ago. Harry came to respect the French woman who was struggling to find acceptance from the Weasley women who were making her feel unworthy of Bill. Harry had no advice to give the poor girl other than to stick it out and fight for what she wanted. Presently, Harry sat against his favorite tree, not far from the pond where Hermione, Ginny and Ron had spent several hours swimming during the holiday, contemplating the other curious thing that was happening to him. Ginny Weasley had changed a lot since he'd last seen her, or so he thought. He found himself staring at her for no reason, or blushing when she looked at him. It was a strange sensation to feel when he looked at the sister of his best friend, and Harry had no explanation for it. For years, it had been Ginny who had usually been unable to speak, or else doing something clumsy and embarrassing in front of him. But during the last year, she had matured, not only physically, but mentally and emotionally as well. She spoke to Harry many times without blushing, or tripping over anything. She had even dated Michael Corner. She was currently together with Harry's housemate, Dean Thomas, and she seemed really happy and Harry was happy for her. Yet, he felt a weird bitterness whenever he thought of Dean and Ginny together. Harry couldn't understand why he felt butterflies in his stomach when she looked at him now, or why he worried about how he looked before going down to breakfast. It was all so strange to him. He barely knew her, really. They'd never had any deep conversations before. Still, he found himself thinking of her often. Perhaps it was true, sometimes the very best things in life are always right in front of your eyes. Harry realized that it might be a good idea to really get to know Ginny in the coming year. She was one person who had never wavered in her support of him, and she could be trusted to keep a secret, and Harry had a huge secret, one he had yet to share with his friends, despite Dumbledore's encouragement. Harry wanted to, but he'd not found the right time. And with the school year fast approaching, time was running short for telling them in some place where they might not be overheard. So when he looked up from the struggling gnomes he'd been absent-mindedly watching to see Ron, Hermione and Ginny approaching, Harry decided that it was now or never. "There you are," Hermione said as they stopped in front of him. "I told you we should have looked here first." Ginny smiled triumphantly. "You were right, big deal." Ron scolded. "No need to get all uppity. You guys need to sit down. I've got something I need to tell you," Harry said quietly. The three sat down, and Harry began his tale. He was unsurprised by the various reactions. All of them were horrified when he finally revealed the contents of the prophecy, and Harry was encouraged when all three of them pledged to do whatever they were able to help him. Harry knew then that the coming school year would be very enlightening. Harry felt more prepared than he ever had. He was about to be proven wrong. September 1st arrived with its normal excitement and chaos in most wizarding households, as students went through the motions, and packed, repacked, check and double-checked that they were prepared to board the Crimson Steam engine at King's Cross Station. This was the case at the Greengrass Manor where Daphne and her younger sister, Astoria, settled their trunks in the entry hall of their family home, and donned their traveling cloaks in preparation. Daphne was going to meet her best friend Tracy at the train station. They would find a compartment as usual, and then, when the train was underway, she and her friend were going to find and speak to Harry Potter. Over the last weeks of the summer holiday, Daphne's anxiety had grown in leaps and bounds, and now as she stood awaiting her parents, she was visibly shaking with nerves. Her younger sister held her tongue, understanding the intense pressure that her older sister had been placed under. Astoria, for the millionth time this summer, thanked whoever watched over them that her parents had not entered her in a marriage contract as well. "Daphne, are you going to be all right?" Astoria asked with concern. Daphne eyed her sister suspiciously for a few moments before nodding her head stiffly. The truth was she was actually thinking of avoiding everything to do with Harry Potter and the stupid contract, and just continuing on with her life as if this had all been a seriously bad dream. After all, one could pack a lot of living into 3 years. There were so many things that cautioned her against even speaking to Potter. The first being how her housemates would react. Daphne had never truly cared about what her housemates thought, mostly due to the fact that they let her be. She had never been the center of scrutiny, and she had worked hard to keep things that way. Daphne thought that maybe Tracy had a good idea at waiting until they were out of school and approaching him then. Yet, Daphne knew that her biggest mistake had been in revealing her situation to her best friend. Tracy was nothing if not persistent, and Tracy loved to see people squirm. Though her sights had never before been set on Daphne. Tracy had been writing all summer since she had gone home from her visit. She had come up with dozens of different ways in which to approach Harry Potter and revealing that they were intended to be married. None of which had been remotely helpful. "Well, have you both got everything together?" Mrs. Greengrass said as she joined her daughters. Both girls nodded dutifully, and their mother embraced them both. "Well, let's get going." Mr. Greengrass smiled as he waved his wand, shrinking his daughter possessions, and sticking them in his pocket. The journey had been very normal, passing through the Flow network to Diagon Alley, where they entered into Muggle London to catch a taxi cab to King's Cross Station. The platform 9 3/4 was its normal bustling frantic self, with hundreds of students running to and fro, saying goodbye to their parents and saying hello to their friends. Astoria, a girl around 13, called, running up to Daphne's sister and embracing her warmly. She said hello to the elder Greengrass, and after a quick goodbye, Astoria and her little friend disappeared into the mass of students and parents. "Are you to meet Tracy here, or on the train?" Mr. Greengrass asked. "Here. She should be here soon, if she isn't already." Daphne nodded, still scanning the crowd. "Daphne, may I speak with you a moment?" Mrs. Greengrass asked. Daphne followed her mother just a little way away from where her father now stood watching students come through the barrier. "We've not spoken of it since that night, but I wanted to ask what you intended to do in regards to your situation with Harry Potter." Mrs. Greengrass said softly. Daphne felt herself stiffen in anger, and she glared at her mother. "Why are you so concerned about it? Isn't it all wrapped up? All that is left is for you to gift wrap me and hand me over, right?" Daphne snarled. "It isn't like that, and you know it, young lady." Her mother shot back. "I think you'll find, if you can ever get past your narrow views, that you are the one who stands to gain from this arrangement, not your father or me. Mother, no one enters their child into a marriage contract unless they get something out of it. Why can't you be honest and just tell me what it was?" "Because there is nothing to tell. When did you become so suspicious and paranoid?" "About the moment I found my own family had sold me off like cattle to the highest bidder." "Goodbye, mother, give my love to father." With that, Daphne stormed away from her obviously concerned and stunned mother and onto the train. She was angrier than she'd ever been in her young life. Growing up, all she ever heard was how oppressive wizards could be, and how her family struggled to help lesser wizards, half-bloods and muggleborns from that oppression. The Greengrass family was felt to be neutral in their political standings, but Daphne knew that they leaned more to the light. Her mother abhorred the pureblood propaganda, being half-blood herself, and her father believed that no one should be judged on blood, but on power and talent. Daphne tried to clear her mind as she found an empty compartment, and put her things in the overhead rack before sitting down to await her best friend's arrival. Several people poked their heads in her cabin, and quickly left, realizing the Ice Queen had claimed that cabin. Daphne always felt a twinge of sadness that she had so few friends, but her experience in Slytherin House had proven time and time again that you could trust very few people in life. It was almost like the house-bred bullies and degenerates. Daphne had witnessed all manner of oppression from older students to younger. However, the majority of hostilities was saved for the other houses, especially Gryffindor's. Draco Malfoy had been the biggest bully of all. Since his second year, Malfoy, with the help of his father, had positioned himself as the King Serpent. Even older students feared crossing him. Nearly every Slytherin fed information to him regarding whatever his interests happened to be at the moment. Daphne despised Malfoy vehemently. He was a stuck-up braggart with very little real magical power. It was true that he was a quick study and picked up new spells fast, but there was little power behind it all. Daphne also despised her fellow Slytherins for not seeing that Malfoy was a puffed-up peacock. She knew if he were ever exposed for the weakling he truly was, no one would ever listen to his prejudiced diatribe ever again. Unfortunately, his name carried a lot of weight, and no one dare cross the Malfoys. Daphne's train of thought was broken when Tracy entered the cabin as perky as ever. "There you are," she huffed. "I've been looking for you for 20 minutes. I thought we were going to meet on the platform and look for Potter. I'm sorry. I didn't have a very good farewell with my mother and father. I had to get away from them. There's still time to go look for him." Daphne sighed. "No. Let's just wait for the train to get moving, and all these children to settle in. It'll be easier to approach him. Especially when Granger and Weasley go to the prefect's meeting." The girls sat in relative silence, speaking softly to one another as was their custom during school. They had learned to speak near whisper since their first year, to prevent people from overhearing them. They had also perfected the cold stare, a look of frigid indifference that made the focus of their gaze become uncomfortable and eventually excuse themselves. Ever since third year, that look had guaranteed them a cabin to themselves on the train. At exactly 11 o'clock, the Crimson Steam Engine, known as the Hogwarts Express, sounded its whistle, and began its journey north. There were shrieks of joy in the corridor as students greeted each other on the train. Both Daphne and Tracy watched from their cabin as first years passed, looking simultaneously frightened and awed by the goings-on. About 20 minutes into the trip, Pansy Parkinson and Millicent Bulstrode stepped into the cabin and greeted their dorm mates. Pansy had finally grown out of her ugly duckling phase, or her parents had ponied up the gold so their child could visit with the magical world's finest beauty experts. Whatever they had done, Pansy now looked quite attractive. Her dark hair was silky, and cut in a very flattering style. Her clothes were doing everything they could to accentuate her new curvier figure. Now we'll never get her to shut up about how great she thinks she is. Daphne thought sourly. Hello, Davis, Greengrass. How was your holiday? Pansy simpered. She still believed herself the leader of their clique, though both Tracy and Daphne knew that there was no such clique. Pansy would seek them out, shadowed always by Millie, who was nice when Pansy was not to be found. Pansy would follow Tracy and Daphne around, always trying to keep herself in front to appear as if she were leading them. Pansy worked very hard to keep up the farce for the whole school and herself. Pleasant as always. Daphne spoke stiffly. I sent you an invitation to visit, why didn't you respond? Pansy smiled tightly. As usual, your owl left before I could respond. As you know, I'm sure. My family has no owl. Father uses the flow, or delivery owls. He won't let us have an owl, he feels they're too messy. Daphne lied easily. Too bad. Millie and I had a marvelous time this summer. Tracy glanced at Millicent, who looked bored and a little sad. Tracy could tell that Pansy's idea of marvelous would have been a very long tirade on how beautiful she was and how marvelous a match she would be to Draco Malfoy. Excuse me, Pansy, but aren't you still a prefect? Tracy asked. Yes, and I must be off. The meeting will be starting soon. I will catch up with you ladies a bit later on. She gave a silly little wave and left them to their privacy. Millicent looked like she might smile until Pansy called for her to join her. Millie gave a sad little sigh and dutifully followed Pansy out and down the corridor. Poor Millie, Tracy said when the door shut. One day that poor girl is going to pay for mistakes she had no choice in making. I do hope she opens her eyes before that. Daphne sighed. She's so nice. Tracy stared at the closed door. Well, shall we go find your future husband? Daphne glared hard at her friend, who smiled back as if she'd just done well on an exam. Daphne finally shook her head and rose out of her seat, smoothed the front of her skirt and led the way out of the cabin, followed by Tracy. When we find him, I do all the talking, got it? Daphne said, spinning to face her friend who had the good sense to look fearful. Tracy nodded her agreement and the two girls began searching for the elusive black-haired boy. Daphne led the way through the train, peering into every window, searching for the Gryffindor golden boy. They found him in the last car of the train sitting with Neville Longbottom and a rather odd-looking bee-owned girl, whose name Daphne did not know. It looked like Longbottom and Potter were engaged in a quiet conversation, while the bee-owned seemed to be engrossed in her magazine. Daphne took a deep breath and opened the door to the cabin and stepped inside. Excuse me Longbottom, but I need to speak with Potter privately. Daphne said rather forcefully. Neville looked rather embarrassed and surprised by the appearance of two attractive Slytherin girls. Whatever you have to say to me can be said in front of my friends. Harry said defensively. The black-haired Gryffindor was obviously angry already. Daphne couldn't think of what might have put the boy on the defensive already, they were only 20 minutes into the journey. Daphne looked to Tracy, who could only shrug, and then to Neville, who still looked apprehensive. The bee-owned girl never moved or made any indication that she had heard anything at all. Daphne realized she was in a tight spot and had a decision to make. It's rather personal, Potter, and I doubt you'd want what I have to say getting around. She tried. Just say whatever you have to say and leave me alone. Harry nearly shouted. Fine. Daphne huffed, folding her arms across her chest. I was given a bit of news this summer, and I feel obligated to share it with you. It seems that you and I are betrothed. Harry looked up at Daphne with a look of confusion. It means you're going to be married to her, Tracy said. Daphne spun and looked angrily at her friend, who shrugged. I know what it means. I'm just trying to see how this is funny. It's a rather bad joke, really. Daphne sat across from Harry, next to Neville, and crossed her legs, resting her folded hands upon her knee. I assure you it's no joke. It seems my parents entered into an agreement with your family just after I was born. There is a contract that stipulates that you and I are to be married. There was silence in the cabin for a long tense few moments. A marriage contract? Asked Neville. Both Tracy and Daphne turned on him, causing him to redden slightly. Neville did his best to calm himself as he continued. You could have just slipped him a love potion. It would have been much easier than trying to convince him you're destined to be married by contract. You don't seem to be getting this. This is not a joke. It's not a prank by me, so much as a prank on me. There is a marriage contract between the House of Potter and the House of Greengrass that says that Harry Potter and I are to be married. I'm told this contract resides in the Potter family vault. My parents informed me of it this summer in hopes that you and I, Potter, would spend the next 2 years at school getting to know one another so our marriage wouldn't be so uncomfortable. Daphne shivered as she spoke the last bit. Let me get this straight, Harry said, leaning forward in his seat and staring into Daphne's dark brown eyes. She had often heard other girls speak on Harry's piercing green eyes, but she'd never experienced his probing stare before. As he looked into her eyes, she felt exposed. As if he could truly see inside the most secret parts of her soul. It was almost nice, except the boy was angry and his eyes seemed to pulse with that anger. Daphne actually felt a little fear creeping up her spine, though no one could tell as she remained perfectly impassive. You're telling me that you and I are obligated to be married because our parents arranged it just after we were born. When is this supposed to take effect exactly? By my 19th birthday. Not a lot of time to plan a proper wedding, is it? Tracy snickered. Both Daphne and Harry glared at her. Why should I believe any of this? Harry asked. Don't believe it. Write to Gringotts and get a copy of the contract. We'll go over it together. I'm very interested to learn of the arrangements and what my family gained from selling off their firstborn child. All right then. When this contract arrives, I will come find you and you can look at it. Until then, you and the rest of your serpent's pals can stay the hell away from me. Harry growled. Daphne stood, smoothed out her skirt and gave a slight nod of farewell. She and Tracy left the cabin and Harry slumped back in his seat. It's a lousy joke, Neville said softly. I'm sure Malfoy put her up to it. I suppose we'll know when Malfoy comes by for his annual trip visit. This seems a bit amateurish even for him. What if it's true? Marriage contracts haven't been done in a very long time. I've not heard of one in the last 20 years at least. I really wouldn't worry. Though if there was one, you could do a lot worse than Daphne Greengrass. Is that who that was? Harry asked a little interested. She's the one all the boys call the Ice Queen, right? Yeah, she never dates, always studies. She is second in our year behind Hermione, you know. He family is quite old too. Everyone thinks they're dark, but my gran says that they just keep up that facade in order to stay safe. She says that Mr. Greengrass is a very good politician, or he would be if he were on the Wizengamot. Why isn't he? Harry asked. Gran says they'd rather stay out of the public political arena. She says there's more money changing hands behind the scenes. She reckons that's how the Malfoys have remained so powerful. Quote, Malfoy. Harry seethed. He still had no idea what his enemy was up to, but he was sure it wasn't good. He had not been able to convince Ron or Hermione that Draco had taken the dark mark. During their trip to Diagon Alley to get their school things, Harry, Ron and Hermione had followed Draco into Knockturn Alley into the shop of Borgin and Burke's. It was there that they overheard the owned Slytherin prince demanding things from the shop's owner. Harry was convinced that Draco Malfoy was now a member of Lord Voldemort's supporters and was plotting against the school and Dumbledore. His friends, however, did not share his suspicion, believing Malfoy to be far too weak to even be considered for service by the Dark Lord, and he was most likely trying to throw his weight around using his family name. This disagreement had caused a lot of strife between Harry and his friends. I heard that Daphne and Tracy are outsiders in their own house. Neville said, breaking Harry from his thoughts. So? Harry asked a little annoyed. Well, after what you told me about Malfoy, it could be good to have someone on the inside. Someone who dislikes Malfoy. I get it, Neville. I doubt she'd be willing to spy for me, though. Harry sighed. Ron and Hermione joined Harry, Neville and Luna a little while later, where they shared that Malfoy was no longer the Slytherin prefect. Apparently he resigned the post and now Theodore Nott is the new prefect. Ron said disdainfully. Harry's mind began thinking of all the reasons why Malfoy might resign his position of power over lower-year students, and Neville's suggestion began making sense. However, he just couldn't think of a way to get the Ice Queen of Hogwarts to help him. Well, while you were at the prefect's meeting, you missed quite the bad joke. Neville started when Harry glared at him, silencing him. Harry couldn't really think why he should not talk about Daphne's visit, and now he would be unable to not talk about it. What's going on? Hermione asked. Luna answered before Harry got the chance to brush it off. Harry is betrothed to Daphne Greengrass from Slytherin House. The B.owned fifth-year Ravenclaw didn't even look up from her magazine, so she missed the death stare that Harry gave her. What? Both Hermione and Ron yelled. It's just a really bad prank. Harry tried to say. Malfoy obviously put her up to it. What did she say? Hermione demanded. That's disgusting. Who'd want to be with any of them? Ron asked to no one. Actually, if they all looked like Daphne Greengrass, I'd not say no. Neville said thoughtfully to himself. Everyone looked at him, and Neville slumped a little in his seat, face burning. Arlette. Daphne Greengrass. Hermione asked confused. She doesn't hang around Malfoy. Why would she take part in something so silly? She's very intelligent as well as quite attractive, so the boys all say. I even heard Fred and George comment on her several times. Ron looked insulted at Hermione's observation. She told me that there was a marriage contract in my family vault at Gringotts. I don't even have a family vault. Harry said, still trying to brush off the whole incident. Hermione turned so quickly to face him that Harry swore she might have hurt herself. Don't be so sure, Harry. When we were at Sirius last Christmas, he mentioned to me how old your family was. I wouldn't be surprised if there was another vault or two for you. Many of the oldest families have several vaults in Gringotts. Why wouldn't I know about it then? Harry was beginning to get angry over the topic. Harry, sometimes I wonder how you've made it so far knowing so little. Perhaps you should ask Dumbledore about it all. Hermione suggested, giving him a meaningful look. Maybe because no one ever tells me anything. Harry said angrily. Everyone keeps secrets from me to protect me, or whatever. Calm down, Harry. Just ask Dumbledore when you get the chance. I'm sure he'll tell you now. Hermione tried placating her friend. Harry sighed and faced the window. He'd had a very strange day, and it was only just past 1. Excuse me, said a timid voice from the doorway. A small boy who looked like a first-year stood shaking in the door, his hands wrapped around a small bit of parchment. Can we help you? Hermione said gently. I'm looking for Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom. I was told to give them this. The young boy said, holding out the parchment. Harry took it with a small smile and the young boy ran off. Harry scanned it and frowned. He handed it over to Neville, who looked quite confused. Who's Slughorn? Neville asked. Is he the new Dada teacher? I don't think so. I met him earlier this summer, and he said he had many interesting potions to show the students. Harry said, climbing to his feet. Potions? Ron asked incredulously. Why didn't you mention that before? It could be poisons and antidotes. Hermione shrugged. I suppose we'll find out. Harry said. He and Neville said goodbye to Ron, Hermione and Luna before trekking their way to the front of the train where Slughorn was holding court with several other students, including Ginny Weasley. Harry was able to get a seat next to the youngest Weasley, and smiled shyly as she gave him a bright greeting. Well, now that you're here, gentlemen, perhaps a few introductions each. Slughorn chuckled. Harry was introduced to several students, some of which he knew, others he couldn't remember ever seeing at Hogwarts. The meeting was more of a luncheon, where Slughorn boasted about all the famous wizards and witches he knew, and asking about several of the students' families. In fact, everyone present seemed to be there because they were either well-connected or extremely talented. Slughorn talked politely, but Harry had the distinct impression of a sort of interrogation. He began to dread what things Slughorn might ask of him. He looked about the room and his mind screamed for a way out of it all. Which brings us to young Harry. So much has been written about you, M'boy. I dare say I can hardly believe half of it. And now all this business about a prophecy and that incident in the ministry this past summer. Slughorn smiled widely, giving Harry the impression of an extremely pleased walrus. There's not much to tell, Harry began to say, but Slughorn waved it off. So humble. Taking on Death Eaters on your own. I wasn't alone. Neville and Ginny were there with me, and there was Ginny's brother Ron, and Hermione and Luna. Really? Slughorn seemed to perk up a little and sat forward. Harry noticed that many of the others also seemed to be on the edge of their seat, including Blaise Zabini from Slytherin House. Zabini, a tall dark-skinned boy, was eyeing Harry suspiciously as Harry opened and closed his mouth several times. 6 of you fighting fully trained Death Eaters on your own and all for some silly prophecy. Slughorn chuckled. The rumors have been quite something to hear. You know they're even calling you the Chosen One. Isn't that something? It's all rubbish if you ask me. Zabini smirked. I've never seen anything to make me believe that Potter is anything special. Oh, because you're so talented, of course. Ginny said angrily. This seemed to send Slughorn into another chuckling fit. Oh ho, I must warn you, Zabini, M'boy. Watch out for this young lady. I saw her perform the most amazing Bat Bogey hex. She is not one who should be trifled with, and she helped young Harry fight off Death Eaters. Not many can claim to do that and gotten away with their lives, no sir. Lunch continued, and Harry was able to deflect more question about him and the rumors flying about him. This seemed to upset Slughorn, but he kept his disappointment hidden. Finally he excused the gathered students, and they filed out of the car and back to their own cabins to prepare for arrival at Hogsmeade Station. Ginny said goodbye to Harry and Neville as she joined Dean and several others from Gryffindor in their cabin. Harry felt a tightening in his chest when he saw Dean give Ginny a key. A little further back, they passed a cabin in which Draco sat with his cronies. Harry wanted so badly to listen to their conversation. He would have given anything to find out what Draco was up to. Harry knew in his gut that the Slytherin prince was going to cause trouble this year, and Harry couldn't convince anyone of it. It left him with only one option, to gather proof. Harry kept on walking towards where his friends were when he felt himself grabbed and pulled into a cabin. Sit down, Potter, Daphne said forcefully as she shoved Harry into the empty bench across from her. She sat down next to Tracy Davis and eyed him coolly. I want to make a few things clear, she said sternly. Both girls sat with their arms folded across their chests, and Harry suddenly felt tense. He wanted his wand in his hand. Even though both girls didn't have their wands, Harry still felt uncomfortably on edge. All right, he said evenly. Since we've never ever spoken in all our years at school together, I can't imagine why you'd think I would stoop so low as to play some juvenile prank to get your attentions. I guess what they say about your ego is true after all. Now Harry began to feel angry at this own serpent. Now who's judging who? He asked snarkily. Daphne's eyebrow raised a bit. To be honest, I can't imagine any girl who'd be interested in me, or why they'd go to any lengths to get my attention. In case you've forgotten, I'm marked for death by a certain dark wizard. Being associated with me gets people hurt or dead. So don't go thinking I'm going to delude myself into believing I'm Merlin's gift to women. I'm not Malfoy. Harry stood up and made to leave when Daphne ordered him to sit down once again. Harry glared at the own Slytherin girl, who after a moment added, please. Harry sat in a huff and stared coldly at the owned girl. Look, Harry, Daphne said, softening her tone a bit. I had plans for my life, and while marriage was a part of that, it was to be for love, not because I was contractually obligated to do so. I need to see that contract so I can find a way out of it. I'm sure you'd rather have a choice in who you end up with, right? Harry thought about her words for a few moments and Ginny's face flashed in his mind's eye. Harry wanted a family to call his own more than anything, but he also wanted to be free to choose who he married and built that family with. Everyone should be able to choose who they marry. Harry finally said. Exactly. So let's not fight over this. We both want the same thing here. Daphne said triumphantly, uncrossing her arms and leaning forward. I'm just asking that you get hold of the contract and let's take a look at it, and see what we can do to end it. Harry stood again and held out his hand. Daphne took it and Harry shook it once and left. Daphne knew then that she had reached him and that they might be able to end this nightmare. Well done, Daphne. Tracy congratulated her friend. I'll even bet he writes them tonight and you'll be free of it all by week's end. Let's hope so. Father was pretty confident that it was unbreakable, but I'm sure there has got to be a loophole. I want to apologize for making fun of you all these years for your interest in magical law. I thought you were mad reading all those books, but it may actually pay off for you. I hope so. Still, Tracy said wistfully, looking to where Harry had been only a moment before. He is really good looking, and passionate. Did you hear how he spoke about you-know-who being after him? That boy is in desperate need of a good snog. Well, feel free to give it to him. Daphne said harshly. I would never betray my best friend and snog her husband-to-be. Tracy grinned like the cat who got the mouse. I hate you. I truly do hate you. The first week had gone by in a blur. Harry had learned Monday morning that could indeed take potions and go forward with his dream to join the Aurors. Since Professor Slughorn was now the potions master, the standard for advanced potions was lowered, and Harry's exceeds expectations was enough to get him and Ron into class. That day, Slughorn had offered a prize for the best brewer of the Draft of Living Death. Ron and Harry had borrowed copies of the textbook, and Harry's copy was so covered in notes from the previous owner he'd not been able to make out the proper instructions. Yet, halfway through brewing his potion, he'd noticed that the untidy handwriting was giving hints on better brewing. Harry was tempted to try the hints, but something in the back of his mind warned that it could be some horrible trick, and the potion might explode. Memories of the diary in his second year came to mind. So he followed the instructions as best as he could. His potion was much better than it would have been with Snape teaching the class, but it still wasn't good enough to win the prize. By the time Slughorn called for them to stop, Harry's cauldron was full of a steel-gray thin liquid that smelled of sweat socks. In the end, Hermione had won the prize of a vial of Felix Felicis, or liquid luck. Professor Slughorn promised that there was enough in the tiny vial for a full 12 hours of luck, or one perfect day. Hermione had a little skip in her step as they exited the class. Harry felt a hint of jealousy, though he was proud of his best friend. The first lesson of defense against the dark arts with Snape turned out to be the most tough lesson that any Harry had ever suffered in potions. Snape had them learning to cast defense spells silently. Snape had even tried to make Harry an example. Though Harry had protected himself brilliantly, he'd not cast his shield charm silently and Snape deducted points for lack of discipline. Friday evening came very quickly, and Harry was on his way to his very first private lesson with Dumbledore. He had been looking forward to this, as his curiosity about what he might be learning from the headmaster had him and his friends' curiosities piqued. He had received a letter that morning from Dumbledore inviting him to the headmaster's office at 7 that evening. Harry raced through dinner, actually putting Ron to shame by shoveling his food into his mouth in a blur, and swallowing most of it whole. Harry said a fast goodbye to his friends and made his way out of the Great Hall. He was nearly to the headmaster's office when he was grabbed roughly and pulled into a side classroom. He turned angrily to face an equally angry-looking Daphne Greengrass. I thought I made my case quite clear on the train, Potter. She hissed through gritted teeth. Do I have to write the letter of request for you, or do you truly wish to be chained to someone against your will? Isn't your existence complicated enough? How the hell would you have any idea how complicated my life is? Harry shouted, tearing Daphne's hands from his robes. Please, Potter. I do my research. Besides the blindingly obvious situation with you-know-who, you've got to put together a champion Quidditch team. You're Slughorn's new obsession, not to mention the hordes of desperate scheming girls who wish to be the one to have been the boy who lives first say. Will conquest. You really don't need this problem as well, nor do I. It is in both our best interests for you to get a copy of the bloody contract so we can find a way out of it. Daphne said, crossing her arms as she wrapped up. Harry eyed her critically for a few moments. Daphne was a very attractive young woman, just as Neville had said on the train. This was the first time that Harry had ever given the Slytherin girl any sort of critical examination. Daphne had medium-length blonde hair, which she had tied back in a ponytail, and out of her face. Her lips were a little pouty-looking, and painted an enticing shade of pink. She was slightly shorter than Harry, with gentle, very feminine curves, hidden somewhat by her robes. Harry imagined she might have a lot hidden under her school robes, and then chastised himself for thinking about the Slytherin girl in that way. Daphne's most entrancing feature, Harry noted, was her deep dark brown eyes. They smoldered with her obvious anger at the moment. Harry could see something in those deep dark pools that softened her, something that she was trying to hide and that he couldn't put into words. Her stance was nothing short of defiant and her foot was tapping softly as she waited for a response. Her mouth was set in a very grim frown, and her eyebrow was arched over her angry dark eyes. "Are you quite finished ogling me with your eyes?" she asked, irritated. Harry took a very long breath and let it out slowly, rubbing his forehead as if to ease some pain and to hide his embarrassment. He knew that the only way to end this ridiculous farce was to actually write to Gringotts and try to get this supposed contract. When none ever showed, she would leave him alone at last. "I can't believe I'm going to go along with this." "All right, I will write first thing tomorrow morning. As soon as I hear back from them, I will let you know." "I swear. Is that acceptable?" Harry asked wearily. Daphne nodded gruffly and left quickly. Harry couldn't help but take a very long look at Daphne's posterior as her hips swayed away from him. Harry shook his head to clear it, and ran to the headmaster's office. "You are late," Dumbledore said as Harry entered. "I'm very sorry, but I have another little problem. Is there anything I might do to help?" "No, well, maybe. Can you tell me about marriage contracts?" Harry asked, looking hopefully at the headmaster. "Marriage contracts? Why would you like to know about that?" Dumbledore asked, obviously puzzled at the question. "There's a girl who is trying to convince me that her parents and my parents made a marriage contract for the two of us, and she wants me to write to Gringotts and get a copy out of my family vault." "All that's in there is gold, sir." "That's not true. The vault in which you access to buy your school supplies is a trust vault, refilled each year. The Potter family is very old, and it is possible that you possess several vaults," Dumbledore said. Harry's eyes went wide. "Several?" Harry asked in awe. "It is possible. I was not privy to your parents' financial situation, and do not know. If there truly is a marriage contract, how would I be able to see it?" Harry asked, now truly curious. "I think a letter to the account manager would help. They should be able to get a copy of any documentation regarding a contract of marriage for you." "If I might ask, who is the young lady?" Dumbledore asked, eyes twinkling madly. "Daphne Greengrass." "Interesting," Dumbledore said with the hint of a smile. "What is it, sir?" Harry asked, but the old man merely shook his head. "We've not the time for such a discussion. I suggest you write to Gringotts, and make your request. I would be happy to help you when you receive the contract. For now, we have much to discuss." Harry's mind came back to the present. His excitement rose substantially as the headmaster rose from his seat and made his way to a locked cabinet. Harry followed him and stared in wonder as the headmaster opened the cabinet filled with tiny crystal vials of silvery liquid. "Sir, what is it you'll be teaching me?" "History." "Oh," Harry said, obviously deflated. "Harry, one of the reasons we should learn our history is to make sure we don't repeat the mistakes of those who came before us. You and I will be learning together, for we will be examining the history of a particular individual. Lord Voldemort." Harry perked up once again and at Dumbledore's beckon, joined the headmaster at the pensive. Dumbledore poured a small vial of memory into the stone bowl and he and Harry dunked their heads into the silvery liquid. Harry had some trouble understanding why he was watching these particular memories. It was of a small, destitute family living in a shack near Little Hangelton. The Gounts were a pure-blood family, supposedly descended from Salazar Slytherin himself. During the course of the memory, an employee from the Ministry of Magic came to speak to them about the eldest boy's harassment of Muggles. In the end, a fight had broken out which led to the arrest of the family's patriarch Marvolo Riddle and his son, leaving only the homely-looking girl, Merope, alone. An hour later after the memory finished, Harry and Dumbledore rose out of the bowl, both looking disturbed and confused. They both sat at Dumbledore's desk and discussed all that they had seen. Dumbledore, having been far more observant, and to his admission having seen these memories before, was able to point out much to Harry that he'd only glanced at. When Dumbledore finally excused him for the evening, Harry's mind was whirling. There had been so much he'd learned of Voldemort's origins. The young woman, Merope Gaunt, had brewed and used a powerful love potion on a Muggle by the name of Tom Riddle, whom she had secretly loved for years. Merope and Tom were married and soon after, Merope was pregnant. It was then that she stopped using the love potion, thinking that Tom Riddle would love her on his own, only to be devastated when he left and returned back to his family. He couldn't wait to get back and share all he'd learned with Hermione and Ron, who were waiting for him anxiously. He had barely sat down when they began assaulting him with questions about his private lesson with the headmaster. It was very late when Harry finally made it to bed. As he pulled the curtain around him and laid his head down, images flooded his mind. He saw himself laughing with Ginny Weasley, laying under his favorite tree at the burrow. He felt exhilarated when she bent low and kissed at his lips and ran her hands through his hair. Harry had never felt such strong feelings for anyone, even Cho Chang. Harry wondered how Ron would feel if Harry were to date his younger sister. He knew that Ron had been quite angry with Dean Thomas, Ginny's current boyfriend, and even Harry had felt a sort of animosity towards his dorm mate. Harry knew in his heart it was jealousy, but he refused to acknowledge it. He wasn't going to alienate himself from Ginny by causing problems for Dean. Harry fell asleep a little while later, dreaming of holding Ginny as they laughed at Crookshanks chasing a snake and tearing it open. Something spilled out of the snake that screamed at the two of them, and charged. Harry grasped Ginny's hand and began running away from the charged shadow. They came into a clearing in the dark forest, and Harry spun to check on Ginny, who he could hear was just as out of breath as he was. Harry screamed out when he saw Ginny staring at him with red eyes, and a contemptuous sneer. "You can't win, Potter." Lord Voldemort snarled. "I will kill you and everyone you care for." "Harry!" a voice called. Harry turned to see a angelic owned girl shouting his name and reaching for him. "Harry! Harry!" It was Ron. He was shaking his best friend frantically trying to wake him. "I'm okay," Harry said sitting up. There was light coming into the dorm from the window. "What time is it?" "Nearly 10. You missed breakfast," Ron said, sighing with relief. "You were sound asleep, so I let you have a lie-in. When I came up here just now, you were thrashing about, so I woke you up." "What the hell were you dreaming about?" Harry shook his head. "Just another nightmare," Harry said thoughtfully. The truth was this wasn't his normal nightmare. Ginny had turned into Voldemort, and the strange owned woman trying to save him. He couldn't figure out any reason why he would be dreaming of the Slytherin girl at all. It was then that he remembered his promise. Harry got up and tended to his morning ritual before coming down to the Gryffindor common room where he quickly penned a letter to Gringotts. "I'm going to the Ollery, would you guys like to come along?" Harry asked of his friends, who both agreed to a nice walk. On the way, Harry told them of his meeting with Daphne the night before. While Ron began a long tirade against Slytherin House, Hermione seemed lost in thought. Harry noticed her silence and made a mental note to talk to her about it a little later on when they were alone. When Harry sent Hedwig off, the three of them went down to see Hagrid, who was a little upset with them at first, but finally warmed up to them and informed them that Aragog the Acromantula was not well. The trio comforted Hagrid as best they could, and talked with their friend for the rest of the afternoon. Daphne was finishing her essay for ancient runes in the library, hidden away at the farthest table hidden behind shelves of books. Most students were unaware of this table, which Daphne liked. No one ever bothered her there and she was free to work in peace. She finished the last sentence on the essay and made sure the ink was dry before rolling it up and setting it aside. She then reached over to the stack of books she had pulled in order to do some research on the remainder of her homework. As soon as she opened it, however, Tracy Davis sat down heavily. "I should have looked here first," Tracy said. "I waited for you, but you just can't seem to get going on the weekends." Daphne said softly. "Hey, I'm usually up before you during the week. I'm allowed a lie-in on the weekends." "Well, I pulled all the books you'll need. Obviously Granger has either finished, or hasn't been here yet," Daphne said haughtily. "You still can't let it go. It's not that the little bookworm is smarter than you, it's that she just is more. She's not that bad. She can actually be quite nice. I just hate that she's such a teacher's pet," Daphne said. "And how do you know what she's like? Does it really matter? Once we leave school, none of this is going to matter." Tracy smirked. "Once you and Potter tie the knot." "Enough," Daphne quietly hissed. "I am sick to death of all these little jokes about me and Potter. You think I enjoy this? It's a nightmare. I feel like there's an axe swinging over my head. Come off it." Tracy glared now. In all the time I've known you, you've only ever been with 2 boys, and I honestly don't think you should count that bloke from Durmstrang. I know that you are focused on studies, but it wouldn't kill you to spend a little time locked in a broom cupboard exploring male anatomy. Oh, do you have to be so graphic? Daphne nearly vomited. The point is, you're more tightly wound than Granger, and that girl needs a say. Will release badly. If she would just drag Weasley into a broom cupboard, maybe she would lighten up. You still think they've got it bad for one another? Daphne sighed, happy for the change of topic. She'd heard this theory since 4th year. Tracy loved to hypothesize about different people and relationships. Daphne was positive that Tracy would make loads of gold as a matchmaker. She had this uncanny ability to see 2 people and decide if they would be a long-lasting couple. Oh, I know it. Tracy said proudly. You just have to look at the way they bicker. They stare at each other constantly, when the other isn't looking, of course. There's some serious tension going on there. What about you? Daphne said, turning the conversation on her friend. Who is this year's victim? If by victim you mean boy who is going to be the focus of all my affections this year, I have whittled the list down to 3 very lucky candidates. Last year was Theodore Knott, whom, as I recall, you dumped when you found out he was, what was the phrase, not well equipped. Daphne was trying not to chuckle. Tracy laughed openly. That was Blaise, as you know full well. Blaise was not well equipped. Theo was and still is learning about himself. That's right. Theo is the one that you're convinced is gay but unaware of it yet. Daphne laughed into her hand. No boy spends that much time on his outfit and hair. This year, I am venturing out of the hallowed halls of Slytherin House. There is a whole world of boys just waiting to be taken advantage of. Look out Hogwarts, Tracy Davis is on the prowl. You're damn right. But let's refocus on you. Don't get defensive. Tracy stopped Daphne before she could utter a word. I just want you to think about a few things, okay? Tracy said sincerely. When her best friend finally nodded. Maybe you and Potter isn't a bad thing. He's very good looking, and genuinely sweet. Yeah, so he's got a Dark Lord chasing him, hell-bent on killing him, but it's kind of why, isn't it? What are you talking about? Daphne gasped. Okay, forget that. You and Harry Potter could be a smart match. With your brains and insight, and his fame, you two can do anything. Besides, word has it, he's just as inexperienced as you are in the love department. Tracy. Daphne hissed. All I'm saying is to give it some thought. You could do a lot worse than the boy who lived. Now, let me see your essay, I want to do well on this one. Daphne did think about it, and it angered her that Tracy was right. Daphne could do a lot worse than Harry Potter. She had watched Tracy flounce around with different boys, usually upperclassmen, but always Slytherin. Each and every boy had failed to keep Tracy happy, and inevitably, Daphne would hear every sordid detail of her best friend's adventures in dating. All this did was to make Daphne cringe at the thought of having a boyfriend. How could anyone deal with all those hormones and animalistic desires, without some kind of intellectual connection? It seemed all wrong to her. And still, she was a 16-year-old girl, and her mind often wandered into the realm of fantasy where she dreamt of being held by some faceless member of the opposite sex. Whenever she would think of these things, she always swore that she would find herself a good man who would be a good match for her, eventually. Her schooling took precedence. Sunday, as Daphne and Tracy were studying in the common room, Draco Malfoy entered with his usual swagger and began loudly talking to his friends so everyone could hear about how terrible he felt Hogwarts was becoming, and how it was all due to the growing number of mudbloods. Daphne and Tracy stole glances at Draco and his cronies as the Slytherin prince laughed about things he'd love to see happen to the whole lot of Muggleborns. Draco was obviously still seething over his father's incarceration, Slughorn's apparent distaste for the Slytherin prince, and the potions teacher's amour of Harry Potter and his mudblood friend Granger. Draco had been running his mouth all week about Granger winning the vial of liquid luck on Monday. Daphne was sure that Draco was angry at losing for another reason, one that had caused Draco to lose sleep over, but had not even hinted at. Daphne looked about at her housemates, specifically the males, trying to see something attractive in any of them. Sure, many of them were good-looking, but outside of that, what did they offer that might attract her? Many were too ambitious, too zealous in their lust for fame and power, and above all, just cruel bullies. They'd forgotten or never truly learned what it meant to be Slytherin. Most of them believed as the rest of the school that if you were in Slytherin you must be evil. There were no Muggleborns in Slytherin, and only a handful of half-bloods, and those who admitted to it were ostracized by the rest of the house. It was why Tracy had never admitted to anyone save Daphne that she was half-blood. Daphne wanted someone who was honest, not just to her, but with themselves. Someone who stood for what they believed, and was as ambitious as she was. Daphne was not seeking fame and glory, as was many of her housemates. Daphne had other ideas for her life. She liked the thought of becoming an unspeakable, researching the most mysterious branches of magic. Just the idea of discovering the secrets hidden deep within the ministry made her break out in gooseflesh. Daphne also loved the idea of opening her own apothecary, which would specialize in rare and hard-to-get items. Thanks to her father, Daphne had been introduced to many people who would be willing to help procuring supplies for her store. It would also give her the opportunity to work more with potions, which Daphne loved. She was quite gifted at it to be sure, but was often beaten in class by Granger. Daphne tried to not let it get to her, and just focused on her own work. All her dreams seemed to be in danger because of this damnable marriage contract. Daphne was not unlike any other 16-year-old girl in that, she often dreamt of meeting some wonderful guy and being swept off her feet in a whirlwind romance like in some of the trashy romance novels Tracy had let her borrow. But in her dreams, the boy was not being hunted by the most dangerous wizard in history, nor was he a scrawny, messy-haired bespectacled slob. Harry Potter always looked like he'd only come off the street. His clothes were way too big for him, save his school clothes which seemed to be the only thing that fit him correctly. His hair was always sticking up, and he always seemed so awkward in his own skin. Daphne couldn't help but wonder how all those rumors began. The Chamber of Secrets where he fought a basilisk. The Sorcerer's Stone where he supposedly fought and destroyed Professor Quirrell. Or the rumor where he fought off 100 Dementors. Yeah, sure, he'd outflown a dragon, saved both Weasley and that French trollop's sister under the lake, and won the Tri-Wizard Cup. There was also the story that he'd fought a resurrected he who must not be named before returning with the body of Cedric Diggory. Daphne had been one of those who did not believe until she had read the article in the Quibbler. Now she was on the fence. It was very well written, and the way it told Harry's tale made it hard not to believe. There was also the fact that you know who was spotted in the ministry itself at the end of last year, seemingly torturing Potter. Daphne's reasoning was that maybe Potter knew of the Dark Lord's return, but it was impossible for a 14-year-old to face you know who and walk away unless he was allowed to. It was the only way that Daphne could believe the story. Then there was the mass rumor that Potter had led a group of rebel students in a secret defense against the Dark Arts Club right under Umbridge's nose all year. Students had gone to him to teach them, and they had all gotten exceedingly good marks on the OWL test, even Longbottom who was supposed to be near Squib status if you believe Malfoy. So the question burned in Daphne's mind, what if all of it were true? Could Harry Potter truly be as powerful as the rumors depicted him? If so, why would she not want to be with him? His clothes were a mess, and his hair was just pitiful, but his eyes were amazing to look at. She had experienced it on the train to school. His eyes could truly see into her if he had wanted to, she was sure. Potter had an ease about him, even when he was uncomfortable, which seemed to be when any girl approached him. She had laughed with Tracy the year before at the tragedy that was Potter and Chong. They had secretly giggled every time Chong even looked at Potter and he would lose all higher brain function. But what if all he needed was someone to show him the way? Not that Daphne had a lot of experience. She had only Ed one boy and that had been 4th year with a Durmstrang boy. Unfortunately for the boy, he'd gotten a little grabby and she'd had to hex him quite badly. Still, it had not been unpleasant. Even now she thought back fondly on the experience, wishing she could have a repeat performance with someone different. The problem was twofold. First was that very few boys ignited any sort of fire in her, and second was her reputation. She was the most unapproachable girl in all of Hogwarts. Boys actually ran to avoid her in the halls, except Malfoy, who thought he was Merlin's gift or something. Daphne stifled a giggle that had Tracy looking at her inquisitively from across the table. Daphne couldn't hold the thought to herself, and so she shared her secret joke with her friend. What do you think Malfoy would do if the Ice Queen suddenly began being escorted around the school by the Gryffindor Golden Boy? she asked in a very hushed whisper. Tracy's face scrunched as she tried to hold in her own mirth at the thought. You mean after Madame Pomfrey repaired his mind after it exploded in his skull? She'd have a full infirmary, as I think most of the school would be suffering from seizures. Malfoy would be nothing compared to his best friend, Weasley. That boy might simply die from the shock. This had Daphne choking on her own laughter. So does this mean you've been thinking on it, then? Tracy asked. Daphne's mood fell back into utter despair and anger. Yes, unfortunately. I can see many positives for it, and there are only a few negatives, but they are major. Negatives. Not to mention the fact I would like a choice in my love life. How would you feel if it were you? You mean in a contract, or in a contract with Potter? Tracy asked coyly. Can you please keep your beep on? I'm only having a laugh. Yes, I would be extremely distraught over the entire situation, no question, and you have every right to be upset. I think any girl would be, unless it's Pansy being promised to Malfoy. But, as I said, you could not do much better. If you chose to, you could mold that boy into shape in no time and become the envy of this entire school. Even you have to admit he's not bad on the eyes. Okay, I admit that Potter has a few attractive attributes, but he's such a mess. Granted, but how much of it is his doing? I've been doing some research on the enigma that is Potter, and have uncovered some things that are a bit startling. Now, understand that I have no positive evidence to back up what I've heard, but it does make sense. Tracy said, looking quite satisfied with herself. What, oh sneaky one, have you learned on this great mystery? Daphne asked. It never ceased to amaze her how Tracy came by information. Daphne often thought that Tracy would make a great spy. Not much. Potter's very secretive, which leads me to believe his home life isn't a very good one. I understand that his relatives are quite large, and if I had to guess, I'd say his clothes were all hand-me-downs. I can't ask around because then people might start to talk, and I don't need Potter think I'm interested. I've overheard a lot of things that other people have overheard. So I honestly don't know what's fact and what's make-believe. Tracy thought. Tracy's words gave Daphne pause. It was true that no one really knew Harry Potter, save for the stories and rumors that were constantly circulating about the boy. He never talked about himself, that she knew of at least, but no one else ever talked about the boy other than to spread rumors. So I'm guessing that you're trying to suggest I actually talk to the boy and offer my help. Daphne asked dejectedly. As I've said many times now, you my dear, are in a very unique position. There is a very large female contingent who would give their lives to be where you are right now. To have a chance to get to know, I mean really know, Harry Potter. On top of that, he's yours to snog senselessly. Oh, you are so hormonal. Daphne sighed, rubbing her temples. It was a very bleary-eyed Harry Potter who came to breakfast Monday morning. He had slept very little since Friday night. He had spent most of the weekend doing homework and trying to understand what Dumbledore had shown him. The memory of what he'd seen kept replaying in his mind. Harry had already known that Voldemort was the heir of Salazar Slytherin. He'd learned that in his second year. But it amazed him to see how a supposedly powerful and ancient house had fallen so far from the greatness that most purebloods held in such regards. The Gaunt family lived like outcasts, in a small hut just outside of where Voldemort had resurrected himself. Harry and his friends had been trying to understand the point of it all. In fact, the only thing that had stood out as important was the ring that Marvolo Gaunt had shown off. The same ring that resided in Dumbledore's office. On top of that, he'd been dreaming of Ginny Weasley a little more. The night before, Harry had actually posed the question to his best mate, and Ginny's older brother, Ron. Ron, how would you feel if I asked Ginny out? Harry had asked, a little shakily. Ron stopped rummaging in his trunk, where he'd been looking for his Quidditch magazine. He stopped and stared at Harry for a long time before he spoke. I knew it. The way you seemed to always stare at her over the summer. Ron smiled slightly. Look Harry, you're my best mate, and nothing would make me happier than to see you happy. It's the same with Ginny. If you two ended up together, then I'd be ecstatic for the both of you. Unlike the other losers she seems to go for, I know you wouldn't try to take advantage of her. Ron, I think you really underestimate her. Harry defended. No, I don't. I know she's extremely powerful, and I know she can take care of herself. But it doesn't protect her from heartbreak when some bastard tries something and she has to defend herself. Everyone gets me wrong. I know I play the overprotective brother a little too much, but I still see little Jin, you know. Harry nodded his understanding. He still saw the glint of innocence in her pretty blue eyes sometimes, especially when she smiled. I guess it really doesn't matter, though. She's with Dean, Harry said, mostly to himself. Harry, since we're having a heart-to-heart, what do you think my chances are with Hermione? Harry's eyes nearly popped out of his skull at that moment. Really? I mean, you're actually considering asking her out? Yeah, I know we fight a lot, but I really like her. I don't know exactly when it happened. I'd guess 4th year, right around the Yule Ball. What? Nothing. Harry smirked, then he became quite serious. Honestly, Ron, I think you'd need to show Hermione what you're capable of. I don't mean impressing her so much as reaching your potential. That means doing your own homework without her help, and really trying in class. Stop being a lazy git. Hermione cares for you, and maybe she likes you in that way as well, but you need to show her that you're worth her time, you understand? Yeah, I do. You're telling me what I already figured out. I just don't know how to go about it. Can you help me? Ron asked hopefully. I suggest trying your hardest not to fight with her, even if she's wrong about something. They talked a little while longer about the girls that interested them so completely. Ron asked questions about Harry's time with Cho Chang, and they both discussed some of the finer Hogwarts female students. When Harry finally went to bed, his mind soothed him with fantastical images of he and Ginny walking along a beach, sharing a sunset and ing in the surf. He also dreamt of a picnic with Ron and Hermione joining them. And then his dreams turned again to the horrific image of Ginny melting into a twisted version of Voldemort. Harry's limbs were suddenly frozen and the snake-like visage of his enemy hovered over him, hissing greedily. Harry looked all around for help. Hermione and Ron were lying near him, dead. Harry felt anger welling inside him as Voldemort taunted and laughed. And then his arms and legs were free. He could get up, and Voldemort's face turned to one of fearful anger as a beautiful Beon stepped beside Harry. Her dark brown eyes were angry and determined. She stared the Dark Lord down, and the evil wizard seemed to cower. Harry got to his feet and faced the woman who had obviously come to his rescue. She was stunningly beautiful, and her eyes, when she looked at him, filled him to his core with something indescribable. Harry awoke rattled. He couldn't understand what these dreams meant. He was sure that it wasn't Voldemort messing in his head, because the Dark Lord wouldn't be afraid. He couldn't understand why Ginny always seemed to be the one to change into the serpentine-like figure of Voldemort, or who this Beon woman was who always appeared to help him. "Good morning, Harry," Hermione said cheerily. MMPH. Harry huffed as he sat heavily on the bench and began piling eggs onto his plate. "Another rough night?" she asked. "I keep having weird dreams," Harry mumbled. "Want to talk about it?" "Not right now." Harry shook her off. At that moment the morning owl post came. Hundreds of owls came swooping in, delivering packages and letters to students. Harry was surprised when Hedwig landed with a large package bearing the seal of Gringotts. Harry went rigid as an uncomfortable conversation with a very pushy and abrasive Beon Slytherin girl suddenly came to the forefront of his mind. "It's here." Harry struggled through his classes all day as the thought of ripping into the package he'd received that morning plagued his mind. He had even considered skiving off classes to find out about the contract. If Hermione hadn't given him the stink eye, he may have gone through with it. As it was, he'd put the unopened package on his bed and made it just in time for the start of potions class. The entire day dragged by at a horrendously slow crawl as Harry pondered what the contract might say. Finally classes ended, and Harry and his friends went to the Great Hall for dinner. Harry repeated his dinner performance from the previous Friday evening, shoveling huge mouthfuls of food and barely chewing before racing off back to his dorm to finally find out the truth and get that annoying Greengrass girl off his back. Harry was sure he'd put Hermione and a few other girls off their meal with his disgusting behavior, but he didn't care at the moment. Harry had seen Daphne shooting glances at him all through potions and transfiguration that day. He'd figured she'd seen Hedwig and the two Gringotts owls that morning and was trying to make sure that he knew she'd seen it. Harry had every intention of keeping his word, for he had very little interest in being shackled with a Slytherin. Especially when Ginny was who he wanted to be with. The sooner he got the Slytherin off his back, the sooner he could figure out a way to get with Ginny. Harry viciously tore open the letter first. Dear Mr. Potter, it is our pleasure at Gringotts to provide any documentation you ask for. We have included the contract you requested as well as a summary of all the Potter assets and properties. You will find a complete statement of all investments as well as vault balances. If there is anything else we may do for you, please contact us right away. Sincerely, Gorag, Account Manager. Harry then opened the package that contained the betrothal contract. Harry silently cursed Daphne Greengrass, and his luck at having the thing be real. The contract was thicker than many of his school books, and had been signed at the bottom of the last page by his mother and father as well as another Potter, though he couldn't make out the first name. It was also signed by 3 other people, but the handwriting was so messy, Harry couldn't make it out. He guessed it must be the Greengrass family. Harry opened the contract to the front and began scanning it, trying to understand what had been done, and see if there was a way out. However, the language of the damned thing proved to be nothing more than a headache. It was written very strangely, with a lot of mention of first and second parties. After the third attempt at understanding what the contract entailed, outside of his marriage to Greengrass, Harry sighed heavily in exasperation. The wording of the contract was very confusing. All Harry could understand was that his parents had signed this magically binding contract that said that he would marry Daphne Greengrass no later than her 19th birthday. This is hopeless, Harry said to himself. Harry knew he had no choice now. He climbed off his bed, and retrieved the Marauder's map from his trunk. He knew that Daphne was eagerly awaiting a chance to examine the bloody contract, and as he couldn't make heads or tails of the damned thing, it might be best to just show it to her. I solemnly swear I am up to no good, he said, tapping his wand to the parchment. It took a little time to find her name, but Harry finally located Daphne Greengrass in the library. He hefted the weighty contract and as quickly as possible made his way to the library. Daphne was seated at her favorite table in the back of the library. She had several books open and was taking notes silently when she was rudely brought out of her studies by a giant thud on the table. She looked up angrily, ready to hex whoever had disturbed her into next week, but stopped herself short when she caught sight of the obviously annoyed green-eyed Gryffindor. Harry Potter stood across from her, panting, leaning over what looked to be a large book. He had obviously ran here from somewhere in the castle as he was sweating and panting heavily. It came, he said simply, sliding the contract to her. I can't make any of it out. Daphne's eyes lit up with excitement as she finally saw the contract that her parents had signed 16 years ago, taking away her freedom of choice in love. She wanted nothing more at the moment than to be freed from this proverbial noose around her neck, and get out of this mess. Daphne hefted the contract in her hands and felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Daphne had read countless wizarding law books, and was able to crack the legalize easily, but the deeper she got into the contract, the unhappier she became. She took a deep breath, made herself a bit more comfortable in her seat, and began poring over all the stipulations of the dreaded contract. Well, Harry asked eagerly after a half an hour. Can we get out of this or not? Harry had sat impatiently silent the entire time Daphne had been engrossed in the betrothal contract. For the first time, Harry shared a common goal with a Slytherin. They both wanted out of this stupid marriage contract. He hadn't said anything, fearing disturbing her, until he heard a sigh from the other side of the table. Daphne looked up into Harry's piercing green eyes and felt their eagerness for good news. She actually felt his disappointment when she shook her head in response to his question. The contract is nearly ironclad, she began slowly. Short of one of us dying, we're stuck with each other. The worst part is, it's bound to our magic by blood. What? Harry nodded. Our blood. It was put there to seal the contract. The strange part is that neither family really gained from it, which is unusual. It was more to form an alliance, really. If your parents were still alive, my father might be in the Wizengamot working with your father, who would have been the head of the Potter family. Other than that, there was no gold exchanged, or anything. Perhaps if the worst hadn't happened, we might have known each other growing up. Harry thought about those words for a long time. Growing up with his parents, happy, healthy, and having friends to play with. A life he'd been denied by Voldemort and enforced by being imprisoned with the Dursleys. Harry couldn't help but wonder what it would have been like growing up with this annoying and irritating girl. For the first time in his life, Harry was grateful for being trapped with his aunt and uncle. Daphne was pretty, but she was also severely grating on his nerves. And then something else occurred to him. He reached across the table and took the contract, flipping quickly to the last page with the signatures. He frowned when he saw it. His mother's signature. Questions flooded his mind all at once. His parents had met and fallen in love and married without a marriage contract. Why would they subject him to one? Potter. Potter. Daphne called out, tearing Harry from his thoughts. Yeah. Are you okay? Yeah, just confused. I'm trying to figure out why my parents would put this together, knowing they had married for love and not because of some contract. Well, that is your grandfather's signature there. Daphne pointed to the third signature on the Potter side. He signed along with my grandfather. I'm venturing a guess that it was our grandparents who first made the arrangements. It's possible they put pressure on our parents to enter into this. Maybe. I wished there was a way to. Another thought occurred to the young Gryffindor. Of course, Remus might know. Harry snapped his fingers. Who? Daphne asked, confused. Professor Lupin was one of my dad's best friends. He may know about all this and can tell us why it happened. That doesn't help us right now. Daphne pointed out. Well, we can take it to Professor Dumbledore. He is Chief Warlock after all. If there's a way to break this thing, he would know of it. Daphne seemed to consider the matter at length before nodding her acquiescence. Harry picked up the contract and the two of them made their way to the stone gargoyle guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office. Harry spoke the password and gave a slight grin at the look of incredulity on Daphne's face. They hurried up the stairs and Harry knocked upon the headmaster's door. Come in, came the slightly humored voice. Ah, young Harry, what brings you to see me? Actually, sir, we thought you might help us. Harry said. Ah, Ms. Greengrass, a pleasure to meet with you. Would you care for a lemo drop? Dumbledore asked politely. Daphne smiled, taking a piece of candy from the bowl on the headmaster's desk and sat down silently. Now how can I help you this evening? Harry slid the betrothal contract onto the headmaster's desk and sat back down. I see the goblins got back to you quickly. Dumbledore said, blue eyes twinkling mischievously. Sir, we were wondering if you might know of a way out of this. Daphne nodded toward the thick contract. Well, let's have a look. Dumbledore smiled as he opened the contract and began perusing its pages. It was a long time that the two teens sat in silence, waiting for an answer. Dumbledore read diligently, occasionally chuckling to himself or saying, ah, at times. Finally he came to the last page and nodded to himself before closing the contract. Well, I am sorry to say that there is nothing that can be done. The contract clearly states that a marriage between the two of you is to take place no later than by your 19th birthday, Miss Greengrass. What? Daphne shouted, astounded. There has to be something. Harry said angrily. Can't we burn it, or something? I'm afraid not. This isn't even the real contract, but a copy. And burning the real copy would not negate its power. It was sealed in blood when the contract was signed. It is magically binding, and unbreakable. Great, Daphne said, folding her arms across her chest. Sir, isn't there anything you can do? Harry pleaded now. I am truly sorry, Harry. But this contract was written in such a way that the only possible way for it to be nullified would be by either yours or Miss Greengrass' death. Well then there's a hope. Harry muttered to himself. What? Daphne asked, but Harry merely shrugged her off. Well, thanks for at least looking at it, sir. Harry said, standing up and collecting the contract. He and Daphne made to leave when Dumbledore stopped Harry, asking him to remain behind a moment. When the door to the office shut, Dumbledore stood and stepped close to Harry. Harry, I want you to consider allying yourself with Miss Greengrass. I know that this is a predicament that neither of you wished for, but you have an opportunity to make the best out of it. Perhaps you will find that you and Miss Greengrass share much in common and you might even form a friendship. You should try not to think of this as something bad, but a gift. A friend outside of Gryffindor might prove very beneficial to you, if you take my meaning. Harry nodded and left the headmaster. He walked slowly back to Gryffindor Tower, pondering all he'd learned. He was no being forced to marry someone he didn't know, and in the few brief encounters he'd had with her had not left him wanting for more. Yet he couldn't deny Dumbledore's wisdom. It would be good to have ears and eyes on the inside of the Slytherin house. Perhaps he could learn what that puffed-up Ponce, Malfoy was planning, and if he had been marked by the Dark Lord. If it gave him the chance to stop Malfoy from doing something awful, perhaps it was worth being around Greengrass after all. Tracy stared at Daphne, who was nearly catatonic. She sat rigidly, automatically feeding herself, and staring blankly. Tracy had been trying since the previous night to get the story out of her best friend. Daphne had come back to the common room looking devastated. The only thing she could get the own girl to say was that there was no escape, which Tracy took to mean that Daphne had finally seen the marriage contract between her and Potter. "Come on, Daph, spill it. You might feel better if you talk about it." Tracy tried again at lunch. The entire morning Daphne had been walking around like a zombie. Tracy was sure that her friend hadn't slept the night before. She was positive that she had heard sniffling coming from behind Daphne's bed curtains. "Daphne." Tracy tried again. "It's unfair." The own said softly. "Why don't I get to choose who I fall in love with?" Tracy smiled sadly, wrapping a comforting arm around her friend. When she felt Daphne begin to shake, she quickly got up from the lunch table and guided her friend to a deserted classroom where Daphne could cry without being ridiculed, or questions asked about what was upsetting her. "It's unbreakable. The only way the bloody thing can be broken is by one of us dying. It's so unfair." Daphne sobbed as her friend rubbed her back soothingly. "I'm so sorry, Daphne, I really am. I know I've given you a lot of grief over it, but I do sympathize. I can't imagine having to marry someone I didn't choose. I hate my parents. Not just them, either. Apparently it was my grandfather who began negotiations with the Potter family. I can't ask him why because he died when I was 5. I seriously doubt my grandmother knows why. But she might." Tracy smiled lightly. "Isn't it worth a try to write her and see what she has to say on the matter? She might be the only one left who knows." Daphne nodded, wiping her eyes furiously. "In the meantime, try not to look at this so negatively. You are now the envy of the majority of the female population at Hogwarts, not to mention the world at large. You are, for all intents and purposes, engaged to the most eligible bachelor in all of the wizarding world. That's not really cheering me up at the moment." Daphne sighed. "Think of it as a mystery needing to be solved. The boy is an enigma as it is. You can teach each other a lot." "Like what, exactly?" Daphne challenged. "Well, there's obviously a lot about our world he doesn't understand. Laws, customs, that sort of thing. Who better to teach him than a peer? Someone who can explain it in terms he understands. In return he can teach you how to fight properly, which I might add you'll need when it gets out that the two of you are betrothed." Tracy held up her hands in a sign of peace when Daphne glared at her fiercely. "I swear on my magic it won't be me who lets out your secret. I wouldn't do that to you." Daphne sighed again and nodded her thanks. "I know that you wish you could choose your partner, but maybe this isn't bad either. I mean, it is what you make it, you know. He could end up being exactly the man you've dreamed of." Quote. Daphne thought on Tracy's remarks. It was a horrible mess that she found herself in, yet Tracy's words always came back to her. Though she hated her situation, Daphne knew that it could have been far worse. Harry Potter was easily one of the most intriguing and influential boys in the entire school. Even for all his flaws, Harry was indeed attractive. Perhaps with a little grooming, he could become even more desirable. And perhaps Harry did indeed have something to offer her in return. Besides, the deadline was still 3 years away. A lot could change in that time. There was still a Dark Lord, hell-bent on killing Harry, so there was hope that the contract could be nullified after all. "So what should I do?" Daphne asked. "Well, I would start by talking to the boy. I'm sure you could find a way to fix up a private meeting." Tracy offered. "You mean like a date?" "More like a meeting. Or perhaps an interview. You need to spend time together and learn about one another. And maybe after you've spent time together and really gotten to know each other, well, who knows? You think that if we get to know one another that we'll fall in love, don't you?" Daphne said irritably. "Anything is possible. I do know that if you don't open your mind and heart, that you're just going to trap yourself in a sort of mental prison. I'm asking you to take a real chance and try to make the best out of a bad situation. Besides, there's always the hope that you know who kills the boy off." "That's a horrible thing to say." Daphne chortled a little. "I know, but it got you to smile." Tracy smiled brightly, hugging her friend tightly. "Just remember, you're not alone. He's trapped in this with you." You should do your best to make him an ally at the least. Thanks, Tracy. You've given me a lot to think on. Daphne smiled lightly, tears still falling from her eyes. Hey, I'm your best friend. I'm here for you no matter what. Tracy smiled back. Now let's get you together and finish this day. We have a lot to do, and homework on top of that. So let me get this straight. Hermione said, her brow furrowed in puzzlement. Your grandfather and parents made an alliance with the Greengrass family by forging a marriage contract that says you and Daphne will be married. That's pretty much it. Harry nodded. He was obviously upset by the whole thing. Ah, blimey mate, Ron said with disgust. A Slytherin. That's awful. I can't imagine anything worse. Ron, not all Slytherins are evil. Hermione said hotly. Why are you so pig-headed about that? I'm surprised at you. Some of the girls are very attractive, if we measure them using your standards. Ron looked like he was going to argue back, but his face melted into a calmer one and sat back thoughtfully. Harry smiled inwardly at Ron's action. He had taken Harry's advice and was trying to become worthy of Hermione's attentions. Daphne isn't a bad person that I have seen. She's very smart and doesn't follow Malfoy's gang around like a lost puppy. In fact, I've only ever seen her associating with Tracy Davis. And, so far as I know, she doesn't subscribe to the pureblood agenda either. Hermione stated. Have you ever talked to her? Harry asked. No, but I have a few classes with her. She's quite good in ancient runes, and she always gives me a challenge in arithmancy. Hermione said. Leave it to Hermione to admire someone based on their school work. Harry didn't find it all that important. Sure, Daphne was quite attractive. Yes, she was. Obviously brilliant, but so far as Harry knew, that was all. In the few times he'd spent with her, Daphne had been abrasive and unpleasant. Hermione had reasoned that she was obviously upset at having been arranged to marry and was taking it out on Harry. Harry figured that was most likely true, yet it had left a rather sour taste for the beautiful Slytherin. The only way out is if one of us dies. Let's face it, there's a good chance of that happening, what with Voldemort coming after me. Harry said sourly. Just stop it. Stop it right now, Harry Potter. Hermione growled. You're not going to be killed by that monster. Not if Dumbledore has anything to say about it. That's just it, isn't it? Harry argued back. He hasn't. All I've learned is that Voldemort was born out of wedlock by a witch who used a love spell on a muggle. He was an orphan. That doesn't tell me how to stop him. That doesn't tell me what I need to do to kill him. Mate, you've only had one lesson. Dumbledore never spills the goods. He likes you to work it out on your own, he just kind of points the way. Ron offered, but Harry glared at his friend. Ron, don't you think this would be a good time to just tell someone what to do? Ron shrugged, but Hermione agreed. It would help to end things. But there's got to be more to this than we know. I know you don't want to, Harry, but perhaps you just need to be patient. Harry nodded sullenly. He hated that Dumbledore hadn't just enlightened him in the way to destroy the Dark Lord once and for all. As interesting as it was to see Voldemort's origins, it was seemingly unimportant. Yet the fact that the Ring of Slytherin that Marvolo Gaunt had been so proud of now sat in Dumbledore's office, the dark stone cracked and broken. Dumbledore had promised that he would share the tale about its arrival in the headmaster's office at another time. Then there was the encouragement that Dumbledore had given Harry the previous night regarding Daphne Greengrass. Harry had been puzzling it over in his mind since and had been unable to decide what he should do. Harry couldn't deny that having someone within the walls of Slytherin House, someone in the inside who might be willing to tell him what was going on. A spy, for lack of a better word, would be most helpful. Especially considering that Harry was absolutely convinced that Draco Malfoy was now a marked Death Eater. Harry, Ron said, breaking Harry's thoughts. Why do you think your parents went along with a marriage contract? I don't know. Harry shrugged. I can't ask them. I'm going to write to Lupin and see if he might know something, but no one else seems to know. It seems like it was done very secretively. I imagine most betrothal contracts were done that way. Hermione offered. I doubt families who were aligning themselves with another would wait until the marriage before showing their alliances. It seems like these alliances were done for political gains, more than anything else. I'm guessing you've already researched this stuff? Harry asked, a little amusedly. Hermione shrugged, her face going a little crimson. I thought it might be helpful. According to Daphne, there didn't seem to be a large gain for her family. Whatever was done, wasn't really written about. Harry, would it be alright for me to look at the contract? Hermione asked. I guess. Harry rose and went to his dorm to get the contract. When he set it before Hermione, her eyes widened with the size of it. She was amazed by how many pages were there. Hermione had the look she got when she had a new book. I can't understand most of it. I think Daphne had trouble with it, but she didn't say. Harry said sadly. It's written with a lot of legal mumbo-jumbo. Hermione said. None of this first part has anything to do with the actual contract. It simply states that the Greengrass family and the Potter family had come together for negotiations of union. Hermione scanned over a few pages in silence as Harry and Ron watched. Ron had his homework in front of him, which he was trying to work on, but his interest in Harry's predicament was making it difficult to concentrate. Ah, here it is, Hermione said proudly. This is where the actual deal was made. Ron and Harry perked up and looked at the parchment with great interest. It says here that the Potters were to help the Greengrass family in seeking retribution for crimes against an ancient house. The Potters would use their political power to help regain favor for the Greengrass family and re-establish their place in the court. Harry, I think the Greengrass family was aligning with yours so that they could openly announce they were part of the light. This is written as if the war was still taking place. All the wording suggests not only a political alliance, but a sort of positioning in the war. What does that mean? Ron asked. I would guess that the Greengrass family was under a lot of pressure from Death Eaters to stand with them. Voldemort was really seeking out pureblood families, wasn't he? So maybe Daphne's grandfather was looking for someone who he thought could protect them. But the part about retribution intrigues me the most. I think someone did something that got the Greengrass seat on the Wizengamot removed. If that is the case, they would need another powerful family to help get back on the court. In this case, your grandfather. Why didn't he get my father to marry someone from the Greengrass family? Harry asked. Maybe he wanted to, but there were no girls in the Greengrass family at the time. Maybe Daphne was the first. If you had been a girl, there would be no contract at all. Harry thought about that. Then he said, does it say anything about who they might be aligning against? Hermione shook her head. Only the parents might know. Since we can't ask yours, she said sadly. We have to assume that her parents know. Usually in these things, the family with the girl got an amount of gold or some other compensation, but there is nothing about that. It's like it was more of a good faith arrangement. That's odd, Ron said thoughtfully. After a few moments he looked up, seeing both Harry and Hermione staring. Why's it odd? Hermione asked. Oh, sorry. It's just that the Greengrass family is supposed to be quite dark. They were supposedly aligned with you-know-who during the First War. They were never put on trial though, because there was no evidence. But they used to be very wealthy. They lost a huge majority of their wealth during that period after the war. So here's what odd, if all that is true, why did they not try and get loads of galleons from this contract? Ron finished. Perhaps it's because they weren't dark. Hermione suggested. Then where did their wealth go? Ron asked. Maybe they hid it. Put it in some other vault, or hid it outside of the bank. Harry thought. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Hermione said finally. The problem is that you and Daphne will have to be married. If you refuse, you will both die. I just don't understand, Harry said, flipping the contract to the last page where his parents had signed. He touched the signature of his mother reverently. I don't understand why my mother would allow this. I get why my father might. He's a pure blood and he's going with tradition. But my mom, perhaps she had no choice. Or perhaps she argued and was convinced of the reasons. Maybe she hoped that you and Daphne would know each other as you grew up and you might fall in love on your own. We'll never know, Hermione said sadly. She reached out and touched Harry's shoulder. I'm sorry that this has happened to you, she said quietly. Especially now. Harry looked up at her. Hermione had a mischievous look on her face. I'm not blind, Harry. I've seen you look at her. I truly thought you two might finally come together. I had hoped all of us might find a bit of happiness in all this darkness. Harry noticed her look at Ron. In her eyes was something he'd never seen in his best friend before. If it had been there, she'd hidden it well. It was something deeper than friendship. It was longing. Longing for the redhead who was trying diligently to finish his potions essay. Harry smiled to himself again. Perhaps Ron and Hermione could actually figure it all out on their own after all. Harry's heart gave a great lurch then when he thought of his friends, because he thought of Ginny, and the fact that they could not have a happily ever after. He was now promised to a girl he didn't know, or suffer death. Harry felt his body tighten in anger. He was denied so much in his life, and now he had been denied the one thing he'd wanted more than anything in all his life. Love. The first Hogsmeade visit came in late October, and Harry was quite anxious to get to the village. He'd written to Remus Lupin weeks ago regarding his predicament with Daphne, and Remus had sent a reply promising to come to talk with Harry face to face. Harry was hopeful that Remus might be able to provide answers into the mystery regarding the betrothal contract. Harry gave thought on the prospect of inviting Daphne Greengrass along, as she would have many questions herself. Yet, Harry decided against it, feeling that this conversation should be private as it was dealing with his parents. He was still very wary of the abrasive owned girl and didn't want to give the Slytherins any more fuel for torment. As it was, Harry and Daphne had been avoiding each other over the past month. Harry had not once tried to talk to the pretty owned, as he felt a sense of finality every time he glanced the pretty owned. Daphne, in response, had turned her nose up at him every time she caught his eye. Harry felt his world was crumbling all around him as it was. He felt an intense pang of sad disappointment every time he glimpsed Ginny's fiery red hair. It was unfair that he had only recently begun to get to know Ron's sister, and even more so that she'd begun blossoming into an amazingly attractive woman. Harry hated more than anything that he'd not been given a choice. Along with the cursed prophecy hanging over his head, Harry was feeling like he had no choices left to make in his life at all, like he was fate's plaything. So Harry had done all he could to distract himself. Firstly, he buried himself in studies. He had begun researching spells, hexes and curses that might aid him. He was beginning to suspect he wasn't going to learn battle techniques from Dumbledore, as the headmaster seemed intent on showing Harry the biography of the Dark Lord. So Harry, usually accompanied by Hermione, could be found buried in spell books all over the castle, or practicing new spells in an empty classroom. The other thing that kept Harry busy was the formation of a new Quidditch team. He had held tryouts the week before the Hogsmeade weekend, and had hated the entire process. Firstly, there had been an abundant number of first years, and people, mostly giggling girls, from other houses who had come down just to get Harry to notice them. Once he'd gotten everyone who wasn't truly interested in trying out for the team off the pitch, he had been able to finally set about tryouts. Even when he thought about it now, Harry was astonished that there were Hufflepuffs and even a few Ravenclaws out there to try out. The first portion of tryouts was dedicated to the Chasers. Katie Bell made the team easily. She was fast and she also had loads of experience. Ginny also made the team. Harry didn't want to include her as he knew he'd be seeing a lot of her, but he couldn't deny her speed and finesse in the air. She could actually outfly Katie. The Chaser squad was rounded out by Demelza Robbins, a fourth year who showed great skill handling the quaffle and amazingly quick thinking. For the beaters, Harry chose two very excellent fifth year in Jimmy Peaks, a third year, and Richie Coote, a fourth year. The two didn't quite have the flair of Fred and George, but they work extremely well together. Finally there was only the keeper position left. Harry was surprised to see that there were 5 people outside of Ron who wanted the spot. Harry watched as the candidates tried to show off their skills, and felt a wave of embarrassment as 4 of the prospective keepers showed off their obvious lack of skill. In the end it came down to Ron, and a large, handsome-looking 7th year that Harry had met at Slughorn's get-together on the train. Cormac McLaggen. Both McLaggen and Ron were tied, and Harry needed to put them through their paces again. Harry took a moment to speak to Ron before commencing the second tryout. "Ron, I know you are the best for this team. I know that you are an excellent keeper. Your problem is nerves. You need to believe you can do this. No one in this entire school knows this game or loves it more than you. I want you to think of the championship game from last year. I want you to remember how you kicked ass and helped us to win. I want you to play like that today, otherwise, I'm going to be stuck with McLaggen, and I don't think I'd be able to ever forgive you for that. Got it?" Harry swore he saw Ron's eyes grow fiery as the redhead stalked down to the goal posts. Harry had his new chasers trying every trick they could think of to get a goal on the potential keepers. He instructed them to not hold back anymore. He needed to know who the best of the two truly was. Harry gave a 10-shot limit for each keeper to prove their worth to him. Cormac went first. He blocked all but one shot out of 10, missing only against Ginny, who was the smallest and fastest of the chasers. Cormac kept a wry smile on his face as he swaggered across the field to stand next to Harry, confident that Harry would choose him based on his performance and the fact they were, old Sluggy's favorites. Ron got on his broom and flew up to cover the rings. Harry could see that Ron was psyching himself up. The redhead sat on his broom, shoulders back, eyes focused on the circling chasers. Harry gave a long look at Ron and gave a slight nudge of his head towards Cormac, who was standing next to him, arms crossed, overconfident smile on his handsome face. Harry swore he saw Ron nod in understanding. It was a thing to see. Ron blocked everything, even when Ginny tried to trick him by diving down to the ground and then shooting upward, throwing the quaffle at the last minute. Ron kicked it down with ferocity. Ron used his entire body and his broom to block everything. He even almost fell off his broom at one point to block another of Ginny's shots. Harry couldn't help but smile when it was over. Cormac had been unable to argue with Harry's decision, and even begrudgingly shook Ron's hand in congratulations, though Harry could have sworn he heard Cormac cursing as he walked away. "Thanks, Harry," Ron had said on the way to the locker room, smiling like a fool. "You really got me fired up to do my best. Ron, I've seen you play at the Burrow, and you're unstoppable. You need to get into a mindset that it's for fun. Forget the crowds, and just concentrate on the game and you'll be unbeatable." "You really believe that?" Ron asked, surprised. "You just proved it. How can you play like you just did and not believe it yourself? And it isn't just Quidditch," Harry said, nodding towards Hermione, who was walking back to the castle a little ways away. She waved to them and Ron waved back hesitantly. "I think it's time you talk to her," Harry said. "I don't know if I'm ready," Ron admitted as they continued on to the lockers. "You've been working very hard on your class work, and you two haven't argued all month. She's noticed. She watches you all the time now. The worst thing that can happen is that she doesn't share your feelings. But isn't it unfair to not tell her?" "I guess so. I just don't know what I'd do if she rejected me." Ron shrugged. "She'd never reject you. She'll always be your friend. If she doesn't share your feelings, I think Lavender Brown would happily take her place." Harry smiled just as Lavender and Parvati passed by, watching the two boys and giggling. Both boys had noticed Lavender's growing flirtatious nature with the redhead boy. It had been a source of much conversation between the two boys, as neither knew what the proper course of action was. Even Seamus, who was well known for his exploits with the female populace of the castle, had tried to advise Ron on the situation. However, neither Ron nor Harry thought that just grabbing the voluptuous blonde Gryffindor and dragging her into a broom closet was the best option. The week passed slowly after that. He'd had another meeting with Dumbledore where he'd seen when Dumbledore himself had gone to speak with an 11-year-old Tom Riddle at an orphanage where the future Dark Lord had grown up. It was in those memories where he'd learned that Riddle had been a very cruel child, especially to other children. Harry had noticed during the memory that Riddle had perked up when it was revealed that he was different. He seemed quite pleased to learn he was a wizard, that there was a reason behind all the strange thing he was able to do. Harry had also learned that Riddle had been a very independent child. He had refused an escort to go to Diagon Alley to get his school things. Harry also noticed during the memory that young Tom Riddle held a certain contempt for his name. When Dumbledore had mentioned Tom the bar owner at the Leaky Cauldron, young Riddle seemed to darken. When the memory had ended, Dumbledore pointed this moment out in particular. Even then, Voldemort hated anything that made him seem ordinary or suggested he might not be unique in any way. Even his name was a common one, and it deeply disturbed him. The headmaster had said. Harry had relayed all he'd learned with Hermione and Ron that night. Hermione reasoned that Dumbledore was showing the growth of cruelty that was Voldemort. They all seemed to ponder Voldemort's excitement at being different, unique. But that would change when he came to Hogwarts and he would find he wasn't really different. Hermione said, he'd be exactly like every other first year. That might actually explain a lot. Harry thought. But we know that he did everything he could to stand out, didn't he? He was head boy, after all. He won that award for special services to the school. But he framed Hagrid for that. Ron pointed out. But only Hagrid and Riddle knew that. And no one would believe Hagrid. Harry responded. No one had any idea what he really was. And I don't think anyone truly found out. He changed his name, and I doubt anyone would put Tom Riddle and Voldemort together. That gave them all much to think about. All of that had been shoved to the back of his mind on the dawn of the first Hogsmeade visit. Answers were shortcoming. He was going to meet Remus Lupin at noon in the Three Broomsticks, and Harry had so many questions plaguing him. He would be going alone, as he had asked Ron and Hermione to allow him to do this on his own. They had agreed, knowing their friend would tell them everything later. Harry thought his two friends might actually have the talk, if Ron could only work up his nerve. Harry pushed the thought of Ron and Hermione together as his mind wandered to thoughts of Ginny. She arrived at breakfast in a pair of form-fitting jeans and a jumper that hugged her nicely. She was walking hand in hand with Dean Thomas, both smiling sweetly. Harry shoved his plate away as they passed and sat his head on his folded arms. "I'm so sorry, Harry," Hermione said sadly. Harry ignored her. He'd been becoming more and more depressed over his situation with every passing day. "Harry, have you even tried talking to Daphne?" Hermione asked. "No," Harry said coldly. "Don't you think you should? I mean, it's not like you're alone in this," Hermione said, her eyes focused on someone at the Slytherin table. Harry turned and saw Daphne sitting with her friend, Tracy. She was dressed for her own trip into the village, and though he was loath to admit it, Harry thought she was rather pretty. Harry harumphed and turned back to Hermione. "You're being really stubborn, and rather mean. I'm sure she had other plans for her love life as well. What's been done is completely unfair, but the two of you should at least make an effort. What if you're missing something great?" Hermione tried. "Hermione, I really don't want to hear this. I'm sorry that you don't want to hear it, but you need to," Hermione said crossly. She looked at her friend intently. "No one is denying that you've been dealt an horrible hand in your life, but this time you could make it into something quite special if you'd just stop being so stubborn and close-minded." "And what if you're wrong?" Harry asked harshly. "Then you're still just as unhappy as you are now, and nothing changes," Hermione pointed out. "The point is, you have to try, Harry. She's not going to come to you, and you're both stuck with each other." With that, Hermione got up from the table and left. Ron stared at Harry as if he wanted to say something, but thought better of it. After several moments he got up and left Harry alone. Harry watched Ron go, assuming he and Hermione were going down to the carriages. Harry turned to look at Dean and Ginny, who were smiling and talking quietly to one another. Harry thought it might help if they weren't so damn happy together. He then turned to see Daphne Greengrass looking somewhat morosely back at him. Perhaps Hermione was right. After all, she was stuck in this whole stupid situation as well. Maybe he would talk to her. First, he wanted to know more about the contract. So Harry got up and headed down to the carriages that would take him to Hogsmeade, where hopefully there were some answers. At noon, Harry met Remus, who was waiting just inside the tavern. Remus paid for a private room and the two sat down to have a long conversation. "Your letter was intriguing, Harry. I must confess I was a bit surprised to learn you're betrothed," Remus said, concerned. "You didn't know?" Harry asked, surprised. "When you said you wanted to meet, I was prepared to yell at you for not telling me about it." "Back up a bit. I never said I didn't know. Here's the thing, Harry. I knew there had been discussion while your mother was pregnant with you. I knew that your grandfather was in negotiations with Archibald Greengrass, but I did not know the extent of it. Your father mentioned that they were being pressured about the possibility of a marriage contract. After you were born, I never heard any more about it. I just assumed that the negotiations had fallen through. How did my mother feel about it? Your mother had many friends while in school. Aurora Somerset was one of her closest. Aurora married Cyrus Greengrass a year after they graduated Hogwarts. Your parents married soon after. I imagine your mother was very unhappy about the contract, but seeing as it was with the child of one of her greatest friends, I wish I could tell you something for sure here, Harry." "What about my father?" Harry asked bitterly. "As I recall, he was very angry. He felt you should be free to make your own choices. He was already dealing with the threat of Voldemort, and this was before the prophecy, mind you. Your grandfather was a good man, but he was also very stubborn, like your father, and you as well. During the last months, I remember your father wouldn't speak to his father. Then a letter arrived that made him change his mind, but your grandfather had been killed by Death Eaters, searching for you. Remus said sadly. Do you know what the letter said? I don't. I'm sorry I can't be more helpful. Tell me, have you and Miss Greengrass spoken at all? Not really. She's different. I don't know how to explain it. She's abrasive and cold, Harry said, an odd look in his eye. And yet, you find yourself fascinated. Remus said, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Aurora Greengrass was an exceptionally attractive woman. It stands to reason that her daughter might be just as beautiful, and it would be natural for a 16-year-old boy to be entranced by an attractive young lady. But she's so angry, and blunt, and just so, Harry tried to articulate. Harry, have you considered the possibility that she is just as upset over the situation as you? I can't imagine anyone who would like their life mapped out for them, with no input of their own. But I'm not responsible for it. Why take it out on me? Harry protested. Perhaps because you are the only one she can take it out on. I doubt her parents would appreciate her venting her true feelings over the matter. You are very lucky that you found out so early. Most of the time, two people trapped in a betrothal contract do not find out until just before they are wed. When it was common practice, there were a lot of bad marriages. It was not unheard of for a spouse to murder the other in order to be free. They would always end up in Azkaban, of course, but sometimes they preferred that. Oh, that just makes me all warm and fuzzy inside. Harry sank in his seat. Harry shuddered as he tried to imagine any marriage that would be worse than the ever-present influence of the Dementors. Harry sank visibly at last, and he turned his heart-broken eyes to his father's only remaining friend. I like someone else, Remus. I only just started noticing her, and now I don't even get to have a chance. I'm sorry, Harry, but perhaps this isn't bad. Sometimes, arranged marriage turned out better than a fairy tale. Spend some time with your betrothed, get to know her. You may find that she's all you wanted and more. Love doesn't just happen, Harry, it takes time and effort. You're starting to sound like Hermione. Harry grimaced. She is a very smart person, and a woman as well. You'd do well to listen to her. She does have unique insight into Miss Greengrass' perspective. Remus smiled. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about? I heard you had some trouble on the train. Harry perked up and began to share all he theorized regarding Draco Malfoy. He related how he and Ron and Hermione had followed Malfoy into Knockturn Alley and overheard the conversation with Mr. Borgin. Remus listened carefully to everything, but his face showed much disbelief. Harry, you and Malfoy have been rivals since your first day at school. Do you think it is possible that you are overreacting a bit? Harry felt his anger rise. He took a deep breath to calm himself and then looked at his former teacher in the eye as he spoke very carefully. Yes, I admit it is very possible. It's highly likely. However, you should be asking yourself this, Remus, how many times have I had a suspicion similar to this that proved to be somewhat true? Remus sat back in his chair. He'd not expected that. It was true that Harry was often correct. His record alone showed that, and it also showed how he'd not told anyone before and how things had gotten out of hand. Remus had to admit, the boy was learning from his mistakes and trying to get help this time. I'm begging you, Remus. Someone has got to do something, investigate this as a real threat. I know it's ridiculous to think that Voldemort would mark Draco, but at the same time, who would suspect a sixth-year student? Who? All right, I will get with Tonks and we will look into it. I cannot promise anything will come of it. I'm only asking for you to trust me on this. Harry smiled finally, satisfied that he'd gotten through to someone at last. They spent some more time talking. Remus enjoyed hearing about Harry's visit with Slughorn while Dumbledore had been seeking to recruit the potions master Basque to teach. He also encouraged Harry to listen to Snape and try his very best in defense class. I know you hate the man, and perhaps your ire is justified, however the man has an astounding knowledge on the subject. You'd do well to listen to him in class. Harry promised he would, and he promised Emus that he would think on the Daphne situation more openly. Daphne walked with Tracy through the streets of Hogsmeade. It was chilly, but not terribly cold for such an overcast day. A bit of time away from the castle pursuing one of her greatest loves, shopping was just the thing she needed. It had been an exhausting few weeks since she'd last spoken with Harry Potter. She had taken Tracy's advice and sent a letter to her grandmother, hoping the elder woman might be able to give some explanation on the problem of the contract, but she had yet to receive a reply. This added to the growing feeling of impending doom she felt in the pit of her stomach whenever she saw the raven-haired boy. She tried to put on a mask of indifference, but Tracy continually hounded her about speaking to the boy. It was becoming most vexing. But Tracy had promised not to mention the boy who lived that weekend so they could have some fun. The two girls had spent most of their morning perusing the shops in the little village, getting new quills and eyeing dresses in the clothing shops. Now they were hungry and decided to get a bite in the Three Broomsticks. As they entered, Daphne spotted Harry Potter following a disheveled man she thought she recognized up to the private rooms. She found herself a bit curious, but tried to brush it off as none of her business. Still, as she and Tracy made their way through their lunch, she found herself gazing at the staircase for any sign of the raven-haired boy to whom she was promised. When they had finished their lunch and paid, they began gathering their things to leave when Harry emerged alone. Daphne couldn't figure out why, but she felt a need to speak to the boy. "Tracy, I'll catch up to you, okay?" Tracy looked wary until she spotted Potter and a knowing smile appeared. "No problem. Go easy on the poor boy." She grinned. "Oh, shut up," Daphne hissed as she left her friend to get close to the boy. "Potter," she said by way of greeting. "I think it's time we had a conversation." Harry turned to see the own Slytherin girl. Her eyes were piercing, but she didn't appear to be angry or upset. In fact, compared to all the other times he'd been with her, she seemed as if she was trying to be pleasant. "I guess we should at that," Harry admitted grudgingly. "Care for a walk?" she asked, not waiting for an answer. Harry followed her out of the tavern and into the chilly street. They walked silently for a bit, Daphne leading the way. Harry was beginning to wonder if he were being led into some kind of trap when they took the path heading back towards the castle. When they were just a little way along, Daphne turned off and went slightly into the woods, Harry following on her heels. Once they were just inside of the tree line, Daphne spun on her heel to face the suspicious-looking boy. "Don't worry, Potter, I'm not going to hurt you. It's not just you I'm worried about. Is there anyone else here waiting for us?" Harry asked, eyeing the dark forest behind Daphne. "Paranoid much?" Daphne asked, raising an eyebrow. "Wouldn't you be?" he asked, still not looking at her. "I guess I see your point. But right now, you're safe. I swear it." Harry finally looked at her. She looked at him for a long moment before finally heaving a great sigh. "The way I see it, we're stuck with each other. Though I'm loath to admit it, it could have been far worse." "Thank you, I think," Harry said flatly. "At this point, we have only one option, and that is to begin getting to know one another. After all, we're going to be married, and I think it would be beneficial to know something about each other. So I propose that we choose a night of the week to get together in private so we can ask questions. Someplace away from prying eyes where we cannot be interrupted or found out. I think the last thing either of us want is for this to get out to the public." Harry thought about Daphne's proposal, scrutinizing it. He couldn't find any flaw in her logic, especially the part about their situation getting out. He nodded slowly. He stared at her for several moments, trying to decide how best to proceed. He didn't want to appear weak in front of her. The last thing he needed was to show any kind of vulnerability that she could expose later on. "All right," Harry finally said. "That seems agreeable. You choose the night, but I get to choose the place." Daphne hesitated for a moment, but finally said, "Agreed. Let's say Wednesday evening at 7. That should be fine. Go to the 7th floor corridor in front of the painting of Barnabas the Barmy. I'll meet you there." They both nodded at one another and then, strangely enough, neither moved. There was an awkward silence as they simply stared at each other. Finally Harry gave a sort of wave and backed away, peering behind Daphne. Daphne simply felt a bit of relief that nothing had happened. Once Harry was out of her sight, she began making her way back up to the castle. She had done it. She had made her first meeting with Potter. She had a lot to do now. She would have to come up with a way to discern the truth in his answers. She knew Harry to be somewhat private, and it was doubtful that he would just offer up information. Not only that, but they needed a way to trust one another. Daphne had always had trouble in trusting people in general. 5 years in Slytherin had made her very wary of people, as everyone seemed to have their own agendas. Not that Daphne was completely innocent of manipulation and deviousness. But it seemed as though most of those in the house came from families that had impressed the importance of strong allegiances, and how best to forge them. Even some first years seemed wise beyond their years in the art of manipulation. Daphne's situation called for a more direct action. Something that would show Potter that she was different. She knew he would never trust her outright. Nor was she just going to put her faith in him right away without some evidence that he was worth it. The more she thought of it, the more difficult the situation seemed to become. This was going to take some serious thought. Perhaps even a conversation with someone else. Someone who knew Potter and might be able to enlighten her in ways to put the boy's mind at ease. Daphne felt her shoulders sag at the one person she knew could help. Daphne was going to have to speak to Hermione Granger. Why are you being so stubborn about this? The boy will generate some much-needed morale. Rufus Scrimgeour shouted. He was standing across from Albus Dumbledore in the headmaster's office. This was the fourth time the new Minister of Magic had come calling, and it was the fourth time he had requested to speak with Harry Potter. The new Minister of Magic was a tall slender man with long shaggy hair and bright hazel eyes. His face was lined with several scars he'd received as an Auror, and his mouth was a perpetual scowl. Though he was in his 50s, the man still looked quite young, though the stresses of his office were beginning to show, as his light brown hair was graying considerably. Rufus, as much as I appreciate what you are trying to do for our people, your methods are little better than a puppet master. Dumbledore said calmly. Oh ho, this from the grandest puppet master of them all. Scrimgeour said irritably. Don't think I'm blind to what's going on. Enlighten me, if you please. Dumbledore said. You've got the boy eating out of your hand. He'll do whatever you tell him, so long as he believes it's for your so-called greater good. And don't you dare deny that you are the leader of this Phoenix business. I know that some of your people are in my law enforcement. I know you kept us from capturing Black all that time. People are dying, Albus. We need every little bit of help we can get. If the people believe that Harry Potter is helping us, supporting the ministry, we might be able to save the situation. The situation cannot be saved by mere photographs and articles in the Daily Prophet, as I have told you before. Something must be done, real punishments must be handed out. You would get just as much support from the public if you actually caught real Death Eaters. This isn't a game, Dumbledore. I agree, it is not. You have several Death Eaters in your custody. I believe you should be having chats with them, with Veritaserum, and then dole out appropriate punishments, and I do not mean lifetime sentences in Azkaban. We've already been shown that the Dark Lord can go in any time he likes and free whomever he chooses. We must thin their numbers, Rufus. Harry Potter is not going to help you with that. I think you will find his opinion of his government is very disheartening. You're talking about executions. Call it whatever you like, but the fact remains Voldemort has too many people on his side, and we have far too many people who are too afraid to rise against him. Perhaps with a few executions, as you so eloquently put it, you might get the morale boost you so greatly desire. Fine, Scrimgeour said, plainly disgusted with how the conversation had gone. Play this game, Dumbledore. Allow more people to die. Keep your damned secrets, but I promise you, it will be the end of us all. Rufus Scrimgeour fastened his cloak tightly and went to the fireplace. I will speak with the boy, one way or another, Dumbledore. I'm afraid his answer would be the same as I have told you. Rufus Scrimgeour glared at the old man before stepping into the flow and disappearing in a flash of green flame. Dumbledore sighed wearily. Once the Minister of Magic had gone, he looked at the new edition of the Daily Prophet that had been delivered by the minister. The front page was emblazoned with the headline, 17 Muggles Key, Ed in Bristol. Dementors on the move. Dumbledore knew he was running out of time. He wanted very much to work with the new minister, but all Scrimgeour wanted was something akin to Fudge's Band-Aid-like solution. Dumbledore knew that simply parading young Harry Potter around in front of photographers was not going to alleviate the wizarding world's problem. Voldemort was elevating his attacks, and there was no one willing to do what it took to stop him, save a 16-year-old boy who was not yet ready to face his destiny. Over the next few days, Daphne felt a growing sense of dread. On more than one occasion, she thought of canceling her looming rendezvous with Harry Potter. In her mind, Daphne thought of hundreds of scenarios. But she was so nervous and suspicious of Potter, that everything she imagined ended with hexes. Tracy had been helping her compile a very long list of questions in which to ask the boy once he and Daphne were alone. But one thing weighed heavily on Daphne's mind. How would she be able to trust anything that Potter told her, or convince him that she herself was being honest? Daphne could only think of one way to ensure complete honesty. But seeing as she would be very unlikely to get her hands on a couple of vials of veritaserum, she was lost for any other ways in which she could ensure their honesty with one another. Daphne already had the answer to her problem, and it came in the form of a bushy-haired Gryffindor bookworm in ancient runes the morning of her meeting with Potter. Daphne happened to look up from her book just as Hermione stepped in the door for class. She quickly got up and gathered her things. Tracy looked up, but before she could ask, Daphne had sat down next to Granger. Tracy hid a smile and went back to reading her own book. "Granger, I need your—" Daphne seemed to cringe a bit. "Advice." Hermione looked up at Daphne, a bit of surprise on her face, but there was something else there too. A look of anticipation. It was as if the intelligent witch had been expecting Daphne to speak to her. "I will help as best I can," Hermione said softly. "I'm assuming that you already know about my situation with your friend, Potter." Hermione nodded, her face calm and slightly sympathetic. "We have a lot of things to talk about, he and I don't know how, that is, how can I trust anything he says?" Hermione ventured. "Yes. Thank you." Daphne sighed heavily. "I think you'll find that this isn't the only thing the two of you have in common, once you begin talking, that is. But that isn't important now. Harry isn't going to just open up his life to you. He really distrusts anyone from Slytherin, a prejudice that you're going to have to overcome. Are you suggesting that I simply open up to him? Allow him to learn my deepest secrets? No. He has to earn your trust as well. It would be very unfair to give him so much and not get anything in return. I would suggest starting small. I know it sounds silly, but keep it simple: favorite color, food, broom type. Don't rush things, or he'll clam up. Perhaps with time, he may trust you with things he's never said to me. You don't know everything there is to know about him." Daphne hissed in astonishment. "Harry is a very private person. And as I said, you can't just outright ask him. There's a lot he's ashamed of, things I've guessed at." "Like what?" "It isn't my place to tell you." Hermione scowled, protective of her friend's privacy. "I'm sorry. These are things I should be asking him. But how can I show him that I'm being honest? I don't have an answer for you. I wish I did. You're just going to have to be patient and let trust build over time. Or you could swear an oath, I suppose." "An oath?" Daphne slapped her head. So it was that Daphne made her way to the 7th floor just before 7 in the evening. She had thought hard all day about her conversation with Hermione and what she might ask of Potter, who was nowhere to be seen. She shook her head as she thought how she more or less expected Potter to back out of their meeting. She stopped at the portrait of Barnabas the Barmy and looked all about. She checked her watch and saw there was still 1 minute left until 7. Daphne took a long calming breath, trying to settle her nerves. She had thought of little else today, especially after her conversation with Granger. Daphne had been correct in approaching Potter's friend first. Granger had provided a good foundation in which Daphne could build upon. She had already figured it would be best to keep this first rendezvous as simple as possible. There was no need to go in with her claws out. There were footsteps behind her, and Daphne whirled to see nothing. She looked down the hall and could see no one. She noticed a door that had not been there only a moment before. The door opened of its own accord and Daphne let out a squeak of fright when Harry Potter's head appeared out of thin air. "Come in," he said softly, motioning his head toward the open door. Daphne's eyes narrowed at the boy's head and walked as dignified as she could past. The door closed and Daphne found herself in a comfortable-looking room with 2 large squashy chairs and a warm crackling fire. Daphne turned to see Harry, his body visible now, and a shimmering, silvery cloak over his arm. "Is this the room of requirement?" she asked. "Yes," Harry said simply. "This is where you trained all those people last year." "I thought it would be bigger," she said unimpressed. "It can be. It becomes whatever you need it to be. Right now, I needed a comfortable private place where 2 people could have a conversation." "How does it work?" Daphne asked, unable to stifle her curiosity. She looked to Harry, who was watching her carefully. "You simply walk in front of the wall, thinking of what you need 3 times, and the room appears. Shall we sit down, or would you prefer standing?" Daphne took another moment to look about at the room. It was actually quite comfortable looking. Had it been a bit bigger and loaded with bookshelves, it might have been the library back home. Daphne had to admit she was impressed with Potter's taste in comfortable rooms. When she took her seat, she had noticed that Harry had already seated himself, both feet firmly planted flat on the floor, and his hands folded in his lap. He was watching her carefully. She suspected he was trying to spot a hint of deception in her. She couldn't really blame him at this point. He was clearly expecting to be attacked, and Daphne realized she had a substantial amount of hurdles to get over with Potter. "We have a problem, Potter," she spoke plainly. "I'm quite aware of," Harry began. "No, I mean besides the contract," Daphne said. "We have a trust issue. I can't trust you, nor can you trust me. Our prejudices and our pride prevents us from believing anything the other person says. Am I correct?" "You are. So how do we overcome this?" "We have two options. Blind faith, in which we simply make the leap that the other is speaking honestly, and will keep the discussions to themselves, or we make a magical oath." "An oath?" "As I said, we have only these two options, unless of course, you know how to brew Veritaserum. It's an interesting proposition. As I don't have any ideas of my own, I guess a magical oath would be suitable." "Good," Daphne said satisfied. She pulled out her wand and clutched it with both hands. She surprised to see that Harry had his wand out so fast. She hadn't even noticed him pull it out. "I swear upon my magic that I will not attempt to do harm to Harry Potter and will answer any question honestly for the next hour." There was a slight blue light around Daphne, which faded quickly. Harry looked impressed and repeated her actions and words. When the light faded, Daphne set her wand upon the small table in between them. She sat back easily, crossed her legs delicately and breathed a little easier. "What would you like to know?" Harry asked as he too set his wand in plain sight. "Well, I thought we might start simply. When is your birthday?" Harry actually grinned at this. "July the 31st. Daphne actually liked Potter's smile. It was easy, and striking. A far better look for the boy who seemed to be constantly scowling or brooding. "Mine is August 19th, Daphne said evenly. "I expect presents from you now. We are engaged after all." Harry gave a little chuckle. He looked at Daphne for a moment. "I never would have guessed you had a sense of humor." "Why would you think that?" Daphne asked curiously. "Well, word around the castle is that you're a bit cold to people." "That is true. They all call me the Ice Queen. It is a way to keep unwanted people away from me." "Don't you care what people say behind your back?" Harry asked. "Do you? You should know better than anyone that people will say whatever they like, no matter what you do. If they believe something about you, there's little you can do to change their opinion of you." "I suppose you're right," Harry said thoughtfully. "I do get irritated when people are talking about me, especially when they're spreading rumors, but there's never anything I can do." "Exactly. Why waste time worrying what the populace thinks when it only matters what you think about yourself? I came up with the persona of the Ice Queen to keep away people who were of no use to me. Especially boys. Most boys just see my physical appearance and don't care for anything else. It's gotten worse with every year, but they keep their distance at least." "A well thought out plan," Harry admitted. "Not entirely. It's made dating difficult. Any boy that I felt was worthy of my attentions was too afraid of me." Daphne felt suddenly self-conscious. She had not meant to reveal so much, but somehow it had just come out. She needed to even things. "What about you? Word has it you and Cho Chong were pretty heavy last year." "You believe everything you hear." "Part of why I'm asking," Daphne said, crossing her arms. "Truth is it wasn't meant to be. I don't think she was ever truly interested in me. I think she was seeking some kind of closure over her and Cedric Diggory's." Harry trailed off. Daphne saw something in Harry's eyes. A sort of guilt. Daphne couldn't think of why Harry might be feeling guilt, but thought best not to ask. "May I ask what happened?" she asked Harry. "I mean how it ended. She thought I was interested in Hermione and kind of fell apart. She wouldn't give me a chance to explain." Harry shrugged. "I kind of figured out later that she wasn't truly interested in me." "I never thought of that," Daphne said, more to herself. "What's that?" "Oh, I just never really thought about someone not being truly interested in you. You're the boy who lived. The chosen one. It never occurred to me that there's more to you, or rather, forgive me for saying, less to you than that." No one really does. As you said, people think what they like, no matter what we do to change their minds. There aren't many people here who know who Harry Potter really is. Harry said softly. The pain in his eyes was clear, even to Daphne. His reputation was nothing to him. I never wanted fame, contrary to what you might have heard. I'm not some attention-seeking miscreant. If that's who you were hoping I'd be, I'm sorry to say that person doesn't exist. That's good, Daphne said after several moments. I have no interest in the boy who lived. I'm not one of those simpering fangirls who huddle in classrooms talking about how cute you are, or how amazing you are. To me, Potter, your fame means nothing. Harry gave another small smile that Daphne could not ignore. She found herself giving her own little smile, and silence fell between them. She had to give the boy credit. She had expected some kind of egomaniac or haughty celebrity type similar to Lockhart, but the boy before her was nothing like that. She couldn't figure out why she ever believed him to be that way. Perhaps it was the years of hearing Malfoy preach to all who would listen about the vile ways in which Potter used his fame to his advantage. But that had changed during the course of their conversation. She was beginning to see something deeper than the facade the public idolized. Harry Potter was something else. Something Daphne could not yet identify. Daphne's watch read that it was after 8 now. She stood up, smoothing the front of her skirt. Harry stood as well. Well, Daphne said, for our first meeting, I think this went rather well. Shall we say the same time next week, Potter? That will be fine. I will see you here next week then. Harry nodded. Good. And next time, if you sneak up on me, we'll be having our conversation in the hospital wing. She gave a wicked little smirk and sauntered out of the room of requirement. Harry once again found himself watching the sway of the bee on Slytherin's hips as she walked away. Well, that could have gone worse, I suppose. Harry thought to himself as he donned the invisibility cloak. So how did it go? Tracy asked excitedly when Daphne returned. The two girls went straight for their dorm to get away from prying ears, and were sitting on Daphne's bed. Fine. He answered everything I asked. Well, what did you ask? Tracy asked, leaning forward excitedly. I know you want to know every little detail, but don't you think it's private? You know, something just between us. I doubt you two got into that deep a conversation. Tracy remarked, giving her friend a look of disbelief. For your information, no we didn't. But that doesn't mean I'm going to tell you everything that happened. Suffice to say that for our first real encounter, he impressed me. That's all you need to know. You really are horrible to do this to me. I'm your best friend. Yes, and as such you should respect my privacy. This difficult enough without you prying into it. Fine, but promise me you'll tell me stuff eventually. Oh fine. Daphne sighed. I'm going to bed now. Daphne changed into her sleepwear, which was little more than a thin tank top and some shorts. She went through her nightly ritual, brushing her teeth and washing her face before finally slipping under her warm blankets. Yet she found sleep elusive. Every time she closed her eyes she saw Potter staring back at her. He was sitting in the same chair he had been earlier in the evening, smiling at her. She liked how his easy smirk lit up his emerald eyes. She found him confident, not cocky, as she had expected. He was obviously uneasy, but she had not given him any reason to let his guard down. She had been surprised at how candid he'd been while they spoke. To hear him talk about the fiasco that was Cho Chang was surprising. She had not expected him to talk about something like that, at least not in their first encounter. Daphne suspected that Potter might be angry at himself for spilling too much. But he hadn't been the only one. Daphne had felt she'd divulged too much as well. But she had done a decisively good job at keeping the conversation center on him. She would have to be careful next time. Potter would surely try to focus on her. Harry lay down heavily on his bed. It had been an enlightening evening. Though, he had admittedly learned very little about his future bride. Still, the girl had sworn a magical oath just to put him at ease and then rested her wand in plain sight. It was an amazing show of faith as Harry could have not taken the oath. He thought back through the evening. Ha had donned his invisibility cloak and gone up to await Daphne's arrival. She had come alone, and stared at the portrait waiting for Harry to arrive. It had given him the chance to see if she were setting him up. When nothing happened, and she began to look impatient, Harry had begun thinking of a room where they could be alone, and comfortable. Daphne had nearly jumped out of her skin when Harry had thrown the cloak off his head. He had found it a bit comical the way she had tried to act as if she hadn't been startled. He watched her very carefully as she examined the room of requirement. He knew that she would enjoy it, and was happy to enlighten her in how to use the room. After all, Harry had no claim on the room, and there were plenty of places where he could secret himself away without fear of being disturbed. Somehow he thought Daphne didn't know the castle quite as well as he did. The conversation itself was actually pleasant. Daphne had been very forthcoming with her answers, though he was aware the conversation had been focused on him. He would have to be aware of that next time, and try to learn more about her. He was also a little stunned by her sense of humor. Daphne had joked about expecting presents now that he knew her birthday. She had made him chuckle, which seemed to be a hard thing to do these days, but she had done it with a trifle of a joke. Were it not for the fact she was in Slytherin, perhaps they might have been friends all this time. For the first time in several months, it was not Ginny's face Harry thought of when he fell into sleep. Harry awoke the next morning quite confused. He got showered and dressed and joined Ron and Hermione for breakfast. As he ate in silence, he thought about his encounter with Daphne from the previous evening. When he'd gone to sleep, he had not thought of Ginny, as he had since late July, when he'd arrived at the Weasleys' home. At that moment, Ginny walked in the Great Hall, escorted by Dean Thomas as always. Harry watched them pass and even returned Ginny's little wave. Something felt different now. He felt conflicted, undecided. Harry wondered if it was a result of the contract. Hermione, is it possible that the marriage contract could influence my emotions? Hermione looked up a little oddly at her friend. I don't think so. Why do you ask? Ron looked up from his plate, mouth bulging with eggs. He mumbled through the food. It's just, well, I feel different. Confused. Harry admitted, his face burning. Hermione glanced down the table to where Dean and Ginny sat with some of Ginny's friends, and a knowing smile began forming. I take it your night went well with Greengrass? She asked slyly. You met with the Slytherin? Ron asked incredulously. I thought you were with Dumbledore or something. Yes, I met with Daphne, and how is it any of your concern? Harry asked angrily. That's not how you're going to win over Ginny. Ron, in case you haven't noticed, Ginny's with Dean. Besides, Harry's betro. Hermione began. Shut it. Harry hissed loudly. Several heads turned to stare at the three friends, who tried to pretend there was nothing going on. Look, I went to talk with Daphne. It's really none of your business, Harry whispered. What if she gets Malfoy or some of the other snakes? Who's going to have your back? Ron asked sourly. I can take care of myself, you know. I don't need a babysitter. Harry said venomously. He got up and stormed out of the Great Hall. I'm just trying to look out for him. Ron said a little angrily. Ron, Harry has got a lot to deal with. Can you even imagine what it would be like to not be with who you wanted to because your parents made other arrangements? Hermione asked, staring at the doors Harry had just left through. Ron looked at her then. He could feel a warmth spread in him that he always felt when he really looked at Hermione. He wanted to reach out and take her hand in his and tell her everything he'd been feeling since fourth year when he'd begun to realize what was happening. But he didn't. Instead he took a breath and pushed it all down inside. There was no way someone as great as Hermione would ever return his feelings. She was too brilliant, too gorgeous. She was far more than he deserved. How could she ever see him in the same way that he saw her? He had been trying very hard this year. He was studying much harder, and he was constantly biting his tongue just to avoid arguing with her. Yet, he just couldn't bring himself to admit to her how he felt. Ron simply couldn't bear the rejection. So he kept his feelings to himself, and tried to pretend it was nothing. He couldn't bear the thought of losing Hermione's friendship. She was much too important to him to risk losing over some silly feelings. All right everyone, good practice. Harry said to his team as they touched down after practice. I think we're going to do really well this Saturday. That's it. Get a shower and some rest. He said, dismissing them. The team began heading up to the locker rooms when Harry had a sudden urge. He couldn't explain it, he just knew he had to act. Ginny, could you hold back a minute? The redhead fifth year turned and gave a sweet smile that made Harry quiver. Sure Harry. I wanted to ask, that is, Harry stammered. What is it Harry? Ginny asked, growing concerned. Harry sighed and ran his hand through his already messy hair. He hadn't know what had come over him, but now he wished he'd not said anything and let her go. She stared at him with her bright blue eyes, a look of worry on her face. Harry had no choice. I know this is embarrassing, but I have to ask, how serious are you and Dean? Ginny's expression hardened instantly. Did Ron put you up to this? I'll hex his bits off. Ginny said, preparing to march up to the locker rooms. No, I'm asking. Harry said, reaching out to hold the angry redhead back. I'm asking for me. Ginny stopped dead and turned back to look at Harry. His cheeks could have lit up the night with as red as they were. He was staring at the ground and nervously shuffling his feet. Wow, was all Ginny could say. Yeah, you know what, just forget I asked anything. I don't know why I did. Harry, you have no idea how I wanted to hear you say that. If it had been last year, I would have thrown you to the ground and snogged you until you couldn't see straight. But a lot has changed. You've no idea, Harry thought. I got to truly see you last year. I was able to put aside my ridiculous idea of who you were and really see you, Harry. I think you wonderful, and any girl would be lucky to have you. But that girl isn't me. I've grown up, and my feelings for you have changed, Harry. Harry felt strange. He had never expected to hear this from Ginny. It was widely remarked on how Ginny felt about him. Or rather, had felt about him. He didn't know what he had expected, but this hadn't been it. I'm sorry, Harry. I just don't feel like that about you anymore. I'm so very sorry. It's okay, Ginny. Really. To be honest, it never would have worked out, but I needed to hear it. Ginny looked taken aback. If it wouldn't have worked out, why did you ask about me and Dean? I'd like to tell you, but I don't know if you'd believe it. In fact, I don't believe it, but it's happening. Harry, we're friends. That's not going to change. You've become one of my greatest friends. I thought you knew you could trust me. You did share the prophecy with me. I suppose you're right. Okay, here goes. And Harry began to fill Ginny in on everything, from his growing feelings for her, right down to the betrothal contract, though he did leave Daphne's name out of it. Ginny remained calm, though she came close to tears as Harry revealed how he'd been feeling for her. She couldn't help wishing it had come 1 year earlier, but she had matured, and her childish crush on the great Harry Potter had fallen away as she had begun dating other boys. It was through those experiences that helped her chip away the rose-colored image of Harry and see who he truly was. As it fell away, she became more comfortable around him and they had been able to speak and truly become friends. And then one day her crush was gone. Her romantic feelings were replaced by more family-like emotions. He had become another brother, one that she proudly stood beside in the Department of Mysteries. Ginny Weasley's dream of marrying Harry Potter had evaporated into nothingness. When did you learn of the contract? Ginny asked, trying to brush aside the mourning of her childhood. On the train. It's pretty much unbreakable. Oh, Harry, I can't imagine what you're going through. Is she at least nice? I don't really know that yet. We've only just begun getting to know each other. He admitted. Is she pretty? Ginny asked slyly, nudging Harry with her shoulder. Yeah, she is. I guess I got lucky there. Well, I suggest you let her see the real Harry Potter. I know things are really screwed up for you, but you can make this into whatever you want it to be. You have to decide. Do all girls believe in the fairy tale ending? Harry asked, chagrined. It's our nature to believe in the power of love, Harry. Contrary to what you might believe, there is truly no magic stronger. You just have to open up your heart and believe it's possible. With that, Ginny Weasley went into the girls' locker room. Harry stared at the door for a moment before going into the boys' locker room. As he changed, he thought about everything Ginny had said. Her feelings had changed, and she was no longer interested in him. It had hurt to hear, but Harry knew that he needed to hear it, and needed her to say it. Harry was unsure why, but he had a strange feeling that something was about to happen. You really know where the room of requirement is. This isn't some lame joke to distract me, and stop me asking about your date. Tracy asked as she followed her best friend up another staircase. She had asked the same question every 50 feet or so since they had left their dorm room. It was not a date. Daphne stamped her foot, facing her friend angrily. It wasn't a date, damn it. All right, calm down, I'm just giving you grief. Tracy said, hands held up in surrender. Well, I don't need it. Don't you think my bloody life is problematic enough as it is? I don't need you constantly reminding me that I am stuck with him. The B. Owen said irritably, her face reddening with her frustration. Okay. I'm sorry. I was just trying to lighten your mood here. I don't know why you're not embracing this. You've got something that more than half the female populace would kill for. Even girls in our house would love to get their claws into him. Daphne shook her head and started off again. She didn't want to think about Pansy Parkinson snogging Harry Potter, or worse, Millicent Bulstrode taking full advantage of her size and getting what she wanted from the boy who lived. Daphne suppressed a gag and shook her head clear of that image. So where is it, again? Tracy asked, a faint smile on her jovial face. 7th floor. Come on. The two girls finished the trek to the 7th floor in silence. They had decided they were going to experiment with the room of requirement that evening. The idea had come as Tracy was absent-mindedly babbling about the perfect bathroom, and luxuriating in a bath that smelled of vanilla and peach, and soothing music would be played while she soaked and relaxed. Earlier that day, they had been using their own cramped bathroom with their roommates, Pansy and Millicent. It had been cramped and Pansy had nearly exploded with rage when Daphne accidentally bumped her while she was applying makeup. All day Tracy had been fantasizing about a bathroom that she could relax in a bath instead of a shower. Someplace she wouldn't have to share with others. Her own private sanctuary. This had Daphne thinking as well. Daphne had suddenly remembered Harry's words about the room of requirement becoming whatever you needed it to be, and the idea was born. And so the two girls had decided to go to the room and experiment to see if they could create the perfect bathroom. Okay, so we're supposed to walk in front of this portrait 3 times concentrating on what we need. Daphne said as they approached the portrait of Barnabas the Barmy. So what do we need? Tracy asked. We should be asking for the same thing, right? Let's just ask for a room with a bathtub. We can figure the rest out later. Daphne suggested. They began pacing in front of the portrait, both of them concentrating hard on a room with a large bathtub. On the 3rd try, they stopped and looked about. Okay, what next? Tracy asked. That was it. There's supposed to be a door here. Daphne pointed. Maybe we did it wrong. Try it by yourself. Maybe both of us thinking is confusing it or something. Tracy suggested. Daphne nodded and once again began pacing in front of where the room was supposed to be, thinking hard of a bathroom. But when she stopped, nothing had happened. What the hell? I did exactly as he said. Daphne complained. Why isn't it working? Maybe you forgot to do something, or maybe he didn't tell you everything. Ask him about it when you see him on Wednesday. I'm going to make him show me how this damned room works. Daphne huffed, folding her arms across her chest. I bet he just told me all that stuff just to see if I'd try it so he could have a good laugh. I still think you did it wrong. Tracy said, rubbing her friend's back as they walked away. I'm going to make him sorry he played some silly prank on me. Daphne vowed. As they walked away, neither girl noticed a door forming out of the wall they had just left. When the door was fully formed, Draco Malfoy stepped out, looking a little ill. His normally pale skin had a greenish tinge to it, and he was sweating profusely. He looked carefully down the hall to make sure no one was present and he left the room of requirement. The door faded from existence and Draco slumped against the wall, breathing heavily. He had heard the two girls complaining about not being able to get into the room, and was thankful that the room had not granted access. He neither wanted nor needed questions as to his actions. Draco began rubbing his left forearm soothingly. It had been close. He had been close to being caught, and Draco began to wonder if he should get lookouts. Crabbe and Goyle would do it, but he couldn't use them. If anyone saw them hanging out in this corridor they would get suspicious, and Draco couldn't afford that. The last thing he needed was someone following him about. Now, he would need another solution. But he was tired now. He needed rest desperately. Draco pulled himself up off the floor and began making his way down to the dungeons. In the morning, he would give some thought on getting someone to watch out for him. Oh, Harry. I'm really sorry. Hermione said sympathetically. She and Harry had found an empty classroom where they were trying some new spells Harry had looked up. He was almost positive now that he would not be learning any advanced spells in his lessons with Dumbledore, but felt strange about asking the headmaster about it. Though it was frustrating, the headmaster was still a teacher, and someone who Harry respected, though he was beginning to question that as well. But at the moment, none of that mattered. Harry had just shared his conversation with Ginny from the evening before. Ron was serving a detention with McGonagall, which Harry was thankful for, because he was sure he would feel uncomfortable talking about Ginny in front of her brother. I don't even know why I asked. It's not like we could have been together. That doesn't change your feelings, though. I kind of feel responsible. I'm the one who told her she should try to get over her crush on you. She was always so embarrassed in front of you. I knew that you'd never notice her if she couldn't even hold a conversation with you. I thought it was good she was getting out there and becoming more comfortable with who she was. Hermione shrugged. It was. I liked that she was talking to me, and she didn't turn bright red all the time. I don't even why I suddenly started noticing her. Harry said, flicking his wand but not uttering the spell. He was trying hard to master non-verbal spells, with little success. Why can't I get this? He shouted in frustration. Maybe we should quit for tonight. Hermione suggested. You're not focusing, and you're upset. I'm fine. Harry snarled. No, you're not, Harry. Hermione countered. Why do you have to be so bloody noble all the damn time? Harry stood straight and looked at his best friend oddly. He had never heard Hermione curse. In fact, she was always chastising he and Ron for their language. It's me, Harry. You don't need to always lock away your feelings. I'm your friend, and I'm here for you. I'm not going to judge you or think less of you. I want to help you, but I can't if you're just going to lock everything up. She said crossly. What do you want me to say, Hermione? That I got my heart broken. That this stupid contract is making me miserable. That I feel like my life isn't my own at all. The whole world sees me as the answer to all their problems. I'm supposed to fight and somehow kill the most powerful dark wizard ever known, and I don't have a bloody clue how to do that. On top of that, now I have a magically binding contract that says I have to marry a girl I have no interest in. What next? Am I going to have to care for Snape and Trelawney's love child? I've had enough of having all the decisions in my life made for me, and I'm bloody sick to death of everyone trying to tell me to make the best of it. With that, Harry thought of the blasting curse and blew a hole in the wall of the classroom. Both he and Hermione were stunned by the damage he had leveled on the wall. Silently, Harry thanked whoever was watching over them that he hadn't been pointing his wand at Hermione. Whoa, Hermione whispered. I guess I've got a handle on the blasting curse now. Harry said, softly. I don't even think I can repair that. We're going to have to get. But at that moment Professor Flitwick happened by and quickly stepped into the class. My goodness, is everyone all right? He asked in his squeaky little voice. Yes, sir, Harry uttered. I'm not sure how I did it. No matter, so long as no one was hurt. But please, be careful in the future. Someone could have been walking by and been hurt by the wall exploding. The charms professor gave a swish of his wand and the wall repaired itself, leaving no trace that Harry had blasted a super-size hole in it. Perhaps it would be best if you went back to your common room. Maybe worked on an essay or read a book. Just give the spell practice a rest for the night, the diminutive professor said cheerily, waving them out of the class. Harry and Hermione gathered up their things and headed up to Gryffindor Tower. That was a really powerful spell, Harry. How did you manage to put so much power behind it? Was it because you're really frustrated, you think? I don't want to talk about it, Hermione. Let's just drop it, Harry said gloomily. Oh, good. Mr. Broodi's back. What a treat. Hermione said icily. What? I hate when you get like this. I know your life is anything but fair, and yes, there's a lot on your shoulders, but I'm trying to help. Maybe instead of whining about all your problems you should step up and do something about them. Grow up and take charge of the situation. And what do you suggest, Hermione? I simply ask Voldemort to leave everyone alone. Wag my finger at him and say, bad dog. And what exactly do you propose I do about the contract? I can't just tear it up. Harry raged. You are such a child when you're like this. Fine, I'll spell it out for you. Ask Dumbledore to show you something other than memories. Demand it. As for your romance problem, you might just get your head out of your ass and make an effort with Daphne. Hermione all but shrieked in frustration and stomped off, leaving a very annoyed Harry alone in the corridor, seething at how his best friend had just spoken to him. What angered Harry the most was that she was most likely right. Though his life was a mess right now, only he truly had the power to change it. Harry didn't speak to Hermione the rest of the night. When he got back to the tower, he went straight to bed. The first Quidditch match of the season was the next morning, and Harry was sure he wasn't going to sleep well. There was far too much to think about now. Harry's anger didn't fade during the night. In fact, it seemed to grow in intensity. He got up and prepared himself for breakfast, grumbling to himself the entire time. When he made it down to the Great Hall, he joined Ron, who was sitting across from Hermione. The girl gave a spiteful look at Harry and buried herself behind her paper. Harry just pulled the plate of toast to himself and tore into a piece. "Looks like a good day for it," Ron said, talking cheerily about the upcoming match. "Yeah," Harry said, trying to hide the bitterness. "All right," Ron said irritably. "What is it? Ever since our last practice you've had this corncob up your ass and you've been in a right snit. What the hell is going on with you?" "Nothing, just leave it alone," Harry warned. "Mate, this is getting really ridiculous. Maybe if you just told us, we might be able to." "You know what's ridiculous, Ron? Either of you knowing a damn thing that could help me. Neither of you has ever really dated anyone. Hermione's at least key. Ed someone, have you? For either of you to even contemplate being able to understand or help me is just plain delusional," Harry said, slamming his fork onto the table, and left the Great Hall, frightening few second years who were coming to breakfast. What the hell was that all about? Ginny asked, sitting down next to Hermione, who was fighting back tears. Ginny had overheard, as did most of the Great Hall, Harry's rant. "I'm wondering the same thing," Ron said, still staring at the door Harry had just left through, trying desperately to hide his obvious embarrassment. "It's the contract and what happened between you two the other night." Hermione sniffled. "Oh," Ginny said knowingly. "Can someone fill me in?" Ron said, turning to face the two girls. Ginny explained how Harry had revealed his feelings and she had let him down. Ron looked astonished by the revelation. "I thought you loved him." "I had a crush on him." "It's not the same thing," Ginny said sadly. "Then he told me it wouldn't have worked out because there's a marriage contract between him and someone else." "Did he tell you who it was?" Hermione asked curiously. "No, and I didn't ask. I told him he'll always be my friend and whatever he wants to share with me, I'll be there to hear it." "It's," Ron began when Hermione cut him off. "Harry's business." She glared at the redhead. "If he wants Ginny to know, he'll say something. Personally, I think Harry and this girl have a chance at something really good, but he's so stubborn and angry right now, he's not giving it a chance. Not that she's helping it, either. Come on, Ron, we've got to get out to the pitch. We can talk about this later," Ginny said, raising. Ron stood as well, and the siblings left their friend alone with her paper and her thoughts. Hermione just wanted to see her best friend happy. Harry was a truly wonderful person, she knew better than most what he was capable of. He was one of the kindest, most generous, sweetest boys she had ever known. He had been through so much pain, and still had remained truly amazing. Hermione glanced across the hall to the B.O. Slytherin girl who was sitting alone, twirling her fork among her eggs and reading the morning edition of the Daily Prophet. The girl who was to one day be Harry's wife. Daphne Greengrass. Hermione had spoken to her a few days before when the B.O. had approached her with questions regarding Harry. Hermione had helped the girl, because she felt she was helping Harry to find some kind of happiness. From all reports, their encounter had gone well. Harry had even mentioned that Daphne had made him laugh. Hermione didn't know much about Daphne. Only that she was very intelligent, and a good student, usually top in class right behind herself. Perhaps it was time to change that. Maybe, Hermione thought. I need a new friend. I have been hanging out with boys too much. In the history of Hogwarts Quidditch matches, today's match was one of the fiercest, most intense nail-biters ever. From the first whistle, both teams set out to prove their superiority. Several times there was a serious race for the snitch, but the elusive little ball always slipped away as Harry and the new seeker for the Slytherin team pushed, and nudged, and maneuvered to be the one to catch the golden snitch first. Ginny led the Gryffindor chasers well. She, Demla and Katie had become the very best chasers Gryffindor had ever had. They moved well together, almost as if they could read each other's thoughts. Very quickly they elevated Gryffindor's score, while keeping the quaffle out of Slytherin's hands. The most talked about part of the game was not the seekers or the chasers, however. It was the new, more confident Ron Weasley. From the moment he took the sky, he had everyone's attention. In the past, it was to see how fantastically he would screw up even the most basic of blocks, but no more. Today he was bold, and stunning with his saves. The Slytherin team had a very hard time getting the quaffle past him. Harry had to admit he'd never seen Ron perform better. Ron's newfound confidence in front of the hoops was commented upon much by the game's commentator, Zacharias Smith, who had begun the game by insulting Harry's choices in picking out his new team. However, Smith was forced to eat his words only moments later when Harry's team began to show the entire school what Gryffindor was capable of. It was a spectacular victory for the Scarlet and Gold team. Gryffindor won over Slytherin 240-70. It had been a spectacular end to an already intense game when Harry and the Seeker for Slytherin once again found themselves racing after the snitch together. Harry was clearly in the lead, but the opposing Seeker was not going to just roll over and let Harry have it. The two soared as fast as their brooms could manage. The snitch was proving to be just barely unreachable, but the Seekers did not let up in their pursuit. The Slytherin Seeker was able to get alongside Harry, and began slamming his bigger body into Harry, hoping to knock Harry off his broom, or lose momentum, anything to slow the Gryffindor Seeker down. Several times, Harry reached out to grab the snitch, but his rival would smash his body into Harry's shoulder, allowing the snitch to escape. They followed the snitch closely, and as they drew close to the ground, the snitch began barreling near the stands. This gave Harry an idea. As the Slytherin Seeker began to set himself to ram Harry's side once again, Harry pulled up, and barrel rolled over the bigger boy, who crashed hard into the stands, smashing his broom in the crash. Harry leaned as far forward as he could and snatched the little golden ball out of the air. The crowd exploded in cheers and jeers as the Gryffindor golden boy raised his hand in victory, the little golden ball struggling for freedom. Ron and Harry were the last two in the locker room after the game, and Ron sat heavily on the bench, staring angrily at his best friend. Harry looked at Ron, waiting for the explosion. "I'm going to say this, and I want you to listen very carefully. You were out of line this morning," Ron said coolly. Harry looked up, a bit confused. He had expected Ron to just start yelling, possibly even swinging his fists. "Those things I told you were in confidence. Not for you to blurt out when you got annoyed with me. No matter how angry I am at you, I would never tell someone your secrets." That was really low. Harry, who had vented much of his anger on the pitch, flying like a bat out of hell all day, suddenly began feeling guilty. He nodded slowly as he thought on Ron's words. The redhead was right, Harry had hit below the belt that morning. He hadn't meant to just blurt out Ron's feelings for Hermione while the Very Witch was sitting across from them, but his anger at Hermione, and his annoyance with people trying to interfere, had reached its limit. The worst part was, Harry knew they weren't trying to interfere, but just be good friends and help him. Such was his ire, that he didn't choose to see it that way. Now that time had passed and the match had gone well, Harry was thinking a bit clearer. "I'm sorry, mate. It's just that I'm all messed up right now. I'm feeling really pressured by everything, and it got away from me. I understand. No one should ever have to go through what you have, much less have so much heaped upon you. It's a right shame, but that doesn't mean you can treat me, or Hermione, like you did. We're only trying to help you here. I know. I got it. But this thing with Greengrass, I have to do it alone. I get it. Just remember who your friends are, and try not to make more enemies. I think you've got enough on your plate already." With that, Ron got up and left his best friend to think over what he had said. Harry truly felt horrible. Ron and Hermione were just trying to help him, quite possibly the only ones who were, in fact. And here he was, treating them like rubbish. What's worse, it was Ron, the one who Hermione swore had the emotional range of a teaspoon, who had pointed it out. Ron, who was so bloody thick he couldn't see that Hermione shared similar feelings to his own. It couldn't get much worse, Harry thought. He finished changing and began making his way back to Gryffindor Tower, where surely the party would be in full swing. As he walked, Harry thought how he really didn't feel like celebrating, yet he knew he should talk to Hermione. He needed his friends. Who else would he turn to when things got dark? Who else could he laugh with, cry with? Who else truly knew him? As expected, the Gryffindor common room was a wall of noise as he passed through the portrait hole. Seamus greeted him with a pat on the back, while Parvati, who was on Seamus' arm, gave a friendly wave before the two disappeared into the crowd. Colin and Dennis Creevy, who had been taking photographs of the party, stopped to shake his hand. Several younger girls tried chatting him up, but he politely excused himself to seek out his friends. His stomach gave a lurch and sank when he saw Dean and Ginny celebrating together in a corner, but his world nearly crashed when he finally found Hermione and Ron. They were standing together in the back of the common room, very closely. Hermione looked happy, though there were a few tears on her cheeks. Ron was holding her hands in his, and he had a goofy kind of smile. They were whispering, or appeared to be anyway, as it was so loud in the common room. Then, Ron bent forward and gently kissed at Hermione's lips. Harry stopped cold, and his breath hitched. He turned and left the party, seeking some place quiet. He wasn't angry, per se. But he suddenly felt more alone than he ever had. He scolded himself for his jealousy. Hermione and Ron deserved to be happy just as much as he did, and who the hell was he to stop it? My life is so unfair. He growled when he made it to the astronomy tower. He leaned on the wall and stared out over the grounds. He was angrier than he'd ever felt. Angry at himself for his jealousy and pettiness. Angry at Ron and Hermione for finally finding the courage to admit their feelings. Angry at Ginny for not returning his feelings for her. Angry at Dumbledore for not being able to destroy the marriage contract. Angry at his parents for signing the damn thing, and angry at Daphne Greengrass because she existed. And then it all evaporated and became something worse. Hopelessness. Harry sank down to the floor and hung his head in shame and self-pity. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter actually contemplated ending it all, just so he wouldn't feel so pathetic, helpless and alone anymore. "Harry," called a voice. "The map says he's up here," said another. Hermione came out into the cold night air and gasped when she saw her best friend sitting against the wall looking so sad. "Oh, dear. Harry, are you all right?" she asked. "Oi, mate, what happened?" Harry looked at his two best friends in the world, and was suddenly overcome by all of his emotion. For the first time in all the time that Hermione and Ron had ever known him, Harry Potter broke down. "I can't do this anymore," he said through his tears. "I can't do any of it. It's just too much." Hermione sat next to her friend and wrapped her arms around him, holding him tightly. "Yes, you can, Harry," she said softly. "You're stronger than you realize." "I'm alone. I'm so lost." "You've never been alone," Ron said sadly. "We've always been with you." "Not anymore. You've finally taken the leap. There's no place for me anymore," Harry said mournfully. Hermione looked a little guiltily at Ron, who suddenly found the sky very interesting. She sighed and held Harry a bit tighter. "Listen to me, Harry," Hermione said, with as much confidence and pride as she could. "There is always going to be a place for you with us. If it wasn't for you, Ron and I might never have gotten the courage to admit our feelings. I know you were angry this morning, and what you said hurt, but it was true, and when Ron got back to the common room, we talked. It's because of you that we're together, and we wanted to tell you first. I saw you in the common room, and then I came here. I couldn't handle it all," Harry admitted. "Not how we wanted you to find out." Ron shrugged, as he sat down on the cold stone floor. "It's not fair. I'm happy for you guys, I really am. But I feel cheated," Hermione queried. "It's horrible that you're not free to make your own choices, or that Ginny is moved on just when you're finally seeing her for who she really is. But Harry, you have to move on. Dwelling on it isn't going to fix anything, and you're going to miss out if you keep pining over Ginny." "I know. It just really hurts right now," Harry said, finally settling down. He took several long breaths and calmed himself. He was now thoroughly embarrassed by his show of weakness. "You have every right to feel hurt, Harry. But you've got to let it all go," Hermione said, loosening her grip on her friend. "It isn't just that. You were right last night, Hermione. I need real help from Dumbledore. I have to find a way to defeat Voldemort. You can count on us, mate," Ron said confidently. "We'll be with you all the way and we'll stand right beside you when it comes down to you." And Ron took a great gulp of air, as if steeling himself, and then turned to face Harry. "V. Voldemort." It came out in a whisper, but Harry had seen something he never imagined he would see. His friend, who, like so many in their world, had been deathly afraid to speak the name, had finally done it. Ron Weasley had spoken the Dark Lord's name. "Wow," Hermione said, stunned. Harry felt something in his chest he hadn't felt in a while. Pride. It means a lot, Ron. Thanks, mate. Ron merely nodded, still shaking a bit, as if he expected the Dark Lord to materialize and take vengeance upon the redhead. We should get back to the tower. It's getting late, Hermione said as she rose to her feet, reaching out to take both Harry's and Ron's hands. Both boys reached out and got a little help getting up from their friend. Look, Harry, we know things are going to change, but that doesn't make our friendship any less important. Ron said meaningfully. We're always going to be here when you need us. Hermione nodded, as she was enveloped by Ron. I know, Harry said, and I really am happy for you both. I just need some time to adjust. Give me that, will you? Of course. Hermione smiled gently as Ron nodded. Harry knew it would be tough, but he would get through this. His only wish was that Sirius was still around so he could have someone else to talk to about things. So, with a heavy heart, Harry followed the new couple back to Gryffindor Tower, where he climbed into bed and fell asleep, exhausted from his emotional hurricane. Daphne Greengrass was angry. No, angry was too soft. Daphne was livid. She had waited and Harry Potter, that hippogriff's ass, had not shown up for their meeting. While she had waited for him to arrive, she had been able to open the room of requirement. She had puzzled over why it had worked this time and not when Tracy had been with her. She had made a similar room to the one she and Harry had used the week previous, and was quite proud of herself. That all faded when, by 7:30, there was still no sign of the Gryffindor Golden Boy. Daphne gave it up and made her way back to the Slytherin dungeons, fuming over Potter's obvious disrespect for her the entire way. Who in the bloody hell did that pompous jackass think he was? She had wasted valuable time waiting for him so they could at least pretend to be interested in one another and trying to form some kind of bond so the marriage wouldn't be so horrible. Daphne felt such irritation as she finally got back to her common room and went straight to her dorm where she couldn't stop pacing and grumbling about contracts, respect and boys. Tracy had seen her friend storm into Slytherin House, frightening many younger students, and even a few older ones, and followed the fuming bee, owned into the dorm where Daphne unleashed a stream of curses that would have made sailors blush. So he never showed up? Tracy asked, brushing some strands of auburn hair behind her ear. I don't know, do I? Daphne snarled. I got tired of waiting and came back here. What if he got held up? What if he's there now? Tracy posed the scenario. Then, he can believe I stood him up. If that arrogant prick thinks I'm going to wait on him like some giggling fangirl, he's got another thing coming. I mean, if he couldn't make it, why not get a note to me, have Granger say something? If he's not interested in trying to forge some kind of bond, fine, but don't keep me waiting like some tart. Oh, my God. Tracy snickered, covering her mouth with her hands. You like him? What? Daphne asked, looked horrified. I most certainly do not. You do, too. You'd never be this peeved if any other boy stood you up. You like Poe. Finish that sentence, and I will remove your lips. Daphne threatened. Fine, but are you really trying to tell me that you feel no attraction to him? None whatsoever. Tracy prodded cautiously. Daphne was already very angry, and Tracy knew full well what her best friend was capable of. Tracy also knew Daphne incredibly well, sometimes better than the bee-owned girl herself did. Fine, I admit that he does have some nice qualities. Daphne scowled, folding her arms across her chest defiantly. Tracy knew that she had cracked the Ice Queen's armor a bit. She had been trying hard for the last 2 months to get the girl to see past the contract and Potter's fame, and really see the boy underneath it all. Such as. Tracy pushed. What is this? An inquisition? You're completely missing the point. Daphne tried to deflect the question. Which is that you're upset because you got stood up by a boy that you like? Tracy rolled her eyes. That is not the point. Daphne shrieked. That is so far from the point that I don't know what it is. Okay, let's examine this situation from another angle. Were you looking forward to this evening, even the tiniest bit? Be honest, now. Daphne huffed and turned away from Tracy, finding her blankets quite fascinating. She knew what Tracy was up to with the questions, but Daphne knew that she most certainly didn't like Harry Potter. But if she were honest with herself, she was looking forward to speaking to him this evening. She had learned a bit about him, and was hoping to glean some more information on him. Fine. Somewhere deep inside I may have ever so slightly been looking forward to seeing him tonight. Daphne sighed, annoyed at herself now. Good. Tracy smiled knowingly. Do you not find him even the littlest bit cute? All right. Daphne shouted, her fists clenched so tightly that her hands were white as new sheets as she turned to face her friend again. Tracy sat smirking coyly on her own bed. I admit that as a hormonal, 16-year-old girl, I find him a bit on the good-looking side. Yes, he has very attractive eyes. Yes, his hair, while being a right disaster, has a sort of charm to it. And yes, I admit that when we last spoke, it was not an unpleasant experience, but none of that means I like him. You're right. Tracy grinned. But, if that is true, why are you so furious that he never showed up, or gave you any indication he wouldn't be there tonight? You would have never even batted an eyelash were it any other boy, even Jean-Pierre in 4th year. So, why are your knickers all in a twist over this incident? Daphne stared hard at her best friend, thinking it all over in her head. Was it possible that she might actually have some spark of feeling for Harry Potter after all? No, that was just ridiculous. Tracy was simply twisting everything up because she had found the entire situation more enjoyable than any other thing in her life. You need to find a boy to snog and forget about my love life. Daphne seethed. Oh, my dear sweet Daphne, don't you be worrying about my virtue. I got someone looking after it already. What? Daphne asked flabbergasted. You are too easy. Tracy cackled madly. Daphne balled up her fists, stamped her foot, and shrieked with rage before climbing into her bed, pulling the curtains closed viciously. Harry had received a note earlier in the day asking him to once again join the headmaster that evening. He had arrived on time and entered the headmaster's office. Dumbledore greeted him with his customary smile and asked Harry to sit across from him. Harry sat down and took a deep breath. Before Dumbledore could begin their history lesson, Harry asked the thing that had been weighing on his mind since Hermione had screamed at him last Thursday evening. Sir, I've been thinking about our lessons. I know you believe them to be important, but for the life of me, I can't figure out how. How is seeing bits of memory going to teach me how to defeat Voldemort? Wouldn't our time together be better spent with you showing me new spells? I don't mean to be rude, sir, but this doesn't make any sense. You could have just told me all this stuff and we could have moved on. Dumbledore stared at Harry for a long time, his face was startled by Harry's outburst. The headmaster stood up without a word and went to the pensive. He began pacing back and forth, occasionally regarding Harry, who watched him. Finally, Dumbledore spoke, his voice even and calm. Harry, I have collected all these memories to show you something, which I myself still do not understand. We are building to an answer which I have only theorized. As we examine these memories, it is not only you who are learning, but I as well. But, perhaps you are right. While we are learning of Voldemort's past, and the secret to his final destruction, I have neglected to remember that it is you who will face him in the end. Even if we accomplish what I believe we must, it is still you who will confront him in the end. The headmaster nodded thoughtfully. Very well. Unfortunately, my time is quite limited, and I cannot yet reveal to you what I must, as I do not believe I understand it all myself. But I will make arrangements for you to begin an advanced tutelage. Perhaps Professor Flitwick would acquiesce to giving you some special training, while Professor Snape would help with advanced spell work. Harry cringed at the thought of Snape demonstrating advanced curses and hexes on him, but Harry had to admit it was something. Still, Harry felt it was not as good as Dumbledore himself instructing him. Sir, why can't you show me? Harry asked, hopeful that the headmaster would change his mind. Ah, Harry, I am well aware of yours and Professor Snape's dislike for one another, but there is no one more skilled that I know than he. I am afraid that we have little choice. My time with you is limited, and there is much I must share with you. All will be revealed in time, and I beg of you to not ask too many questions. I promise that you will understand it all soon enough. Now, we must get to it, Harry. Rest assured that I will make sure your concerns are taken care of. 2 hours later, Harry tiredly stumbled into the Gryffindor common room where Ron and Hermione were awaiting him. They were sitting quite close on the sofa in front of the fire. Though he was quite happy for them, it still gave him a small stab of jealousy to see them so happy. So, what happened? Hermione asked anxiously. They had all talked earlier, and Harry had informed them that he was going to confront Dumbledore on the topic of his lessons. They had all agreed that Harry needed more knowledge than what he was receiving from the headmaster. He's going to get Flitwick and Snape to help teach me spells, and, as I was leaving, he gave me this book to look at, but he's too convinced that these stupid memories are important. In fact, he wants me to get a memory from Slughorn. The one he showed me tonight, he said was the most important memory, but it turns out Slughorn altered it somehow, and Dumbledore wants me to get the real one. A memory from Professor Slughorn. Hermione asked, a little awed. What was it? One of Slughorn's dinner parties from years ago. Riddle stayed behind to ask about something called a Horcrux, but the memory went all fuzzy and weird. Dumbledore say that Slughorn must be covering it to protect himself, and that the true memory is still within Slughorn's mind. He say that I need to persuade Slughorn to give it to me. Harry finished, shrugging. How? Ron asked, incensed. If Dumbledore can't convince Slughorn to give it to him, he must think you can somehow charm it out of him. Hermione said. If Dumbledore thinks it's important, you should really try to get it. Weren't you the one who said that these memories were rubbish? Harry asked the now blushing bookworm. Yes, but that doesn't mean they are. Obviously there's something to them, or why would he be so adamant about you seeing them? I still wish we could skip it all and he would just give me the overview. Harry sighed. I could have been doing anything else. I could have been looking up new spells, or study for my charms quiz, or even been talking to Daphne. Hermione asked, quirking an eyebrow. Harry stopped and looked harshly at Hermione for a moment, before realization hit him. What is today? He asked, slightly panicked. Wednesday. Why? Ron asked curiously. Oh, bloody hell, Harry said, his hands going to his head in frustration. I totally forgot. Forgot what? Ron was looking confused. I think he was supposed to meet Daphne tonight. Hermione said sympathetically. When I got Dumbledore's note, I forgot everything else. Wait, you didn't warn her you wouldn't be there. Hermione sat up quickly. Harry simply shook his head sadly. Oh, Harry. Hermione shook her head. Oh, I don't envy you at all, mate. Who knows what she'll cook up to make you pay for it? Ron snickered. Maybe I can talk to her tomorrow or something. Explain what happened. Except, I don't want anyone to see us talking. Neither of us want anyone to know about what's happening. Harry admitted. I can understand that, but it's going to make things difficult for you both. Hermione offered. I'll find a way, Harry said with finality. I'm sure she'll understand when I explain it. The next morning, Harry looked for Daphne in the Great Hall, but she never showed up. His first class was Charms with Slytherin, so he was sure she would be there and he might be able to get her attention and keep her after class to explain. As he was making his way to class with Ron and Hermione, he was grabbed roughly from behind and pulled into an empty classroom. Ron spun on his heel to help his friend, but the door shut hard in the redhead's face. Ron pulled his wand, preparing to blast through the door when Hermione's hand tugged on his arm. Ron, they need to work this out themselves. She smiled lightly. Who? The thick-headed Gryffindor asked. Harry and Daphne. How do you know it's just her? What if she's got friends helping her? Ron, leave it be. Harry will be fine. Let's go, or we're going to be late. Trust me. Ron looked like he wanted to protest. He was truly torn between trusting his new girlfriend and helping his best friend who Ron believed to be in mortal peril. However, with another insistent tug on his arm, Ron followed his girlfriend to class. Somehow, Ron knew that if Harry were truly in danger, it would have been Hermione leading the charge into the classroom. Still, as they walked away, Ron kept looking back to the closed door, wondering what might be happening to his best friend. Who the bloody hell do you think you are, Potter? Daphne said as she shoved Harry into the wall. Harry had never seen the bee-owned girl so angry. Daphne held him pushed against the wall, her eyes blazing with her indignation. Harry looked a bit surprised by Daphne's strength, but wisely chose not to speak at that moment. What do you mean by standing me up last night? Do you think it's funny? Get a kick out of manipulating girls. I'm not to be trifled with. Can I explain? Harry asked, a little bit of trepidation in his voice. I got a note from Dumbledore asking me to meet with him. I forgot about our arrangement. I'm really sorry. How convenient. You got a note from Dumbledore and you just forgot. Didn't even think to get a message to me and let me know. I waited for half an hour, Potter. Really? Harry asked, a little surprised. Daphne glared daggers at him, and Harry realized it had been the wrong thing to say. Yes, really. Then, I had to suffer teasing from my best friend, all because of you. This isn't a game to me, Potter. I'm beginning to think death would be preferable than being married to you. But I really did get a note from Dumbledore. Harry tried again. Daphne snarled and then she punched Harry as hard as she could. Harry stumbled a bit, his hands going to his mouth where Daphne's fist had connected. Daphne shook her hand out and glared at Harry. She flipped her hair and stormed out of class, leaving Harry staring blankly after her. Well, at least she understood, Harry thought sarcastically. She actually hit you? Hermione asked for the third time. Harry was hard-pressed to find the humor in the situation as Hermione and Ron had. They were seated in the Great Hall at lunch a few hours after the incident in question. Harry had shown up 15 minutes late for charms. His lip bleeding and swollen. His appearance had caused more than a few snickers from the Slytherins in class. Harry had noted, with distaste, Draco Malfoy's obvious glee with his rival's pain. "Do you need to see the nurse, Mr. Potter?" Flitwick had asked. "No, sir," Harry said bitterly. He caught Daphne's eye for a moment. She still looked quite angry, and more than a little satisfied. Harry also noted that Daphne had switched hands during class, he guessed because her right hand was still sore from punching him. "I can't believe you let her hit you." Ron grinned. "I didn't see it coming." Harry shrugged. "I got to make this right. She thinks I made it up so she'd wait for me. Like I'm playing some sort of game with her or something. You're going to have to do something big, Harry," Hermione advised. "Something to show her that you take this seriously. That might be hard. I got the distinct impression that she might not want to talk to me anymore," Harry said, looking over to the Slytherin table where Daphne was sitting with Tracy. Harry had seen her glaring in his direction a few times during lunch. "Maybe I could talk to her," Hermione offered. "We have arithmancy together this afternoon. Maybe she'll listen to me." "You'd do that?" Harry asked hopefully. "Harry, you're my friend. I want to help." Hermione smiled. Hermione had been planning to speak with Daphne as it was. She had begun thinking that Harry needed help with the bee-owned girl anyway, and she had been trying to think of a way to help her friend with his predicament. This way, she didn't have to be so secretive about it. "I'll try to talk to her today. Hermione, you are the best. Mr. Potter." The voice was unmistakable. It was smooth and icy. Tyrannical and condemning. It was Snape. Harry turned to face the spiteful teacher, who was eyeing him strangely. "The headmaster has informed me that you wish to have advanced lessons with me." "As you are," Snape seemed to be choking on the next part of his speech. "Seemingly ahead of your peers, I have agreed. You will report to my class at 7 this evening where we will discuss your tutelage." Snape left in a flurry of black cloak, leaving Harry a bit stunned. "Did he just pay me a compliment?" he asked incredulously to his friends, who were just as stunned as he was. "You want us to use polyjuice to turn into little girls?" Crabbe asked, staring hard at Malfoy. Draco Malfoy and his two ape-like cronies, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, were seated as far away from the rest of their Slytherin housemates as possible. Draco had more or less ordered them to sit with him away from everyone else so he was able to inform them of his plan. He had come up with it earlier in the week when he had been able to steal ingredients to make polyjuice potion. He had begun brewing it in the room of requirement that very night. "Yes, I need you to keep a lookout for me. I came very close to being discovered the other night and I can't take that risk again. You two are the only ones I can trust." "But why polyjuice, and why girls?" Goyle asked. "Because it would be far too suspicious if the two of you just started hanging around the 7th floor, wouldn't it?" Malfoy said, becoming irritated. He had finally come up with a plan that would keep him safer in his assignment for the Dark Lord. The problem had been in convincing people to help him. He had gone straight to Crabbe and Goyle, as he believed they would just blindly follow him. He had not counted on their trepidation at being turned into 11-year-old girls. "Why do you have to ask so many bloody questions?" Draco hissed. "Neither of you are any good at transfiguration, and polyjuice will give us plenty of time for me to accomplish what I must." "So, it's only one time?" Crabbe asked, still looking hesitant. "I don't know," Draco admitted. "It's been difficult. But with the two of you watching out for me, I can focus on the task and not be so worried about being caught. That will make it go faster." "And, you're sure that he'll reward us?" Crabbe asked. Goyle looked greedy at the prospect of being rewarded for his sacrifices. Why wouldn't he? Draco pondered. He had told his two friends that the Dark Lord would personally reward them for helping Draco accomplish his mission. Draco had no idea if it were true, but Crabbe and Goyle were very gullible and they would believe nearly anything he said. All right. But you better not take too long, Draco. I don't fancy being a girl, even to help you. Crabbe nodded his consent. Goyle, too, nodded his agreement. Draco felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He immediately began thinking of the task he'd been set and puzzling out what he was doing wrong and how to fix it all. He had also begun thinking of other methods he might use to accomplish his goals. He had written a letter to Borgin of Borgin and Berks requesting a few items be sent to the Three Broomsticks. He had someone there that he trusted to take care of them until he could get them himself. Draco glanced Hermione Granger and again cursed the troublesome Muggleborn. She had won the vial of liquid luck in their first potions class. Draco wished for Hermione's death, as he stuffed a fork full of potatoes into his mouth. If only he'd gotten that helpful little vial, he could have finished his task and he would be standing at the Dark Lord's right side. If only, Draco thought. May I sit with you? Hermione asked. Daphne Greengrass looked up into the cinnamon-brown eyes of Hermione Granger and simply shrugged. Thank you. Hermione noted that Daphne looked much calmer now. She guessed that having her conversation with Harry had alleviated much of the Bee-own's anger. Hermione's intention was to speak with Daphne about Harry, but Professor Vector had a long lecture that class. Hermione's nature overrode her plan, and she listened intently to the lecture, taking detailed notes the whole time. When class was dismissed, Hermione caught Daphne, who was preparing to leave class. I wanted to talk to you about Harry. Daphne looked about quickly, making sure no one had heard Granger's word vomit. What about him? She said, when she was sure no one had heard anything. He feels really bad about last night. You have every right to be angry with him, though your method was a little brutish. He really did get called to Dumbledore's office, and he really did just forget. That doesn't fix it, Granger. I wasted part of my evening waiting for him. This isn't some kind of game to me. It's not a game to him, either. He wants to make things up to you, to show you he takes this seriously. Look, I can appreciate what you're trying to do here. Daphne said sourly. I admire that you're trying to help a friend, but just stop. I don't need it, or him. Daphne gave a meaningful look and left Hermione looking confused. She's wrong. Hermione turned to see Tracy Davis still seated at one of the desks. What do you mean? She does need him, she just hasn't realized it. I've known her a long time, and I know that she needs someone to treat her like a fairy tale princess. She's got a really hard exterior, but she's just a girl underneath it all, and she wants the same things as the rest of us, a boy to honestly care for her, and shower her with love and affection. This whole contract has really messed up her life. Tracy explained as she stood gathering her things. Harry is the same. He needs a good woman who isn't going to worship him for being something he's not. He needs someone to love him for who he really is. Someone who will cut through his rubbish and tell him when he's being an idiot. See what I mean? Tracy grinned. They're meant to be together, even without the contract. The problem is, they're too focused on the contract to focus on themselves. Hermione finished. So long as it's hanging over their heads, they're never going to give each other a fair chance. They're both too suspicious and guarded. Tracy added. I thought it was a good move when they were going to meet and get to know one another, but they've gone and screwed it all up already. So we need to help them get back on track. Tracy gave a grin that made Hermione chuckle. Tracy, I think we might become quite good friends. Hermione said, offering her hand. We might just at that, Hermione. Tracy smiled, shaking Hermione's offered hand and then taking her arm and walking out of the class with her new friend. Now tell me about the boys of Gryffindor. Hermione rolled her eyes. You want me to what? Harry asked after Hermione had finished. She had come back to the common room that evening quite pleased. You have to do something big, Harry. You have to let your guard down, and show her something huge. But, Hermione, Harry started to object. Harry, you have to appeal to her sense of curiosity. Doing this will not only prove a lot of the rumors about you are true, but it will show her a great amount of trust. Hermione tried. But, it's not what you would call romantic. Harry said, eyeing Hermione suspiciously. So you're thinking about her romantically now. That's not what I meant and you know it. I'm just saying that she doesn't seem like the kind of girl who'd want to go traipsing about. Will you just trust me on this? Hermione asked, growing exasperated with her friend's reluctance. Do this, and you will not only gain her trust back, but I guarantee you'll earn her respect. Hermione gave him a look that he knew well. She was convinced that this was the right course of action. He heaved a great sigh and nodded. Good. Meet her tomorrow night in your usual place. Hermione grinned, patting Harry's shoulder, before beginning her homework. Hermione could not stop smiling. She and Tracy Davis had talked for nearly an hour before dinner. They had discovered they had much in common. They both loved a good book, though the subject differed greatly. Tracy's mother was a Mediwitch at St. Mungo's, while both Hermione's parents were dentists. They also learned that they both despised Draco Malfoy. Tracy was a bit like Lavender Brown, in that she was very interested in boys. A lot of their conversation had revolved around the subject of Gryffindor males, particularly Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas. Tracy had seemed a little disappointed to learn that both Seamus and Dean were in fact spoken for at the moment. But perked right back up when they returned to their original topic. They had discussed at great length a way to get their two friends to swallow their pride and give themselves a chance for happiness with each other. It was through their discussion that the plan had formed. It had been Tracy who mentioned Daphne's curiosity with Harry's legendary exploits, and a bit of intrigue she held as well. Hermione thought for several moments before the idea struck. She explained that there was a way for Daphne to not only learn the truth, but see it for herself. The plan was simple. Convince the two to meet the next evening. Hermione would suggest to Harry where to take Daphne, while Tracy would get Daphne to meet Harry. The rest, as Hermione grinned to Tracy, would take care of itself. Harry lay awake in his bed, staring blankly at the canopy of his four-poster. He had returned from his first lesson with Snape completely exhausted, and strangely optimistic. Harry had expected to be tortured at the hands of the greasy-haired defense teacher, using these advanced lessons as a way to punish Harry for his father's sins. He was not disappointed. Close the door, Potter, Snape said with his usual curt manner. Harry complied and awaited the professor's next request. Harry was remembering the last time he had attended private lessons with Snape. Occlumency had been grueling and tortuous. Snape had not instructed well at all. Harry had felt weaker and more open to the Dark Lord than ever. Before he left for his lesson, Hermione had stopped him, urging Harry to really listen to what Snape told him to do. Harry, this isn't about you and Snape. You have to put that behind you and focus. You're going to have to swallow your pride and treat him respectfully so he teaches you well. She had pleaded. And what if he turns it into his own private torture session? Harry had retorted. Even he knows you can fight back, and do it well. This isn't occlumency. I really think Snape knows that while he might be experienced, you'll give him a real fight and he could get seriously hurt. Try to remember why you're doing this, Harry. During his walk to Snape's classroom, Harry thought on what Hermione had said to him. And while it was true that Harry was doing this in order to defeat Voldemort, he was positive Snape was not going to go easy. Yet, Harry began to think that it might not be a bad thing. Would it be easier to be taught by someone who cared? Someone who'd take it easy, and baby him, or would it be better to be taught by someone who wouldn't pull back? Someone who truly loathed him and would really try to hurt him, as his enemies were sure to do. Harry stared at the black-clad professor as he rose and with a wave of his wand had moved all the benches and desks out of the way so they had a large open area in which to work. I am aware that you led a defense club last year, and I am also aware that everyone who you taught received and exceeds expectation or higher on their exams. I also know that you received the highest marks this school has seen in quite some time. What I will be teaching you here will not be simple spells, or hexes. They will drain you until you master them. They should only ever be used in life or death situations. While none of them are unforgivable, they are very, very dangerous to use on another person. Snape said coolly as he walked around Harry, who stared straight ahead to prevent himself becoming agitated by the man. Now, every spell I teach you, you will be performing non-verbally. It will do you no good to use any of this if your enemy can block it. Sir, Harry choked on the respectful addressing of his most hated teacher. May I ask what types of spells I'll be learning? I will be showing you spells that will lay your enemies to waste. Magic that will have them begging for the comforting release of their deaths. Snape spoke almost lovingly. Harry gulped audibly. He knew that they were in a war, but he couldn't get past the thought of hurting anyone so badly they would be begging for death. Though the more he thought of it, was there really anything he wouldn't do to save his friends, or himself, from imminent death? Confringo! Snape shouted, giving Harry only a split second to conjure his shield charm. It was as Harry expected. Snape was relentless, forcing Harry to really move. After the first volley, when Harry tried to fight back, Snape informed him that Harry was only allowed to use his shields. The next hour was spent with Harry shielding himself from Snape's onslaught of jinxes. Throughout it all, however, he gave Harry tips on how he might hold his shield longer, or even strengthening it enough to rebound the spell back at its caster. Harry knew that Snape was truly enjoying this bit, as he had used some very nasty spells. When it was finally over, Harry felt like collapsing right there on the floor. "I expect you to perform at that level from now on in our regular classes, Potter. If I even hear you whisper a spell, it will be detention." Snape glowered. "I performed non-verbally. For the last 20 minutes. Snape confirmed. It was like a bomb had dropped in Harry's mind. He had been performing his shield without speaking, and he hadn't even been aware of it. Harry was a little surprised by how exhausted he felt. His body ached from receiving several stinging hexes that he had been unable to block. The sneering teacher had given Harry much to think on, however. He would be learning some very horrible spells. Spells that would cause his enemies to beg for death. Harry had to admit it would be nice to be able to fight back properly against his enemies, but could he be unmerciful in his fight? Could he intentionally hurt someone so bad that their only desire would be death? A voice echoed in the back of his mind that sounded strangely like Sirius. "It's war, and your only option, sometimes, is to kill or be killed." The words gave him no comfort. Harry understood that he had little choice. He had to take Voldemort's life in order to save the rest of the world. He had to kill another person, though even Harry was hard-pressed to categorize Voldemort as human. Harry's thoughts turned to something a little less horrific, though just as problematic. Daphne Greengrass. Harry had not spoken to her since she had punched him in the mouth. He found her irritating, pushy, and very annoying. She had a very short temper, and she was nearly as scary when she was angry as Uncle Vernon was. That might be a bit harsh, he thought to himself. And yet, he found himself thinking a lot about their one and only somewhat pleasant hour together a week ago. Daphne had even made him laugh for a second. Never once had he laughed with Cho. He had always been too nervous. He had grown comfortable around Ginny, but he still felt nervous and stupid around her. Though he didn't feel awkward around Daphne, he also didn't feel comfortable, either. Daphne was very pretty as well. He had heard a few boys talk about her assets while visiting the bathroom one day, and he found himself a little mesmerized by her posterior whenever she walked away from him. It was unquestionable. Physically, Daphne Greengrass was quite beautiful. But it wasn't enough. Harry felt that there had to be more than looks for a girl to be attractive. And so far, Daphne didn't measure up. Yet, Harry reluctantly admitted, they had not been in each other's company for any extended periods of time. She was a complete mystery. Harry knew virtually nothing about her, except for her birthday. He didn't know what her home life was like, or what she wanted to do when school was over. He didn't even know what her favorite food was. What would they have to talk about? What could they possibly have in common? It was too ridiculous to think they could ever be compatible. And yet, they were to be married. Married. A family. His most secret and precious dream. To one day be married to a woman who truly loved him and be a father to a child, or children. To attain true happiness after a lifetime of pain and hate and loss. Could he possibly have that with Greengrass? Or would he be killed by his arranged wife, as Remus said could sometimes happen? Damn you, Remus. Harry thought bitterly. Had to say it, you bastard. Harry's day seemed to go by incredibly slow. It had been over a week since he had spent any time alone with Daphne, not counting her punching him in the face 2 days ago. He was truly unsure how he felt about the looming rendezvous. His trepidation stemmed mostly from Hermione's suggested location. Harry felt a little colder when he thought about it, yet he couldn't find fault with his bushy-haired friend's logic. A gesture of this magnitude would undoubtedly show Daphne that he took this situation just as seriously as she did. He was going to have to trust in Hermione's knowledge of the female species. Harry did not see Daphne until lunch, where she sat with her friend, Tracy. She kept her eyes lowered, and did not look up once. Harry felt a growing anxiety in his chest the more he thought of the coming evening. During afternoon classes, Harry's concentration waned badly, and he earned a bit of extra homework from Professor McGonagall, who was quite unimpressed with his efforts. His mind kept plaguing him with visions of his coming evening. Daphne's nose wrinkled in disgust when she learned of their destination. Daphne angrily questioning his sanity when he described what he had planned. Daphne's wicked right cross just before she stomped away from him. "Mate, are you okay? You're like a zombie or something," Ron asked as they headed for the Great Hall for dinner. "He's a bit nervous, Ron." Hermione smiled as she took her boyfriend's arm. "He's got a date tonight." "Whoa." Harry stopped suddenly. "You never said it was a date. Is she expecting it to be a date?" "Relax, Harry. It's a figure of speech." Hermione chuckled humorously. "You're making up for missing your last meeting with Daphne." "Ah," Ron said, understanding now. "Watch out for her fist this time." "Oh, ha ha," Harry glared. "I'm so glad that I can amuse the two of you." "Oh, come on, Harry." Ron chuckled. "It is a bit funny that she hit you. If it had been me, you wouldn't be able to stop laughing." Harry couldn't stop himself chuckling at the mental image of his best friend being laid out by the much shorter and smaller bushy-haired which he was currently dating. Harry knew that he would indeed find the situation quite hilarious if it were someone else. "See," Ron pointed out, knowing his friend was imagining it by the smile on his face. "Seriously, though, I know Hermione says she's all right, but remember that she's a Slytherin, and you can't trust them." "What exactly are you basing that on?" Hermione asked as the trio sat down to eat. "Malfoy. He's the only Slytherin you've ever had any real interaction with. They're not all like that. Daphne, for instance, is quite pleasant once you get past her defenses." "And you have?" Harry asked pointedly. Hermione blushed a little. "Not personally, no. But I'm told she is very nice underneath her Ice Queen persona." "Everyone has their defenses. Who's your source on that?" Harry asked suspiciously. "Is it really important?" Hermione argued, deflecting the question. "The point is that we cannot hate them all based on a few. Just because Draco and his gorilla squad are right foul, and Pansy Parkinson is a cow, we can't just think that everyone in that house is awful." "They all hate Gryffindor," Ron remarked. "And what has anyone in Gryffindor ever done to change that? Face it, our two houses have been feuding long before we ever got here. Don't you think it's time that changed? Especially given the current climate, with Voldemort out there," Hermione argued. Harry looked at Ron, who stared back, both unable to argue her point. Perhaps it was time for a change. But how could it be accomplished? It would take a great deal to heal the breach that had started centuries ago with the founding fathers of Hogwarts. Were the two houses always going to be bitter rivals, or was there some way they could be united once and for all? And was this rivalry to last long after they had left Hogwarts' hallowed halls? Harry had been contemplating the conversation deeply the rest of the evening until he found himself standing in front of the portrait of Barnabas the Barmy. He stood, lost in thought until he heard the distinct sound of footsteps approaching. He looked up to see Daphne approaching, eyeing him intently. "All right, Potter. I was told that you had something important to show me." Daphne still looked irritated with him. She stood a short distance away, as if she were expecting him to attack her. Harry felt a twinge of trepidation at the sight of her, but pressed forward. "Yeah," he said, putting his hands in his pockets and looking nervous. "I know that you've probably heard all kinds of things about me over the years. I know there's lots of rumors and stories. Well, I thought maybe you'd like a chance to separate fact from fiction, and to see something very few have ever witnessed, including Dumbledore." Daphne arched an eyebrow. She watched as Harry fidgeted a bit, waiting for her to say anything, but she was not going to make things easy for him. She had considered the possibility that this was some kind of trick. Revenge for her punching him, yet he seemed genuine. This had better not be some kind of prank, Potter. "No prank, no games." Harry shook his head. "Okay," she said, motioning for him to start walking. "Lead the way. Actually, since we don't really want people talking if they see us walking together, I thought you'd appreciate a bit of secrecy." Harry pulled his invisibility cloak from under his shirt. You're going to have to stand rather close to me, he said hesitantly. Daphne looked as if she were going to argue, but after a moment her shoulders slumped in exasperation and she moved closer to him. Harry threw the cloak over the two of them and began slowly moving, with Daphne close to his side. As they walked, Daphne couldn't help but notice how Harry smelled. Clean, like he'd just showered. She always grimaced when she thought of Potter's appearance, figuring he was some sort of slob with not a care for hygiene, but walking so close to him, she began wondering why he smelled so good, when he looked so horrible all the time. She remembered Hermione mentioning that there were things he never spoke of, things that he might be too embarrassed to speak of. Was his appearance the result of something embarrassing? The walk was not overly long, which was a good thing as Daphne was still hesitant about accompanying Harry anywhere at this point. They remained silent as they walked. Harry was quite good at keeping them from running into anyone on their journey, almost like he did this type of thing a lot. At one point, Harry had even put his arm around the suspicious bee, and steered her out of the way of some running first years. She shivered at his contact, but shrugged it off just as quickly. A bathroom, she said when they had arrived at their destination. A girl's bathroom. I don't know who you're trying to impress, but I've seen this before. There's actually quite a few of these around the castle. We're not here to see the loo. This is kind of like the gateway. To where? The sewers. The Black Lake. The Chamber of Secrets. Harry gave a weak smile as he approached the sinks. Daphne found herself speechless. She had of course heard the tale. It had been widely speculated over in Slytherin, but no one knew for sure, and no one seemed up to just asking the boy about it all. She stared at the young man before her who had turned to look at her. She could see a certain amount of anxiety in his eyes and knew that he was speaking the truth. Harry Potter had been to the Chamber of Secrets and saved the youngest Weasley. This is a joke, right? She asked, awestruck at the idea that he was about to take her to the sacred chamber of Salazar Slytherin himself. You're taking the mickey out of me because I punched you. Granger and Weasley are here waiting to jump out and laugh, right? She asked, beginning to peer into stalls. I told you before. No games. You wanted to learn about me, well, this is a good place to start. Let me warn you, though, it is quite disgusting down there. Harry said, waving at the sinks. You're really going to take me to Slytherin's chamber? I thought we established that already. If you want to go, I'll show it to you. Daphne nodded quickly. She was intensely excited. She wasn't sure what she would see, but the fact that she was going to see it was enough to cause her gooseflesh. Harry turned, and she listened as he hissed. The sinks began to separate, and Daphne rushed to Harry's side to watch as the opening was revealed. For the first time since he'd known her, Harry saw something amazing. Daphne Greengrass was smiling. It wasn't a false smile, or an evil grin, or even a smirk. It was a real smile. Her dark brown eyes were alight with awe and her cheeks had a warm glow about them. At one point, Harry swore she was bouncing with anticipation. Are you ready? He asked, offering his hand to her. Daphne looked up into his emerald eyes and, without hesitation, took his hand. Together they leapt into the pipe and slid to the cavern below. Yuck, Daphne said when they reached the bottom. You weren't kidding about the filth. No, I wasn't. Lumos, Harry said, lighting his wand. Daphne gave a startled yelp when she saw the great snakeskin. Don't worry, Harry said quickly. It's just the skin. So you really fought a basilisk? Harry nodded and began walking. Daphne followed close on his heels, not wanting to get lost. They walked a short way until they came to where the cavern had caved in. The hole that Ron had cleared away was still there and the two teens were able to climb through easily. Soon after, they stood in front of the sealed door to the chamber. Again Harry hissed and Daphne's eyes grew wide as the door opened and she peered into the darkness beyond. The first thing she noticed was the intense smell of decay. Both she and Harry began retching uncontrollably at the stink of death. Oh, Merlin. Daphne winced and gagged. What is that? My first guess would be, dead basilisk. Harry said, retching. That is really, really foul. It's worse than crab with digestion problems. Daphne coughed. Here. Daphne waved her wand and the air began to freshen. The smell of decay began to ebb and soon they could breathe without retching. Did you not think to bring Snape, or Dumbledore down here to harvest this thing? Daphne asked, still looking rather ill. Basilisks are quite rare and their venom is worth a lot of galleons. They could have used it for the school. No, but no one ever said anything. Dumbledore didn't seem to care. Harry shrugged as he crossed the threshold of the chamber. Daphne followed him into the vast chamber. Harry used his wand to ignite the torches, and when the chamber was lit, Daphne got her first ever glimpse at the fabled Chamber of Secrets. "It's really real," she whispered. "Slytherin's chamber is real. I don't know if there's really anything of note here," Harry offered. "I didn't really get the chance to explore it. But the basilisk came out of the mouth of that statue." Daphne turned to see the great head of a bearded man. And not far away was the unmistakable corpse of the great serpent. "How'd you do it?" Daphne asked without preamble. Harry told her the whole story, trying to be as accurate as possible. He started telling her how he and Ron had led Professor Lockhart down here after they had discovered the defense teacher was a fraud. How the phony professor had tried to obliviate them and ended up doing it to himself with Ron's busted wand, and caving in the tunnel a bit. Then, he explained how he had come here alone to find Ginny lying on the floor, nearing death. Harry went on to describe the diary and the ghost of Tom Riddle. How the spirit had summoned the basilisk and Dumbledore's phoenix had come carrying the sorting hat and the sword of Gryffindor. After Fawkes pecked out the serpent's eyes, it made it a bit easier. I could now look at it without dying. It still could hear me, and it chased me, but I eventually got hold of the sword and stabbed it through the roof of its mouth. I got bit at the same time. But once again Fawkes helped me." Harry finished his tale. "Not much of a storyteller, are you?" Daphne smiled. "Most boys would make themselves out to be some great hero, or that they accomplished it without any help whatsoever." "It's the truth," Harry said softly. "And I believe you," Daphne said quickly. "The proof is all around me. But I think I would believe you even without seeing it. It's the way you talk about it. It's not some great adventure tale when you tell it. Though it could be, it's got all the makings of some great fairy tale. But when you talk about it, you have this sort of hollow look in your eyes, like you're haunted by it." "I still sometimes dream about it," Harry admitted. He looked up into Daphne's deep brown eyes, expecting to see pity or disgust. He saw none of that reflected in her eyes. There was no more disdain or irritation. There wasn't even mild annoyance. He only saw sympathy. "Are the other stories true?" she asked softly, stepping closer to him. She watched him very carefully now. She was learning that Harry spoke volumes without uttering a word. There were mannerisms she had not noticed before, that told her almost everything she ever wanted to know. He was not proud of what he'd done. He wasn't bragging that he had slain a basilisk by himself. Instead, he seemed almost disconcerted by it. Troubled, even. Harry squared his shoulders and took a few steps away from Daphne, turning to examine the chamber a little more critically. He couldn't say why, but when she had looked at him just then, he had felt strange, like his insides had shifted. "Which stories?" "The Dementors. Did you really fight 100 of them?" she asked. "I wasn't counting them. I don't know if it was 100. But there were a lot of them." Harry shrugged. "Did one really come after you before last term?" "2 of them. They nearly killed my cousin." Daphne heard just the hint of bitterness when Harry mentioned his cousin. "And that business with Professor Quirrell. He had Voldemort sticking out of the back of his head, and yes, I fought him 3 times now," Harry said, anger edging his voice. "And the prophecy?" Harry turned to stare at Daphne incredulously. "The Daily Prophet has been hinting at it all summer long. I thought it was another one of those things they do to get readership up. But after all this," she said, motioning around the dank chamber, "it doesn't seem impossible anymore. Please tell me you're not buying into the legend of Harry Potter." Harry said scathingly. "No. I find the truth far more stimulating and intriguing than the mythic hero that everyone seems to believe you to be. But it's all based in reality, isn't it? I mean, there has to be something to this chosen one business, if you know who is so hell-bent on ending your life, Harry." "You called me, Harry." He smiled coyly. "Is it possible we've actually broken through some of your barriers?" "Don't count on it," Daphne said, crossing her arms. "Back on subject. You don't have to tell me what it says, just tell me if there is really a prophecy." Harry didn't have to speak. His body language said everything she needed to hear. Daphne's face fell to one of horrified sadness. She had no words that could express her outrage, or her sympathy for him. "I can't even imagine how you can deal with it all. To have the whole world laying all their hopes on you. To have people staring at you everywhere you go, expecting so much of you. And then this, she said, pointing her finger between them. To have this mess added to all that is just too much. How have you been able to handle it all? Not well, actually, Harry said honestly. But you've got Dumbledore helping you. I mean, who better to train you than the greatest wizard of our time, right? He's not training me. Right now, I'm not really getting any training. I mean, well, I'm getting some, but I don't know if it's enough. You're not serious, are you? That seems really stupid. Doesn't Dumbledore want you to defeat you-know-who? Daphne asked, a bit awed at Harry's confession. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I can't really talk about any of this. I don't mean to be rude, or... I understand, Harry. Daphne said, holding up her hands. You've got to protect yourself, and you're still unsure about me. I get it, and I'm not offended. You know, all I really ever wanted was to be normal. To be just as undistinguishable from everyone else. My life has been one long joke to fate, and I'm truly sick of it all. Most people would give anything to trade with you. Daphne said softly. Some people would do anything for the kind of recognition and attention that simply gravitates your way. I don't know how I would handle what you've done and gone though. I guess we do have a little bit in common after all. I never wanted to be arranged. I wanted the freedom to choose who I spend my life with. Not that it really compares to your situation. Daphne smiled gently. You have a really nice smile. You should try and do it more. Harry remarked. Are you really trying to flirt with me? Daphne asked, looking a bit offended. No, Harry said quickly, holding up his hands protectively. I was only commenting on your smile. It's different, but in a good way. I usually just see you scowl. You look relaxed when you smile. Harry, calm down. I'm only teasing. Daphne grinned. So, what else are you going to reveal to me tonight? Haven't I revealed enough? Harry asked, nervously running his fingers through his hair. That won't get it to lie flat. It's only making it worse. Daphne said, motioning towards Harry's head. I've come to terms with it. I'm told my father's hair was the same. Mind of its own. He shrugged, looking nonplussed. Well, I guess it is part of your charm. I hear girls talk about your hair and your eyes, not to mention your bum. Harry's face reddened instantly, and it felt like that very body part were suddenly on fire. He couldn't help but look anywhere but at the gentle smile on Daphne's face. Then he had to stop when he heard a sound that shook him slightly. The smallest, faintest little laugh. You're messing with me again. He glared. Not this time. Can you honestly tell me you've never talked about a girl's bits? She looked incredulous. Not really. The other guys in my dorm do, I just listen mostly. No one ever asks my opinion on the subject, anyway. Daphne looked unswayed. You, an allegedly normal teenage boy, have never talked about a girl's bits. Never said a girl has a nice bum, or her chest is quite large, or however boys talk. Not that I can remember. Harry shrugged. But you have noticed. Most definitely. As you said, I am a teenage boy. And have you noticed my bits? Daphne asked, looking at Harry pointedly. How did we get here? Harry tried to deflect, looking a little panicked. That's not an answer, Potter. Daphne's smile faded into her trademark scowl. So, we're back to Potter. Just answer the question. Do I have to? Harry looked sheepish. Daphne folded her arms and began to tap her foot impatiently. Harry sighed and slowly nodded his head. Yes, I have noticed your bits. I am a raging hormonal teenage boy, and you are a pretty teenage girl. Yes, I have looked at your bum. There was that so hard. Daphne smiled mischievously. Harry sighed heavily, not sure what had happened here. His heart was pounding, and his palms felt a bit clammy. What did you think? Oh my God, it is so time to get out of here. Harry said loudly, throwing up his hands and making for the entrance. Hey, Daphne called after him, beginning to chase him down. Aren't you going to answer the question? You've been so honest with me, why stop now? Daphne could not stop grinning. She looked like the cat who got the canary when she finally returned to the common room, where Tracy was waiting to pounce. They were alone, as it had gotten very late. Harry and Daphne had been shocked to find that it was past curfew. Harry escorted Daphne to the dungeons under the invisibility cloak so she wouldn't be caught before returning to his own house. Daphne had felt it that night. Something had changed between them. Something had changed in her. She had to admit that she had flirted a bit with Harry, though she had not known why, or how it had started. In fact, it wasn't until she had returned to her common room and reflected on the evening that she realized that she had been flirting at all. Daphne tried to rationalize it all as a fluke. She had been impressed by his willingness to share, and the fact that he had shown her the Chamber of Secrets. Admittedly, it wasn't the most romantic of places, but it was unexpected. It had shown her that Harry had trusted her. He had been willing to open up and show her that Harry Potter was indeed a hero, but not in the way that he'd been portrayed for so long. And it had been fun. Making the Gryffindor golden boy blush like a first year had been really fun, and he was easy to make blush. It had also been rather revealing. He had shown a side she had never even thought any boy had. Harry Potter was a gentleman. Daphne knew without question that he was not the type to key and tell. She had learned it in his revelation about her bits. The way he had tried to deflect and squirm out of it had told her all she needed to know. Daphne could trust him. So, spill. What happened? Tracy asked, salivating like a ravenous dog. Not much. We talked, Daphne said as she sat across from her friend. You know, I kind of figured that out on my own. What did you talk about? Where did he take you? How did you know he was taking me somewhere? You just told me he had something to show me. Daphne asked accusingly. Well, I figured he took you somewhere to show you whatever he wanted to show you. Was it just the room of requirement again? Daphne eyed her friend for a moment. Tracy had been rather pushy with getting her to go meet with Potter over the last day and a half. Daphne suspected Tracy had spoken with Potter somehow and helped set up tonight's little outing. If you must know, she said, still watching her friend carefully. He took me to the Chamber of Secrets. What? Tracy shrieked. You're lying. Can you shut up? Daphne asked, looking frantically about for any signs of eavesdroppers. I really don't need any of this broadcast throughout the castle. Tracy nodded, keeping both her hands pressed against her mouth. It was really big, but there wasn't much in there. Mostly water and the rotting corpse of a giant basilisk. Tracy's eyes nearly popped from their sockets as she listened to Daphne's tale. She couldn't help but admire Hermione Granger's genius. She and Hermione had plotted together to get Daphne and Harry to try again to get together. Tracy had mentioned Daphne's interest in all Harry's exploits, and it was Hermione who thought that if Daphne could see something tangible it might make her a believer. Hermione had not mentioned to Tracy what she had in mind, but had made it clear that she needed to get Daphne to agree to meet Harry. Tracy now knew what the little bookworm had done, and mentally bowed to her genius. It was real. All of it? Tracy asked. Yeah, smell and all. Do you think you could show me? Tracy asked. Hopefully. I don't think so. At least not the actual chamber. Harry spoke Parseltongue to gain entrance. Unless you know another Parselmouth, you'd better forget it. Damn it. Tracy huffed. But you were gone 4 hours. What else happened? Nothing. We just talked. Daphne said honestly, omitting the fact that she had begun flirting with her betrothed. Talked. For 4 hours. You were gone a really long time. Oh, stop it. Daphne snapped. Nothing happened. It took a bit to get down there, and a bit longer to get back. That's all. Wow. Tracy said sarcastically. I can't believe you. He's yours signed, sealed and delivered and you didn't even try to key him. Nothing at all. Are you sure it's Astoria who plays for the other team? Oh, you're impossible. I really do loathe you sometimes. So, another date with Daphne tonight, eh? Ron asked, shoveling another mouthful of scrambled eggs into his gaping maw. This is like 3 weeks in a row. Have you even keyed her yet? What? Harry looked up from reading his book that he'd gotten from Dumbledore, and his morning toast, to see Ron smiling like a madman. He wrinkled his nose at the chewed-up mess of food in Ron's mouth. You're really disgusting, mate. What? You're going to marry her, may as well snog her. Ron looking a bit put out. Don't say that, Harry hissed. You know how fast the rumor mill works around here. We have enough to deal with already without the entire school knowing everything. Besides, I thought you hated her. You know because she was a Slytherin. No. Ron shook his head, shoveling more eggs into his gasping maw. Hermione has talked to me a lot about it. I'm starting to realize that she's right. I shouldn't judge her because I hate Malfoy. Plus, I met Tracy Davis, and she's hilarious. A bit devilish, too. Harry looked warily at his best friend, putting his half-eaten toast down. When did you meet Tracy? About a week ago. After practice I found Hermione in the library with Tracy. She's a bit strange, but kinda nice, you know. Harry was just about to question his friend further about his introduction to Daphne's best friend, when Hermione bounced into the Great Hall, looking as chipper as ever. "Good morning, boys," Hermione said, smiling as she joined her friends at breakfast. "How are you this morning?" She leaned closer to Ron, preparing to give him a key, but obviously had a change of mind when she saw him shove a full pancake into his mouth. "When did you start hanging out with Tracy Davis?" Harry asked as Hermione was pouring milk on her cereal. "A few weeks ago. We just started talking and found we had a lot in common." Hermione shrugged. "She's very nice and seriously funny, though her sense of humor is quite lewd at times." "You never mentioned that." Harry eyed his bushy-haired friend. "Since when do I need to run everything by you?" Hermione looked affronted. "I can make up my own mind about things. Why is it any concern of yours who I make friends with?" "I didn't mean anything by it." Harry backpedaled. "I just thought it was strange that you never mentioned her before. You usually tell us everything." "I do not. There are loads of things that I've never told you." "Like what?" Ron piped in. "I'm not about to go spilling all of my secrets to you both." Hermione stared both boys down into silence. Harry quickly realized by the look on Hermione's face that it would be best to let the subject drop. "Harry, a woman has many secrets she never tells. Even when you think you know her, she's still got loads of things that you may never learn. Remember that as you get to know Daphne better. Speaking of which, are you going to take her to Slughorn's Christmas party?" "I'm not going to that," Harry said, picking up the rest of his toast, and turning back to the book he had been reading. "Why not?" Hermione asked, shocked. "It's going to be really fun. In fact, he's already asked me about your schedule. The party's going to be on the night before we go home for Christmas. There's really no way to avoid it." "Oh, man." Harry dropped his book again and ran his hands through his already messy hair. "Why would you do that to me?" "Come off it, Harry." Hermione chided. "Some of his parties are rather fun. Besides, what better way to get him to give you that memory?" "Oh, this again." Harry huffed. Hermione had been bugging Harry to do as Dumbledore asked and try to get Slughorn's memory. Harry was still unconvinced of the true importance of it all. Harry had been training with Snape and Flitwick over the past few weeks. Snape had been telling him about individual Death Eaters and some of their favorite methods of fighting. Harry was starting to believe his fighting lessons were more important than Dumbledore's trip down memory lane. "Harry, Dumbledore asked you to do this, so it must be important. You should really be trying to get the thing. You haven't even tried once." "I'll think about it." Harry shook his head, trying to avoid an argument. "Harry, you should really." "I said I'd think about it." Harry hissed angrily. At that moment, the morning post began swooping in. Hundreds of owls burdened with care packages and letters swooped down to their intended recipients. Harry didn't spare a glance, as his only correspondent had died last spring. So, Harry was a bit surprised to see a very regal-looking tawny owl land gracefully in front of him. Harry regarded the owl for a moment, wondering if the bird had made a mistake. He looked to see an envelope addressed to him attached to the owl's outstretched leg. Harry united the letter and the owl took to the sky straight away. "Who's it from?" Ron asked. "Don't know," Harry whispered, staring at the envelope. "You're not going to find out until you open it," Hermione said a little bossily. Harry glared at her and opened the envelope, unfolding the letter it held. "Dear Mr. Potter, my name is Annabelle Greengrass. I have been informed that you are now aware of the betrothal contract between yourself and my granddaughter, Daphne. I would very much like the chance to speak with you over the coming holiday. I wonder if you would be agreeable to join me for tea on Christmas Day at Greengrass Manor. There would be no need for a written response. I hope to see you in person, as I believe we have much to talk about. Sincerely, Annabelle Greengrass." "Wow." Hermione sighed after she had read the letter. "Are you going to go?" "I don't know." Harry shrugged, looking a bit confused. "I think I should. She might be able to explain about the contract and why it was made." "Makes sense to me. Should be easy, too." "You're still staying with us over the holidays, right?" Ron asked. "Yeah," Harry confirmed. "Well, you can flow over, and flow back," Ron offered. "You could be back in time for dinner. Are you going to tell Dumbledore about this? You really shouldn't go anywhere without some kind of protection." Hermione urged. Harry looked up at his friend, a wicked little smile playing on his lips. I don't think I need to worry the headmaster with this. I'm not going. Harry tucked the letter into his bag and returned to his breakfast. He looked over to the Slytherin table where Daphne was reading the morning paper and sipping her tea. He would show her the letter later that night when they would meet in the room of requirement. One thing Harry was sure about was that he was not going there with an escort. Not if he could help it. Daphne sat at her favorite table in the library, along with her best friend. They had gone to the library straight after dinner to get a jumpstart on their assignment from arithmancy. Daphne was having a difficult time concentrating, however, as she was constantly looking at her watch, anxiously anticipating another meeting with Harry Potter later tonight. So, we haven't talked about you and a certain black-haired boy in a while. Tracy gave a small grin as she looked up a definition. She carefully avoided looking at Daphne, who seemed to get rather upset when the topic was broached lately. Yeah, like 20 minutes. Daphne scoffed. You really need your own man. I'm working on it. Boys, such skittish creatures. Tracy smiled wistfully. Who's the intended victim? Daphne asked, looking up from her own essay. Well, my dear Daphne, Tracy put her quill down and looked up from her parchment. I'm exploring uncharted territories. I'm following your example and diving into the Gryffindor pool. Last night, I met up with a striking young man by name of Cormac McLaggen. And while he was very yummy looking, he was a bit too self-absorbed for me. Yet, still quite a few boys to experiment with. Oh, you truly are horrible. Daphne scowled. Now, about you and your intended. Tracy smiled, folding her hands on her parchment. You are aware that Professor Slughorn has a Christmas party planned, and that he has invited a very select few to attend, and that the one he is most excited to have is your special friend. Thank you for not saying his name. Daphne groaned. I know there are ears everywhere. But quit trying to change the topic. I think it would be a very good idea for you two to attend this party together. And before you object, I am well aware of your feelings on being seen with the boy, but the fact is, eventually it's going to come out anyway. Why not let it happen on your terms? Daphne regarded her seriously for several moments. Tracy had been urging Daphne to make her and Harry's budding relationship public for 2 weeks. Daphne had of course resisted the idea, for many reasons, all of which were valid, Tracy had admitted, but also argued that nothing would change, not even time. Daphne just couldn't fathom taking such a huge step, especially considering she had absolutely no romantic feelings for the messy-haired boy. At least that's what she constantly told herself. Daphne had found herself thinking of Harry a lot more lately. At the most inappropriate times in her day, Harry's green eyes and easy smile would appear in her mind's eye. It was becoming increasingly frustrating to the Slytherin girl. Do we have to have this conversation again? Daphne sighed. I've already told you why we shouldn't. The many, many reasons why it's a bad idea. Can you imagine what could happen if certain people find out about us? If they read too much into our relationship? Yes, I can. I've thought about it quite a bit actually. Tracy admitted, her voice becoming near whisper. I'm just as scared about the consequences as you are. You're my best friend, Daphne. All I want is to see you happy. I've seen your face when you come back after seeing him. I can see it in your eyes. He's broken through your defenses, just as I know you've broken through his. Somehow, against all the odds, you two have touched each other's lives. I know that he's got loads of people wanting to kill him, and they'll stop at nothing to get to him, even killing you. But, and I want you to really think about this, what if the two of you being together makes you both stronger somehow? You really believe in the mysterious power of love, don't you? Daphne looked uncertainly. You've read far too many romance stories. Whatever. Look, I can prove there is nothing more magical than the power of love. No matter how bad the world gets, nothing makes you feel as strong, or invincible, or relaxed, or even at peace than when your mom gives you a good strong hug, and tells you it's all going to be okay. You believe her because she loves you. It's the same, possibly even stronger when someone you love, that special person looks at you from across a room and you see in their eyes how much they love you. Tracy set her bright blue eyes on her friend, who was watching her skeptically. I still don't think it's a good idea. I just don't think I feel that way about him. How do you even know? Tracy leaned forward. Do you truly know that for sure? You haven't even tried to key him. Why does it always come back to that? Daphne threw up her hands. Because, you'll know everything you'll ever need to know about your true feelings for him when you key him. Is that why you key every boy you can? Daphne glared. Partially. I also like getting snogged. Tracy grinned. She quickly became serious again as she stared hard at her best friend. Just think on it. I mean, really think on it. Daphne stood and began piling her books into her bag. She shook her head a little angrily. I am sick to death of this conversation. I've been getting letters from my mother saying the same damn thing for 3 months now. This whole situation is hard enough without everyone pestering me to open up, give it a chance. It would be fantastic if I could fall madly in love and he returned those feelings, and this stupid mess was nothing but a technicality. But that's just not reality. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Why can't I just have a normal life? With that she hefted her bag and left the library. I told you she would resist. She's just like Harry, Hermione said, coming around a shelf of books, arms loaded with tomes, and sitting down. You were right. I pushed too hard, but I thought I made good points. Tracy said, looking at her new friend sadly. You did, and maybe she'll listen to you. But, we have to let them find their own way. There's already too much hanging over them, we don't need to add to it. Hermione sighed. Tracy stared at the place where she had lost sight of Daphne when she had left. She felt guilty for pushing her friend, but still felt she was right. Daphne and Harry had changed, Tracy could see it. She saw it on Daphne's face every time she came back from one of her private meetings with the messy-haired boy. The way Daphne would shyly avoid Tracy's eyes, as if Tracy could see what was in her friend's heart. Tracy was convinced that an attraction had begun, on some basic primitive level at least. She could only hope that at least some of what she had said sank into Daphne's mind. I was beginning to think you weren't coming. Harry smiled as Daphne approached. I almost didn't. Daphne huffed. Tracy really got me angry, and I didn't want to see anyone. We can do this another time, if you like. Harry said, his shoulders sagging a bit. No, it's fine. Daphne waved it off. I'm fine. Really. Shall we go in now? Harry's face looked perplexed now. I'd like to, but the room's not working. I've been trying for 10 minutes, and it won't open. Do you know why? Daphne asked, now looking confused as well. No. By the way, could you give this to that little girl who passed you? She dropped it and ran off. Harry held out a set of brass scales. No one passed me. She looked more confused. I didn't see anyone on my way here. Really? There was a first year, a girl from your house here. She saw me, and dropped the scales. I thought I had frightened her somehow. She ran off before I could give these back to her. Well, I'll take it back to the dorms tonight and see who's missing them, and apologize for you. Daphne gave a small smile. She had begun feeling better once she had arrived for her normal meeting with Harry. He had been waiting for her outside the room as usual, but this time there was no door as there usually was. He looked good tonight. He had obviously tried again to flatten his hair, and his jeans looked closer to his size than normal. Daphne once again found herself fantasizing about taking the boys shopping for proper clothing. Daphne silently cursed her best friend for implanting the thoughts in her head late one night as they were discussing boys in general. Daphne had been thinking of trips into Diagon Alley to outfit the boy in tailored robes. She had found herself making lists of things she'd like to see Harry dressed in. So, since we're obviously not getting in here tonight, would you like to find another secluded spot? Harry looked a bit embarrassed by his inability to get the room opened. Are you trying to get me into a broom cupboard? Daphne smiled slyly. Starting early tonight, are we? Harry shook his head, smiling lightly. I think I'm getting used to your jibes. See, no blushing. Oh, I see I've been taking it too easy on you. I'll have you burning red by the end of the night. Daphne promised. Why don't we go to the chamber? We can explore it a bit more thoroughly. Harry nodded and pulled his invisibility cloak out of his own book bag. Once again, Daphne found herself close to Harry as they journeyed down to the second floor. This time, Daphne paid closer attention to Harry. She kept glancing at him, seeing the concentration on his face as they silently passed their fellow students. He did not take her by the waist this time, which made Daphne curse the first years for not running in the halls. Tracy's speech came back to her as they walked. Her advice on knowing all she'd ever need know by simply dotting him replayed over and over again. Daphne found herself looking at Harry's mouth a little closer. She felt a chill run up her spine as she imagined taking Harry's head in her hands and pushing her lips against his for several long moments. Scenes from several trashy romance novels played in her mind, and Daphne had to concentrate on clearing her imagination. No matter what everyone said, Daphne Greengrass did not love Harry Potter. "It smells better than it did last time," Harry commented as they entered the chamber 10 minutes later, and lit the torches. "The torches probably help. I wonder if we could harvest something from it. Might be nice to have a little nest egg for a rainy day." Daphne mused while staring at the corpse of the giant serpent. "What do you think we could harvest off of it?" Harry said, drawing closer to the rotting corpse. "Maybe the fangs. Possibly the skeleton. Everything else is too decayed, I think." Daphne shrugged, wrinkling her nose as she got closer to the rotting corpse. She walked closer to the beast and touched what would had once been the nose. "Sometimes the fangs hold venom, there might be a chance we could get some of it. That would bring in quite a bit of gold. Maybe enough for a small house." "Already shopping for our house, Why not? We're going to be married, in case you've forgotten." Daphne threw a wry smile over her shoulder at the boy. Harry returned the smile, and shook his head. "No, I haven't forgotten. Speaking of which, I received a letter today." "An invitation, really?" Daphne perked up. Harry pulled a folded envelope from his bag and handed it to her. Daphne looked at him a bit perplexed, but opened the letter and read it. "She really sent you this?" Daphne asked rhetorically, as the answer was in her hand at the moment. "I can't believe it." Harry thought Daphne would be angry. Anytime the topic of her family had come up, she would get a bit angry. Harry had discovered that Daphne was still angry at her parents over the contract. She had even admitted to not writing letters to them for over a month. "I can't believe this," Daphne repeated. "You seem happy about this." Harry ventured. "Well, yeah, Nana is something special," Daphne said, her eyes bright and cheery looking. She's hard to describe. I don't think she's ever really grown up. She's got this really mischievous side to her, you know. Like she's always up to something ingenious. She's always got great stories, too. This time, I think the story is going to be about us." Harry said as he took the letter back and put it away. "So does that mean you'll be coming?" she asked, catching up to him. "Of course. I want to hear what she has to say, and I'm willing to bet my vault at Gringotts that you do too." "That I do," Daphne admitted. She suddenly looked down, feeling twinge of awkward fear. A strange feeling in her stomach caused her to begin fidgeting her hands. "What if she knows a way out of it?" Daphne asked. She looked frightened of what his answer might be. Harry thought about it for a long time before looking into her chocolate brown eyes. "I guess we figure it all out when we know for sure." Harry shrugged, looking a bit sheepish. Daphne nodded, and as Harry turned, he missed a flash of worry upon Daphne's face. "What do you think is behind the statue?" Daphne asked, changing the subject. Harry turned to look at the giant stone head where the basilisk had emerged 4 years ago. "I don't know. A nest of some kind. Can you open it?" Harry shrugged and approached the giant stone head. He concentrated as he spoke in Parselmouth, "Open." There was only silence. Harry tried several different versions of the same request, which were met with nothing. Harry felt as if he'd let Daphne down. He turned to see her looking just as disappointed as he felt. "Maybe the chamber only recognizes Slytherin's heir. I can get in this far because I know Parseltongue, but maybe there's something special, like a password or something." Harry reasoned. "I suppose it's possible. You did say that you know who was Slytherin's heir, so maybe he knew what to say to open other parts of the chamber. Something on the family crest or something like that," Daphne reasoned. Harry nodded thoughtfully, inspecting the mouth of the great stone head carefully. "So are you going to at least ask me?" Daphne sighed, folding her arms and watching Harry. The black-haired boy turned to look at her a bit perplexed, pushing his glasses up. "Ask you about what?" he asked, stepping away from Slytherin's great stone bust. "Slughorn's party. Everyone's talking about it," Daphne said matter-of-factly. Inside, she felt a bit anxious, even sick. She couldn't understand why she suddenly wanted to attend the party, especially on Harry's arm. "Oh, that," Harry grimaced. "I wasn't really planning on going, to be honest. It's just going to be Slughorn showing off all the great people he knows, or parading me around like some trophy." I don't think I'd have that much fun. I suppose. But if you had someone there to protect you from too much parading, say a fantastic-looking bee, owned Slytherin. Harry looked at her suspiciously for a second. Malfoy. You prat. Daphne shrieked, a bit of a smile playing on her lips. Me. Are you saying you want to go to the party with me? I thought we were trying to keep a lid on our situation. You know what'll happen if we go together. Harry warned. Yes, I do. I know that everyone in school will begin talking about famous Harry Potter dating the Ice Queen of Hogwarts. There will be questions, and rumors, and Merlin knows what else. Daphne said, tossing her hands up in exasperation as once again Tracy's words echoed in her mind. She was angry that once again, Tracy had made a modicum of sense. Eventually they were going to have to come out in the open with their situation, as they still called it. At least this way, they had the opportunity to do it on their terms. Yeah, and there could also be people trying to kill you. I don't want to seem overprotective, or prejudiced or anything like that, but Slytherin House does have more than a few Death Eater offspring. All it takes is for one person to open their mouth to their family and you could be used to get to me. Even killed. I suppose it's possible that. No, not possible. Harry said, cutting her off. Definite. Do you really think that Voldemort wouldn't use you to get to me? Daphne shivered at the name, but quickly regained her composure. I know what you're saying, and I am flattered that you don't want me hurt. But the fact is that, sooner or later, unless I take his mark and become one of his mindless sheep, I could get killed anyway. Not likely. He values your bloodline too much. Pure bloods can do no wrong in his eyes. Except the Weasleys, the Bones, and any number of other families. Anyone who opposes him will wind up dead. Sooner or later, my family, who've been neutral for years, are going to have to choose a side as well. No one is truly safe, Harry. No one. Harry looked at her for a long time, without speaking. He knew that she was right. She often was, he had found. Daphne had an amazing ability to make him see things logically. Still, the thought of being paraded around like a trophy by the portly, pretentious potions master was just sickening. What about the rumors and all that? It's going to happen no matter what. Eventually the world is going to learn about us, Harry. At least this way, we can kinda make it on our terms. We can stop sneaking about, or worrying about our conversations being overheard. Wouldn't it be nice to have a conversation somewhere other than the room of requirement, or here? She motioned around her. I suppose. Harry shrugged. What about your housemates? Won't you get a lot of remarks, or? Sure. I might even get threatened or something, but it doesn't matter. I can deal with it. Daphne smiled confidently. I don't know. Harry ran his hand through his hair, messing it a bit more than it already was. Harry, Daphne began, stepping closer to the boy. She looked into his emerald green eyes, so full of doubt, and gave the sweetest smile she could. I know you hate when people talk about you, but it's going to happen no matter what you do. I don't want people talking about me, but it's going to happen. I know you just want to protect everyone from you know who, but it's just not possible. So I'm telling you this, I want to go to a Christmas party, and as my betrothed, it is your duty to take me. I guess there's no point in fighting it, then. Harry grinned. You can't fight destiny. You should know that better than anyone. Daphne gave a satisfied smile and playfully punched Harry's arm. Now, have you given any thought on my Christmas gift? I have to get you a gift. Harry looked annoyed, but Daphne could see the smile in his bright green eyes. 2 weeks later found Harry waiting for Ron to finish dressing for the party. No frills, no dodgy lace, these are proper dress robes. Ron said, giving a very satisfied grin. His new robes, which had been purchased by his twin brothers, were a plain black, and fit Ron better than anything else he owned. Ron liked them very much, not only because they were very manly, but were also brand new. Coming from a poor family, Ron coveted anything that was brand new, as most of his life, he'd only gotten hand-me-downs, and second-hand things. Yeah, great. Are you ready yet? Harry glowered. Why are you so nervous? Ron looked at his best mate with concern. Hermione already told you this was a good idea. Well, it's not Hermione's life that's going to be on display, is it? No one's going to be spreading rumors, or writing to the papers over you and her showing up to the party together. No, it's going to be me and Daphne. This is a terrible idea. Harry said frantically. Why didn't you try and talk her out of it then? Ron looked confused. I tried. For 2 weeks I tried. I thought I had her last week when she said Malfoy made some strange comments about the two of us. She said it was nothing, but I think he knows. Oh, not this again. Ron groaned. Mate, you don't know it was Malfoy in the room that night. He's not up to anything more devious than perfecting his sneer. Why don't you believe me? Harry glared at his friend. I scare a girl, a Slytherin first year who drops her scales, which echo in that hall very loudly. She runs off without picking up her things. I give the scales to Daphne to return to the poor girl, only to find out that none of the first years are missing their scales. I'm telling you, it's fishy. Right, it is fishy, but it doesn't mean Malfoy's behind it. Ron reasoned. I'm sorry mate, but it just doesn't add up to anything. Harry shook his head and his shoulders sagged a bit. He had been dreading this night ever since Daphne had talked him into going. He couldn't understand why she wanted to suddenly come out of hiding with whatever they had going on. Sure, part of him liked the thought of being able to speak to her in the open. The thought of walking the grounds together, instead of sneaking around the halls would be quite pleasant. But Harry was convinced they were taking a very unnecessary risk as far as her safety was concerned. Sure, eventually the truth would come out, but Harry was hopeful that it would be after Voldemort was dead and gone, and the only thing they would have to worry about was what would be written on the gossip pages. He had tried, quite unsuccessfully, to make her see reason, but she simply planted her feet and wouldn't budge on the matter. She seemed determined to attend this party and be on his arm the entire night. When he asked her why, she could not provide any answer other than she felt it was the right thing to do. The most logical step in their courtship. That had flummoxed Harry for a long time. He hadn't even thought of courting her. Sure, they had flirted a few times, but nothing serious. Harry had chalked it up to the two of them becoming more comfortable around one another. Sure, he thought of her a little more often nowadays. Yeah, he'd had a few daydreams about her. That didn't mean anything. He didn't get butterflies in his stomach when he thought of her, or stumble over himself when they talked. There was nothing to make him even consider the possibility that there was anything more than a loose friendship. Come on, Harry, Ron said, tearing Harry from his thoughts. We're going to be late, and I don't fancy Daphne to be the type of girl who'll tolerate that sort of thing. Harry and Ron came down to the common room where Hermione was awaiting them. Harry felt a twinge of jealousy when he saw Ginny come down from the girls' dormitories and into Dean's arms. She looked quite lovely all dressed up for Slughorn's party. Well, you both look very dashing. Hermione smiled as they approached her. We better hurry. She took each of their arms and they were off. Harry felt a growing trepidation the closer they got to the entrance hall, where they would be meeting up with Daphne. I guess we made it on time, Ron said as they arrived in the entrance hall. She's not here yet. Correction, came Daphne's cheery voice. Hermione, you look absolutely splendid. As do you, Daphne. Harry had to agree, though his mouth had apparently lost its function. He could not stop staring at her. Daphne's silky own hair was done up in a very elegant knot. She had a stunning red, strapless dress, which fell to just below her knees, giving Harry a good look at her gorgeous legs which were accentuated by the 3-inch heeled shoes. She had a velvet choker around her neck, adorned with a crystal star, which drew attention to her slender neck. Harry found his attention drawn to Daphne's cleavage, which the dress seemed to emphasize. Harry felt his stomach doing somersaults as he gazed upon her beauty. Harry. Daphne's voice finally broke through his stupor. Sorry. You look very nice. Very nice. He tried to say, but his mouth was still having trouble working properly. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Hermione hiding her smile behind her hand, and Ron openly grinning. You clean up rather nicely, as well, Daphne said, patting Harry's arm. Shall we go to the party then? Harry offered his arm awkwardly, and the two couples set off. As they walked, Harry couldn't stop thinking about how nice Daphne looked. And she smelled amazing as well. She was intoxicating him. It was true that she was an attractive girl, but tonight, she was simply beyond words, as he had demonstrated. Harry still felt a sense of looming dread, but it had been shoved aside by Daphne's appearance. As they drew closer to the party, Harry felt himself puffing out his chest a bit, for he knew he was going to have the most desirable woman on his arm tonight. Daphne had been worried about tonight for 2 weeks. She still had not had any explanation as to why she had chosen to follow Tracy's advice, but some of it had made a lot of sense. And as she had told Harry, this way, they would be more or less announcing their relationship on their own terms. She became a bit more determined to attend the event when Draco Malfoy had alluded to Harry and Daphne being an item in the Slytherin common room a week back. He had called out quite loudly, so the entire house would pay attention to his remarks about Daphne fraternizing with lesser wizards in the 7th floor corridor, and that she should raise her standards. Daphne had been enraged, but had said nothing. If she remained quiet on the matter, no one would question it, believing Malfoy to be showing off or something. Yet, his comments had stuck in her mind. There had never been anyone in the corridor when they met, so how was it possible that he knew she had been up there at all? Secondly, Daphne did enjoy dressing up. Sometimes she really hated to admit that she enjoyed such girly things like putting on a fancy dress and doing her hair and makeup, but she did truly find it fun. And having a boy react to her appearance, like Harry just had, made it all worth it. Daphne had been rather nervous as to what his reaction might be, even though Tracy had kept up a constant stream of encouragement while she had been getting ready. Daphne found her stomach in knots as she made her way to the entrance hall. She had arrived a few minutes before Harry and his friends, but had stayed hidden. She had repeatedly thought of simply going back to her dorm and staying in for the evening, but her own pride wouldn't allow it. She had been quite amazed by Harry's own appearance this evening. He had somehow managed to get most of his hair to lie flat, and he did look very handsome in his dress robes. Daphne also had to admire Ron. The redhead had somehow managed to get a very charming set of robes for himself. Daphne remembered with a grin the travesty that had been Weasley's robes from the Yule Ball. It had been a topic of much comedy throughout Slytherin House for several weeks, she remembered. Well, this is the last chance to change your mind, Harry whispered to Daphne. The bee-owned girl clutched his arm a bit tighter as she looked at him meaningfully. I did not get all dressed up for nothing, Potter. She smiled politely. With a heavy sigh, Harry steeled himself as they entered the brightly lit room. It was quite ostentatious, with streamers and twinkling fairy lights. A large Christmas tree was set in one corner, and there were several students dressed in white coats passing around hors d'oeuvres. Harry recognized one of the servers. Richie, what are you doing here? He asked the fourth-year beater. I got detention. This is much better than a lot of things I can think of, the boy smiled brightly. Ah, Harry M-boy, so glad you could make it. Professor Slughorn nearly pounced on Harry, shaking his hand vigorously. And who is this most enchanting lady? Professor, surely you recognize Daphne Greengrass. Harry smiled politely as he introduced his escort. Oh, my dear, don't you look fetching this evening. I didn't even recognize you. Harry, lad, keep an eye on this one. The rotund professor chuckled. And Miss Granger, so good you could make it. Is that Wembley with you? Weasley, sir, Ron said, a bit of malice in his tone. Ronald Weasley. Of course, of course. Well, come in. Do enjoy yourselves. Harry, there are some people you simply must meet. Come with me, lad. Without warning, Slughorn took Harry's shoulder and began guiding him about the room. Daphne only just caught the fingers of his outstretched hand as he was being led away. Slughorn was just as Harry had warned Daphne he would be, parading Harry about to many of the who's who of the wizarding world as some kind of trophy or prize he'd won. After a half an hour, Daphne began to feel quite sorry for Harry and decided to step in. As Slughorn was introducing Harry to another one of his former students made good, Daphne cleared her throat. Slughorn, Harry and the puffed-up blowhard who they were talking with all turned to look at her. Daphne was unfazed by their stares. I'm so sorry, but I would like just a few moments with this charming young man. Would you please excuse us? Daphne gave her most winning smile as she took Harry's arm and led him away. She could hear Slughorn chuckling a bit and saying something about young love. She turned to see a very grateful smile on Harry's face. I owe you big for that. He grinned. It was my pleasure. I was getting tired of being ignored. I wasn't ignoring you, Harry countered. No. In fact, you were doing a very good job of introducing me to everyone we met. Slughorn just kept forgetting I was there. Daphne growled. I'm sorry for that. Harry looked back at the potions master who was still talking with a rather pale-looking man with dark eyes and hair. You did look rather miserable. I'm sorry I didn't believe you when you told me he was going to be like this. Daphne looked sympathetic as she grabbed 2 glasses of punch from a passing server, and handing one to him. I still got to talk to him, Harry said softly. What about? Daphne looked inquisitively. A memory. I don't know if I should tell you. Harry looked apologetic. Something to do with your fate. It had become a bit of a joke between them whenever the topic of Harry and Voldemort came up. Daphne now knew for certain that there was a prophecy and was pretty sure that it said that Harry had to kill Voldemort, though Harry had never confirmed it. In fact, he was quite tight-lipped on the subject, but Daphne had read the signs well enough. Harry had mentioned taking special lessons with Dumbledore, but being very unsatisfied with whatever it entailed. He had also mentioned special lessons with Snape and Flitwick. It didn't take genius to put it all together. Harry had opened up a little bit regarding his training, and Daphne had been the one to suggest utilizing Snape more. They had both agreed that Snape's obvious loathing of Harry would only help to prepare Harry better, as Snape was very unlikely to make things easy. But this mention of a memory had intrigued the Slytherin girl. So you think Slughorn might be able to tell you something about you-know-who? She asked as the two strolled amongst the other guests. Something like that. Dumbledore seems to think it's really important, but I don't see the point. I haven't even seen him since our last lesson over a month ago. Harry noted. It doesn't seem like he's as invested in training you as he says. Daphne observed. No, it really doesn't, Harry said, a slight frown on his face. At that moment, Professor Snape approached the two of them, sneering. Potter, are you bothering Miss Greengrass? I'll have you in detention the rest of the year for harassing another student. The former potions professor snarled. Actually, Professor, Harry is my date for the evening. Daphne smiled, taking Harry's arm again. Snape looked taken aback for several moments. Daphne smiled up at her head of house, while Snape seemed to be trying to puzzle out how one of his own students had gotten mixed up with the Gryffindor Golden Boy. Finally Snape bent low, glaring deeply into Harry's eyes and speaking low and sinisterly. Do not think of doing anything inappropriate, Potter. I'll not have you besmirching anyone's good name. If anything should happen to Miss Greengrass and I find out about it, you'll wish you had never been conceived. Harry nodded slowly, keeping his own eyes fixed on the black orbs of his greasy-haired defense teacher. Snape stood to his full height and stalked off, his black cloak billowing behind him. I knew he hated you, but that was intense. I could actually feel it in the air. Daphne looked shocked by the interaction. He's held onto a grudge against my father and just passed it on to me. He exists on hate. Harry watched the man fade into the crowd. What a sad existence, Daphne said morosely. Have you seen Hermione or Ron? Harry asked, peering through the crowd for any signs of his best friends. No. Do you need them? No, Harry admitted, smiling at Daphne for the first time all night. Daphne felt her cheeks heating up, and quickly looked away. There you are, Harry. Slughorn stumbled up to them. His cheeks a bit red and his eyes a little bleary. There are a few more people I'm just dying for you to meet. Get off me. The party seemed to come to a crashing halt as Argus Filch came striding into the room holding tightly to a struggling Draco Malfoy. I'm so sorry to interrupt, Professor Slughorn, but I caught this boy in the hall, lurking about. He says he was invited. Filch said in his grumbling tenor. Get your filthy hands off me. So I wasn't invited. I was crashing. Draco shrugged Filch's hands off at last. Excuse me, Professor, came Snape's horrid cadence. I'll be happy to say that he gets back to his dorm, where he belongs. Harry couldn't help but notice Draco's malevolent glare at the head of Slytherin House. Nonsense, Severus. He's more than welcome to stay and enjoy the party. Everyone please, enjoy yourselves. Slughorn said, a slight hiccup punctuating his statement. The guests began talking again and people began moving about, forgetting the incident immediately. Harry watched as Snape took hold of Malfoy and began forcefully leading him away. Would you excuse me, Harry? Asked Daphne, who had seen Harry's demeanor change. No, you're not going to leave me here alone. We'll go together, she said, taking his hand. The two teens followed at a fair distance, keeping out of sight. Snape led Malfoy into a nearby classroom, shutting the door tightly behind them. Harry rushed to the door followed by Daphne, both of them leaning in close to listen to the heated discussion being carried on inside. Really reckless. You're taking far too many chances. Why won't you let me help you? He gave this to me. It's my job, my mission to finish. You just want the glory for yourself. It's my time now. You're acting like a spoiled child. Your father would be. Don't you dare bring him into this. I am far more competent than him. There was a time that you trusted me, Draco. Snape's tone seemed to falter into a sadness that Harry had never imagined the man capable of. I've learned to rely on myself. This is my task to accomplish. I have a plan, and it will work. I don't need help from you, or anyone else. Draco, I promised your mother I would look out for you. I made the unbreakable vow to keep you safe. Well, then that makes you an even bigger idiot than I had originally thought. Stay out of my way, Professor. I don't need your help. I will finish this task on my own. There was a long pause before Snape spoke again. I see your Aunt Bellatrix has been instructing you. Your occlumency shields are very strong. Very well. But know this, I will not cover for you any longer. If you are caught, I will be able to do nothing. Harry and Daphne had to dash into a darkened alcove to avoid being spotted. Draco marched out of the classroom, looking haughty and proud of himself, strutting down the hallway away from the two hidden teens. Snape came out of the class a moment later, staring at Draco's retreating silhouette for a few moments before he also stalked away. Well, that was rather cryptic. Daphne mused as she stepped out of the shadows. Not really. It confirms what I've suspected for a little while now. Draco is a Death Eater. Daphne snickered. Harry turned to glare at her viciously. He'd had this argument too many times with his friends already, now it looked like he was going to have it with Daphne. Okay, I admit that Draco is a devious, troublesome little ponce, but a Death Eater. Why in the world would you know who want a 16-year-old in his circle? Daphne asked skeptically. To spy on Dumbledore. Information on certain people. A bit full of yourself there, aren't you? Daphne chuckled. Fine, I don't care if you believe me or not. Harry said, growing angry. But I know that little ferret is up to something, and I know it's going to be bad if he accomplishes whatever it is he's doing. Fine, let's say for a moment that I believe you. The bastard's capable of a lot of really foul things, I admit it. Seeing how he treats people who he believes to be beneath him is proof enough of that. But what could he possibly do here that could be so horrible? I really don't know, but whatever he's up to has Snape concerned. Maybe we should be as well. Harry said with an air of finality. Daphne followed Harry's gaze down the hall where Draco had disappeared. For some reason, she felt that she should believe Harry. She decided that maybe it would be a good idea to keep an eye on the Slytherin prince, if anything to ease Harry's already overburdened mind. The unbreakable vow. That's what he said. Ron asked, making sure he'd heard his best friend right. Yeah, I've said it 3 times now. What is it? Harry asked, looking a bit tired. He and Daphne had returned to Slughorn's party after overhearing Draco and Snape. The party had gone on very late, and Harry and Daphne had suffered the awkward, and sometimes grating, questioning by fellow students. Harry was sure that by breakfast there would be hundreds of rumors centered around Harry and Daphne's relationship. When they said goodnight in the entrance hall, it had seemed to Harry that Daphne had wanted to ask him something, or that something important was on her mind. She had looked as if she was on the verge of saying something to him several times, but had finally just bade him goodnight and walked briskly down to the dungeons. The unbreakable vow is like the ultimate promise. If you make it, and you don't hold up your end, you die. Fred and George tried to make me take it when I was younger, but Dad found us. I've never seen him so mad in my life. He put Mum to shame that night. George still says his left beep has never been the same. Ron chuckled a bit. Well, then, let's hope Draco fails. It might end 2 of our problems. Harry said dryly, remembering Snape's threat from the previous night. So, Charlie's going to be home this year. Yeah, that's what Mum said anyway. It'll be really cool to catch up with him. I suppose Bill and Fleur will be there as well. Ron looked out the window, anticipating the holiday, and the presents. You think your mum's lightened up on her yet? Who knows? Ron shrugged. I suppose she'll be all over you when she finds out about you and Hermione. Harry grinned. Ron's face went crimson, and his eyes looked about to pop. What's wrong with you? Hermione asked Ron as she re-entered their compartment. I just asked him what he thought Mrs. Weasley was going to say when she found out about you two being together. Harry said, still grinning madly. I'd be more concerned over her opinion on you and a certain Slytherin girl. Given her treatment of Fleur, I doubt Mrs. Weasley would be any better to Daphne," Hermione said, a hint of threat in her tone. She was glaring hard at Harry, who looked defiant. "I never said it would be me who spilled the beans. Ron does have a sister who's seen the two of you together. Ginny's no idiot. I'll even lay odds she'll be the one to announce it at dinner tonight, especially if it means getting Fred and George to stop harassing her about Dean. Well, thank goodness I'm going home. I doubt I could handle Fred and George ribbing me about it all night." Hermione looked a bit frightened at the possibility. "Oh, man, those two aren't going to give me a moment's peace." Ron frowned, burying his head in his hands. Hermione began rubbing his back, trying to comfort him. The door to the compartment opened, and Daphne and Tracy poked their heads in. "Do you mind if we join you?" Daphne asked, looking a bit haggard. She was dressed in black pants and a dark green sweater that hugged her torso nicely. Her owned hair was swept up in a lazy ponytail, and she looked tired. "Come right in." Hermione nodded, motioning for the two Slytherin girls to take a seat. "Thanks." Tracy smiled gratefully. These two made quite the impression last night. People won't stop coming in and asking stupid questions. I expected something, but it's getting out of hand. Daphne sighed, sitting next to Harry. "Pansy Parkinson started in on me before breakfast, telling me I was an idiot and I could do better. Then, Malfoy asked how much I was paid, and basically called me a slag. I really hate him. Isn't sitting here with us only going to fuel the fire?" Harry asked, looking a bit confused and worried. "Most likely." Daphne smiled coyly. "But people seem afraid of you for some reason. So at least while I'm in here, I'll be left alone." "Glad I could help," Harry said sarcastically, rolling his eyes. "So, I'd love to hear about the party." Tracy smiled. "I haven't heard anything about it. Other than Harry had obviously used a love potion on Daphne to get her to come with him. Or, that one about Harry using the Imperious Curse. That was a good one, too." "What?" Harry shouted, nearly falling from his seat. "I would never do that kind of thing." "Relax, Harry," Daphne said, helping him to sit back. "They're just rumors. We talked about this, remember?" Harry nodded, his demeanor falling into one of exasperated displeasure. He had known that the talk would begin the moment they stepped into that party together, and he had known full well what some of the rumors would say. So, he couldn't figure out why he was so upset over it. There had been talk of Harry being a dark wizard on the rise before, and it always went away. But this time was different, because this time someone else was involved. "So, how was the party?" Tracy asked again. "Really good." Ron spoke up. "The food was really good, and there were a lot of interesting people." "How would you know?" Hermione asked, looking anguished. "You spent the whole night talking to Gwynog Jones about Quidditch. You completely forgot about me unless you needed a refill on your punch." "Oi, mate," Harry Ned, wiping his face with his hands. "You're an idiot." "What? How often will I get to talk to a famous Quidditch captain?" Ron looked confused. "Well, Harry was a perfect gentleman. Always introducing me when Slughorn forgot I was there, which was about every single time we met someone new." Daphne smiled proudly. She missed the sidelong glance that Tracy threw to Hermione. "I still say the most interesting part was what we learned about Draco." Harry sighed. "Draco. He was there." Tracy looked confused. "He says he crashed, but the truth is he got caught by Filch." "Harry believes he's been marked by you-know-who," Daphne rolled her eyes. "And, he's going to bring about our doom." "Wait, didn't we hear Pansy telling Millie about Draco getting marked?" Tracy asked, leaning forward. "Back in the beginning of the year." Daphne scrunched her nose as she thought back to the beginning of the year. She made it a habit to ignore Pansy as much as possible, as the only thing Pansy seemed good for was taking up space, and blowing hot air. Or, if the stories were true, to be Draco's personal slag. Still, Daphne did overhear many of Pansy's conversations in the common room. But this specific conversation took place in the dorm, late one night after Pansy had come in, crying about one thing or another. It had seemed that Draco and Pansy were on the outs, as they were hardly ever seen together anymore. That night, Pansy had come into their room, tears falling down her face, and she had flopped on her bed. Daphne remembered that she and Tracy had been talking with Millie, who was always so nice when Pansy wasn't around, and the look of resigned loyalty as Millie went over to comfort her friend. He thinks he's so special now. A real big shot or something. Like all he's got to do is show off that stupid mark and everyone will bend to his whim. Pansy had said disgustedly. You're right, Daphne said, slapping her forehead. I totally forgot about it. But, we don't know if it's true. We've never seen it, and I doubt that Pansy has either. Draco most likely just told her he was marked to make himself seem more important. But, there's really a chance that he does have the mark. Hermione asked, looking to the two Slytherin girls in turn. I suppose. Draco does lie about a lot, but sometimes he'll tell the truth if he thinks it'll get him what he wants. Tracy shrugged. Is there any way we can find out for sure? Harry asked. If he were on the train we could find out, but he stayed at the castle for the holiday. Tracy shrugged as she leaned back into her seat. Harry felt himself deflate. He was always so close to finding out the truth about his nemesis. It was becoming more and more vexing. If he could get some real proof, perhaps then Dumbledore would take the threat seriously. Are you going to meet my parents on the platform? Daphne asked of Harry, who looked suddenly frightened. He noticed the other three in the compartment staring interestedly at them. I suppose I could say hello. Harry said softly. I'm sure they'd both really like the chance to at least say hello. Of course, they'll get a better chance to talk to you on Christmas, but it would be nice if you met them before that. Daphne smiled. Sure, was all Harry could manage. The train pressed on towards London. The five teens kept up a nice stream of conversation. After a while, Harry, who'd mostly just listened to the others speaking, finally drifted off to sleep. He had been exhausted, but had slept very little. Daphne had noticed Harry fall asleep, and kept glancing at him, wondering why he looked so troubled as he slept. Most people found peace in their dreams, but Harry seemed to twitch and lightly moan, and as he slept. Daphne wanted to reach out and try to ease him, but her own embarrassment kept her from doing anything, especially after she caught Tracy grinning at her accusingly. The Hogwarts Express was met by hundreds of anxious and excited parents, who greeted their children happily before quickly leaving, for fear of a Death Eater attack. The newspaper had been full of reports of deaths, disappearances, and destruction. It had the whole of the wizarding world clearly on edge. Daphne, called a feminine voice as Daphne stepped from the train. Mum. Daphne waved politely and made her way through the crowd to be embraced by her mother. Again, Tracy's speech from a few weeks ago echoed in her mind. Nothing makes you feel as strong, or invincible, or relaxed, or even at peace than when your mum gives you a good strong hug, and tells you it's all going to be okay. You believe her because she loves you. It's so good to see you. Aurora Greengrass said as she released her eldest daughter. How has the term been? I know what you're trying to ask, Mother. Daphne said calmly. She had finally let go of her anger towards her parents over the contract. Aurora looked at her daughter proudly, knowing that Daphne had made an effort to talk to her betrothed during the term. Aurora had to admit that she was hungry for details, but knew better than to push Daphne. The girl would reveal it all in her own time. As it was, the 16-year-old was scanning the crowd. Ah, there he is, she said as she waved her arm, and a young man with untidy black hair and round glasses waved back. The boy approached the two women, looking apprehensive. Mother, I'd like you to meet Harry Potter. Harry, my mother, Aurora Greengrass. Daphne smiled politely as she introduced the two. It's very nice to meet you, Harry said, offering his hand, which Mrs. Greengrass took happily. Mrs. Greengrass was a few inches taller than Daphne, but looked as if she were but an older sister to the girl. She was dressed smartly in a winter cloak and warm hat. Her cheeks were rosy with the cold, and her smile was warm and friendly. She had Daphne's same deep, dark brown eyes, though Mrs. Greengrass were a bit friendlier than Daphne's. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you again, Mr. Potter. The last time we met, you were still a baby in your mother's arms. Mrs. Greengrass smiled. Mum. The three of them turned as a younger girl wrapped her arms tightly around Mrs. Greengrass. Astoria, so good to see you. Mrs. Greengrass grinned, embracing her youngest. I didn't know you had a sister. Harry whispered. I have a sister. Daphne said. Not much else to say. To be honest, Astoria and I have never been especially close. Too much sibling rivalry, I guess. She's really into sports and things like that. I'm more conservative, I guess. Mr. Potter, if you have time, there is someone else I'd like you to meet. Mrs. Greengrass said, turning back to Daphne and Harry. Harry glanced over to where Mrs. Weasley was standing, watching him carefully, a strange look of confused reservation on her face. Ron and Ginny were with her, waiting for him to join them. He held up a hand to signal it would be another moment, and Mrs. Weasley nodded, a bright smile appearing on her face. I have a moment or two, he said politely. Good. She'd never let me hear the end of it if I didn't try. Mrs. Greengrass' smile was enchanting. Nana's here. Both Greengrass girls looked hopefully at their mother, who nodded in confirmation. Yes, Astoria shouted gleefully. Where is she? Waiting for us near the portal. Come now, let's not keep her waiting, Mrs. Greengrass said, leading the way. Harry noticed the Weasleys walking not far behind them as they made their way to the portal into London. On a bench, sitting alone and watching the other families pass her by, was a thin elderly woman with thick glasses. Her hair was short, nearly white, and very curly. She was dressed in a nice suit, with a dark forest green cloak and matching hat. She held a cane in her hands, topped with a silver dragon's head. Upon spotting them, the elder woman got to her feet a little shakily and smiled a warm, proud smile as her two granddaughters rushed forward to greet her with hugs and kisses. Oh, my little flowers, how much you've bloomed, the elder woman said in a thick Romanian accent, taking each girl's chin and examining them carefully and blissfully. I have missed you both so very much. I can't believe you're here, Nana. Astoria grinned, and Daphne nodded her own joy at seeing her grandmother. The elder woman smiled again at each of them and then turned her attention to the black-haired boy who stood patiently just behind Mrs. Greengrass. The slender old woman gave a tender smile as she gazed upon the boy. Well, by the fates. It is indeed an immense pleasure to see you again after so many years. The elder woman stepped forward, hand outstretched to Harry. Annabelle Greengrass, and you are, most certainly, Harry Potter. Yes, ma'am, Harry said, taking Annabelle's gloved hand. Such a strong handshake. You'll do well in this world, mark my words. Annabelle grinned, taking Harry's arm and leading the group through the portal. You do resemble your grandfather. Has anyone ever told you that? No, ma'am. Usually they just say I look like my father, with my mother's eyes. Harry said softly. Indeed. Well, I am very excited to have the chance to talk to you again. Please tell me you received my invitation, and you'll be joining us on Christmas. The eldest Greengrass woman could not stop smiling at the boy. I will. I have so many, Harry began, but Daphne's grandmother cut him off. Questions. Yes, I know you do. But we must be patient. Now, I really must get all my girls home and find out how they have been doing. Annabelle smiled over at the three Greengrass women. I know that my son is quite anxious to meet you as well, but his business has kept him today. Be assured he will be home on Christmas, and we will all have a very nice chat then. Now, say goodbye to Daphne, and we will see you soon. Harry couldn't help but return the old woman's smile. It was so infectious. She pulled the younger of the Greengrass girls with her, and Daphne's mother looked away as Harry turned to Daphne, who looked as nervous as he felt at the moment. Well, I'll see you then. Harry gave an awkward smile. Yes, have a good holiday. Daphne smiled back, and they shook hands. Harry gave another smile and joined the Weasleys who had been waiting just out of the way, but close enough to move in if something had happened. My word, the elder Mrs. Greengrass proclaimed, looking affronted at her granddaughter. Is that how you say goodbye to a boy you? Don't start on me, Nana. Daphne warned. It's been a tough term, okay. Well, I'm anxious to hear all about it. Annabelle said, taking both her granddaughters by the shoulders and guiding them into London, with their mother close behind them. Can someone please explain why Harry was speaking to the Greengrass family? Molly Weasley asked as Harry joined them. Mrs. Weasley, it's a really long story, and I'd rather not talk about it here in public, if you don't mind. Harry said weakly. Very well. It's getting late. Best to be off, then. Mrs. Weasley said, a bit upset at being shut down by a 16-year-old boy. Molly Weasley had heard many nasty things about the Greengrass family over the years, none of which were flattering. She eyed Harry carefully as they made their way out of King's Cross Station. She felt like a mother to the boy, so she had become quite protective over him, as she was with her own children. She would get to the bottom of this new mystery. After all, this was the year Harry and Ginny were going to get together. So, Daphne's grandmother smiled sweetly at her eldest granddaughter. They were sitting in Daphne's bedroom the day after the girls had arrived home. Dinner the night before had been a quiet affair as both Daphne and her younger sister had been very tired from their journey. Astoria had gone with her mother to do some shopping that morning, while Mr. Greengrass had left early to meet with another of his business contacts. Daphne suspected it had all been arranged to give her and her grandmother some time alone. "You must tell me about the young man." Her grandmother spoke in her thick Romanian accent, her eyes sparkling, making her smile even more childlike. "There's not much to tell, really." Daphne shrugged. "He's a nice enough boy, but not much more than that. We've been taking time to get to know one another, but there's nothing there, really." "I see." Annabelle nodded slowly, still watching her granddaughter. "You feel nothing for the boy who is to be your husband one day?" Daphne avoided the knowing eyes of her grandmother, as she said quite unconvincingly. "Nothing special. Is that why you got so nervous when you said farewell yesterday? Or why you avoid my eyes now?" Daphne's head shot up so fast she gave herself whiplash. Annabelle began chuckling mildly. "It was the same for me, you know. I was very upset to learn I had been betrothed." "You and Papa were betrothed?" Daphne looked odd. "Oh, yes, child. I did not find out until a year before it was to happen. I was very lucky. Your grandfather was very handsome, and kind. We fell in love very quickly. I practically ran down the aisle to be wed to him. You know, it was I who urged your mother and father to tell you. They did not want to do it, but I kept insisting that if they did not, they would lose you for good. You're probably right. I doubt I would have ever spoken to them again." Daphne confessed. "I thought as much. But, you took their advice and have begun speaking to the boy. I have seen with my own eyes that he is handsome, though not very tidy. I wonder why you believe you feel nothing for him. Is he not kind? Do you have nothing in common at all?" Annabelle inquired. "No. He's very kind, thoughtful and generous. I enjoy talking with him. But, I don't think he's what I pictured when I dreamt of a husband. Maybe if things were different, you might find him more to your liking." Annabelle chuckled again. Daphne gave an irritated expression. "I've seen you look at him. My eyes are old, but they still see. There is something there, but you are confused by it. You wonder if it's the contract that binds you to him, or if your heart has grown fond of him. He feels it, too. You can see by how he looks at you." Annabelle sighed plaintively. "It's so confusing, Nana. Sometimes, when I look at him, I feel this tightening in my stomach. When I know I'm going to see him, I get nervous. Then other times, I loathe the thought of him altogether." Annabelle Greengrass nodded slowly, smiling at her granddaughter. "Your heart has begun fighting with your head. It happens all the time, but listen to me now. I have told you since you were little that your heart is always right. You must listen to it. Your mind wants to protect you. Rarely do the heart and mind agree, but if you just listen to your heart, no matter what it says, you will find happiness." "Is that what happened with you and Papa?" Daphne asked wistfully. "It is, child. I never doubted my heart, and I had 25 very happy years with him." Daphne hugged her pillow to her chest as she imagined a life with Harry. The boy had somehow cracked her defenses, though she was loath to admit it to anyone. When she thought of his smile, she did feel something special. She could never put words to it, to make someone understand it, but it was there, and it was wonderful. But, it was mired by fear and doubt. Her mind was always coming up with reasons why the two of them didn't make sense. She also was sick to death of her mother sending letters of advice, or Tracy going on and on about how she should open her heart and let whatever happened to just happen. She projected it all onto Harry, aimed her anger at him, though he didn't deserve any of it. But, when her grandmother, the one person she cherished above all others, gave her the same advice, Daphne couldn't help but heed the words and really consider them. But, was it the contract causing her feelings, or was she actually becoming attracted to the boy of her own volition? She looked at her grandmother for a long time, her eyes beginning to tear up from her own frustrated confusion. The old woman gave a very tender smile to the teary-eyed girl. "Oh, my precious Blossom," she said as she stood to embrace her poor granddaughter. "You are so much like your father. You think too much for your own good. Holidays at the Burrow was one of Harry's most favorite things in the world. Usually, anyway. Summer had always been fun, with little more to do than fly a broom, or enjoy the sunshine while discussing nothing so important than Quidditch teams with Ron. But this visit was very different, and it was beginning to tax on Harry's nerves. He had never had Christmas at the Burrow before, but had often heard stories about how special they were. But his own experience was not living up to the legends. In fact, Harry was wishing he were back at school. Mrs. Weasley had become a little too protective of him lately. She seemed to want him close to her, or at least somewhere she could see him. She was constantly calling on him to help her out with various chores. It was as if she was waiting for him to change, or keel over. Harry even noted that Fleur had begun taking far less abuse from the family matriarch. On top of that, she had not stopped in her quest to learn why Harry was now associating with the Greengrass family. Whenever she could get him next to her, the topic would inevitably come up. She had even questioned Ron at length in private about it. Ron's father had rescued his youngest son before it had gotten too bad, but Ron could not look his mother in the eye for the rest of the holiday. Even Ginny had been taken temporary hostage and questioned by the Weasley matron. Harry had learned from both Ron and Ginny that their mother was sure he had been placed under the Imperius curse or something. Ginny even revealed that her mother had urged her to approach Harry in a romantic way. This had led to the biggest fight Harry had ever witnessed, with Ginny threatening to follow Percy's example. Harry felt terrible for being the cause of so much friction within the Weasley household. He could think of no reason not to share his situation with Mrs. Weasley, but he remained quiet on the subject. He felt as if he'd somehow ruined the holiday for everyone, as Mrs. Weasley's bad temper was starting to infect others. Harry gave serious thought into just spilling his secret and hoping it would cause the woman to finally ease up on everyone so they could enjoy the holiday. It was Ron who dissuaded him. "Mate, you have to understand, Mum really believes the gossip she hears. She never really leaves the house unless she has to. The magazines she reads are nothing but gossip and half-truths. You do remember how she treated Hermione during 4th year, right? All because of Rita's articles. Until she is shown that the stuff she believes is untrue, she'll hold onto it as if Merlin himself wrote it." So, Harry kept silent, counting down the hours until he could escape and meet with Annabelle Greengrass and learn more about the contract. He had been haunted by a question Daphne had asked him. What if there's a way out of it? Harry had no answer. If the contract could in fact be broken, what would he do? Ginny had already told him she didn't feel that way about him, and his feelings for her had begun fading the more he saw of Daphne. There was of course loads of girls in Hogwarts, but none really captivated his attentions. He wondered, if there was a way to break the contract, if he really wanted that anymore. Harry had been able to speak to Fred and George, and enlist their help in sneaking away. The twins were more than happy to cause a major distraction so Harry might be able to get away. The fact that they had not asked questions made Harry appreciate the twins even more. And so, when the sun rose over a fresh blanket of snow on the Burrow on Christmas morning, Harry anxiously waited the clock to strike noon. The morning was quite a change from the past week since they'd gotten back from Hogwarts. With the exception of Percy, all the Weasleys were home. This gave Mrs. Weasley a lot of distraction already, as she'd not seen Charlie in several years. Presents were passed around and opened, and breakfast was a feast for kings, as it typically was, but this one seemed a little more special than usual. After breakfast, the family occupied themselves with their new gifts, conversations, games, or helping Mrs. Weasley in the kitchen with preparing the Christmas dinner. As the noon hour approached, Harry and Ron positioned themselves in front of the fireplace, appearing to play chess. As the clock on the mantel struck 12, there came a gut-wrenching, earth-shaking boom from above. The house erupted in chaos, with redheads screaming and running to find the source of the explosion. Ron stood, as did everyone else, but he blocked the fireplace with his body as Harry took a fistful of flow powder and tossed it into the grate. He stepped into the flames and said clearly, "Greengrass Manor." And, in a flash of brilliant green flame, he was gone, nearly unnoticed. The fire at Greengrass Manor sprung up, and turned emerald green as Harry Potter came crashing to the floor, sputtering and coughing out ash. Right on time, clapped a very pleased Annabelle Greengrass. She leaned heavily on her cane. as she offered Harry a helping hand up. Not too good with flow travel, are you, young man? I actually prefer a broom. Harry grinned slightly, brushing more soot off of himself. I have heard you are quite talented upon a broom. Never got the knack of it myself. Though I always loved being swept off my feet. The old Romanian woman grinned, patting Harry's shoulder. Come, they are waiting. She motioned for Harry to follow. The house was amazing. Unlike Grimmauld Place, this house was warm and bright. The dark-stained wood walls were decorated with portraits and medieval weapons. The floor was a bright red carpet, which felt soft under his trainers. Harry passed a glass case where many old wands sat on display, and another which contained loads of different knick-knacks. As they journeyed deeper into the house, Harry could hear cheery voices, 3 distinct female and 1 gruff male. He followed the elder woman into a drawing room where Daphne sat along with her parents and sister, who looked shocked to see Harry Potter in her house. That's the guest? She asked in astonishment, pointing rudely at Harry. Yes, dear one, Annabelle said with a smile. You do know it's very rude to point and stare. She chided. Astoria looked chastised, and smiled apologetically. It's all right. I'm rather used to it. Harry smiled softly. Doesn't make it any less rude. Annabelle said smiling, yet shaking her head at Astoria. As it is, this conversation is not for you, dear Astoria. Please give us some privacy. Astoria looked as if she wanted to protest, but a sharp look from her grandmother made the complaint die in her throat. Astoria stood and hugged her parents before leaving the drawing room. Please allow me to introduce my son, Jonathan Greengrass. Annabelle waved to the man, who now stood offering his hand in greeting. It is a pleasure, young master. I trust you are well. Mr. Greengrass said with a firm handshake. Yes, sir. It's nice to finally meet you. Daphne's told me a bit about you. I can imagine it didn't paint me in a pretty light, as she's been rather angry with us. Mr. Greengrass looked to his daughter, who was a mask of calm. Actually, she spoke quite fondly of the both of you. Harry said, looking to Mrs. Greengrass, who sent a pleased smile at her eldest daughter. Shall we all sit? We have much to discuss. Annabelle waved at the sofa and chairs, as she made for the seat her son had just vacated. I know you have questions, but allow me to tell this story, and then I shall answer any questions as best I can. Harry nodded, and Annabelle took a deep breath. As you know, there aren't many pureblood families left. Many of them are too prejudiced and stubborn to understand that times have changed. They believe in keeping the bloodlines pure. So, options for marriage are quite limited. If you look down any pure blood family tree, you'll see it doesn't branch off very much. Daphne's grandfather, Archibald, wished to keep the family pure, yet, did not wish to mingle with certain other families. He felt many of the bloodlines had become too polluted by their own hands, what with all the interfamily marriages. As you can imagine, that left very few options. Finding a pureblood family that hadn't tainted itself with folks marrying their cousins was proving quite a feat. Annabelle chuckled at her little joke, looking at the 2 young teens, who were listening closely. The ideal match would have been an ancient house, but that was simply not possible. Then, Archibald met a man named Reginald Potter. While his family was pure blood, it was still relatively young, but your grandfather was willing to forgive that as it was a pure blood family who had not yet contaminated themselves by inbreeding. And so, a deal was struck. But, only boys were born to each family. Annabelle smiled at the 2 youngsters, while Harry heard Daphne's father give a slight chuckle. So, a new contract was written, but only after the next generation was born. Both your grandfathers were proud men, and neither wanted to back out of the deal they had struck. This caused a tumultuous amount of friction within the families. While I don't know much about the Potters' troubles, Archibald and Jonathan fought like dragons over the matter. Finally, Archibald did something that I never forgave him for. Something that even he could never forgive himself for. He obliviated his son, and his son's wife, just before the contract signing. What? Mr. Greengrass shot forward in his seat. He what? Harry saw Mrs. Greengrass reach out and clutch her husband's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. I'm sorry. Annabelle looked sadly at her son. He did it before I knew it had happened. I could do nothing to stop it. I have carried this secret for years, and I do not expect forgiveness. I am simply telling you the story. Annabelle looked ready to break down and cry, but she took a deep, calming breath and continued on. I know that you both want to know what each family gained from this merger. And I do wish I could tell you for certain. I only know that gold changed hands, but it was an insignificant amount. What I believe was done was an allegiance. The Potter family gained a significant amount of power in our government, and it also made them targets. That contract became a death sentence for Reginald and his family. Daphne looked to Harry, who stared now at the floor, looking for all the world as if he wished he'd never come. But, my mother was Muggleborn. I'm only half-blood, Harry pointed out. If your husband was trying to protect the bloodline, you know, keep it pure, wouldn't my father's choice in wife make your husband rethink the agreement? You're only half-blood. Annabelle looked surprised. You didn't know? Harry asked, looking strangely at the old woman, who had begun to smile. I did not know. How interesting. Annabelle seemed to be rather pleased. I never cared for blood purity. All one has to do is to look at the most ancient houses to see that blood counts for nothing. Many of the offspring from those houses are little more than glorified squibs. They have all but bred the magic out of their bloodlines. So this whole mess has to do with blood purity. Daphne spoke up for the first time. She looked angry. I'm afraid so, dear one. Annabelle said softly. So, the two of us are stuck together because of pride and blood. Blood which isn't even pure anymore. Jonathan, Aurora, may I speak to these two alone? Annabelle asked of the adults. Both of Daphne's parents smiled politely and left the elder woman with the two teens. Once the door was shut, Annabelle turned to look compassionately upon the youths. I know you're both angry, and you have every right to be. When I found out I was betrothed, I was ever so angry. No one should have their choices taken away from them. But, the fact remains that you two are linked now. Learn from your ancestors' mistakes. I sense a great power hidden inside of you, Harry. All one has to do is to peer into your eyes and they can see it as well. And dearest Daphne, I have watched you grow from a clumsy, awkward child into a fine, strong and incredibly intelligent woman. What the two of you could accomplish together is nothing short of amazing. But, you both need to look past the burden of the contract and focus on one another. The two teens both burned crimson at this statement, each avoiding the other's eyes. You've begun to feel strange emotions, and you can't decipher if they are yours, or because of the contract. Learn from each other, let your hearts guide you. Don't fight what you feel for each other. Forget there is a contract. Concentrate on your friendship. Allow those feelings you question to grow. The old woman looked fondly at the pair. She pointed her cane at Daphne, smiling sincerely. I've often told you to follow your heart. I give you the same advice, young man. At this she stood up. I am in need of a cup of tea. I trust I can leave you alone together without concern. Annabelle gave one of her little knowing smiles and left the two teens alone. There was silence for a long time, as each of them processed what they had learned. I'm sorry, Harry. Daphne said softly. What? Why? Harry looked a little confused. For all of this. I know it's not my fault any more than it's yours, but I just needed to say it. She looked into his bright green eyes. You heard your grandmother. This was done to us. It's up to us to decide what we make of it. Harry stood, and began pacing about the room. Daphne watched him for a few moments. What do we do from here? She asked softly. I don't have any answers. Harry stopped and stared at a portrait of a sleeping dragon. Everyone expects me to know what to do, but I don't. Daphne stood and came to his side. She stared at the painting too, as if the dragon might awaken and tell them what they should do. I want to be loved. Daphne nearly whispered. I want to love someone and have the happiness I see in my parents' eyes when they look at each other. I'm sorry. Harry said sadly. I wish I could tell you you're going to have those things. I guess we could use love potions on each other. Daphne started to chuckle, and after a few seconds it turned into a full-blown laugh, which made her fall into a chair, holding her stomach and wiping her eyes. Harry couldn't stop himself from joining her. I can just picture you trying to slip me a potion at the same time I'm trying to slip you one. Daphne mimed the scene, which caused Harry to stumble with laughter. Don't get up, I'll get you a drink, my love. Harry grimaced with his own laughter as he mimed slipping Daphne a potion. They laughed hard for a long time until they were both exhausted, and had to avoid looking at each other for fear of breaking into fresh fits of giggles. I suppose we'll figure it all out as we go, Harry finally said after they had calmed down. He sat up from the floor where he'd fallen, and found Daphne looking at him strangely. Her eyes were bright from their laughter, and she was regarding him almost fondly. She stood with him, and approached him. Harry was taken aback when she wrapped her arms around him and embraced him tightly. "Thank you, Harry. I don't know if many blokes would be so rational in this same scenario. A lot of them would think of me as their property and try to take advantage or something. You've been nothing short of a gentleman through it all. I don't know what's going to happen any more than Trelawney can predict the weather, but I will never do anything to hurt you. Not on purpose, anyway." Harry smiled. He glanced at the clock and a deep feeling of guilt overtook him. "I should really get back. Mrs. Weasley's probably had kittens by now. Well, at least come say goodbye. Nana never forgives rudeness. It's her pet peeve." Daphne led Harry back to the fireplace he'd come through where Annabelle and Mrs. Greengrass were sitting, enjoying tea. "Leaving us so soon," Annabelle said a bit sadly. "I had hoped you might stay for dinner. I'm sorry, but I kind of snuck out. I'm sure the Weasleys are worried. Well, I do hope we get the chance to talk again, and soon." Harry shook the old woman's hand gratefully. "Thank you for clearing up a lot of this mystery. Before you go, there is one thing you must attend to, Mr. Potter." "What's that?" Harry asked, feeling suddenly nervous. Annabelle Greengrass cast her eyes to a spot just above her granddaughter, who also looked up. There, floating lazily, was a fresh sprig of mistletoe. Both Harry and Daphne's faces suddenly burned crimson, as they turned to see Annabelle trying to hide her laughter. "Nana!" Daphne shrieked in embarrassment. Harry turned back to look at the mistletoe, hoping it had been an apparition, a trick of the firelight. "Annabelle, what are you doing to these poor children?" Mrs. Greengrass asked, looking ashamed of the giggling old woman. "I'm afraid you must tend to the matter. Some traditions are too wonderful to break." Annabelle smiled mischievously as she began ushering a protesting Mrs. Greengrass out of the room. "I'm so sorry about this." Daphne groaned. "I'm sure she's watching to make sure that you—" Daphne tried, but couldn't finish the sentence. Harry rubbed his hands through his hair, trying to calm down his racing heart. "You really think she's watching?" he asked, looking to the closed door in which the old woman had briskly fled through. "And she'll come right back in here to prevent you from leaving." Daphne sighed. She looked at Harry, and the moment he aimed his eyes into hers, her stomach flipped, and her palms went cold. Her grandmother was right, one simply had to peer into those magnificent emerald orbs to see the power in Harry Potter. The two teens stared blankly at one another. Neither noticed that they had begun drawing closer. It felt as if an eternity were passing between them as, closer and closer, they drew in. Daphne could never ever describe it to anyone. She would try on many occasions, but she would never truly be able to communicate the feeling of exhilaration and passion she felt in the moment when Harry's lips tenderly touched hers. He was so soft, only caressing her lips with his. She felt her hands move to his chest, almost as if she were going to push him off, but instead she tugged his jumper closer. Their key deepened and her arms snaked up around his neck, holding him close. Harry had only ever at one other girl, but he couldn't remember it being this wonderful. Daphne's lips felt amazing against his, and when her arms slipped around his neck, his heart felt like it might burst right out of his chest. The two teens finally broke apart, and simply stared at each other, before Harry finally slipped from Daphne's grasp and used the flow. Daphne watched him disappear into the flames and felt a sudden hole in her existence. Was this what Tracy had been talking about? Had she just learned all she ever needed to know about the boy in that moment? Daphne could barely breathe. It was as if something precious that she had only discovered had been violently torn away from her. Her heart was pounding so hard in her chest that she actually feared it might explode. Her mind was a jumble of thoughts. There was a virtual whirlwind of emotions that she couldn't even begin to fathom. Except one: irritation, anger, a deep and unrelenting desire to curse someone for meddling in her affairs. And, as she smiled to herself, Daphne knew that it was one emotion she could actually do something about. "Oh, Nana, where have you been?" That was the shriek that greeted Harry as he fell out of the fireplace into the home of the Weasleys. Mrs. Weasley looked ready to murder Harry where he lay, and he was more than shocked to see Albus Dumbledore and Remus Lupin there as well, both looking relieved at his reappearance. "Merry Christmas, Remus, Professor Dumbledore." Harry smiled sheepishly as he got to his feet. "And to you, Harry," Dumbledore said, a hint of mild irritation at the boy in his voice. "May I inquire where you have been for the past few hours?" "Greengrass Manor," Harry said. He felt telling the truth was far better at this moment. Besides, he couldn't think of a very good lie. "What?" Mrs. Weasley's face was as red as a tomato. "Why would you go there? We've been so worried about you. How could you be so insensitive? So unthoughtful." "I had to go. I promised I would." Harry looked agitated. "To the Greengrass. They could have delivered you to you-know-who." "They wouldn't do that," Harry snapped. "What makes you so sure? What guarantee do you have that they would not take you straight to their master?" Mrs. Weasley snapped back. "I'm quite sure they wouldn't do that. I'm engaged to their daughter after all." Harry looked determinedly at the woman who had been so kind and loving to him over the years. He cared a great deal for Mrs. Weasley, but she had gone too far. The silence that fell was like a bombshell. Mrs. Weasley's hand went to her chest as she seemed to be trying to understand what Harry had just said. Mr. Weasley's eyebrows had raised so high on his forehead that Harry thought they would have disappeared if he still had a decent head of hair. Remus and Dumbledore both looked understanding, but still angry over Harry's sneaking off. "Way to go, Harry." It was Fred. He and George had been standing just out of his line of sight, but had come out to where he could see them, along with Ginny and Ron, who both looked happy that Harry had finally let the secret out, though Ron also looked a little frightened of what might be coming. "How did you land one of the hottest witches in all of England?" George asked, reaching out to shake Harry's hand in congratulations. "You're too young," Mrs. Weasley roared, finally finding her voice again. "Oi, mate, you've stirred the beast," Fred said in an undertone. "How could you be so immature and foolish?" Mrs. Weasley stormed forward, getting right up to Harry, her face scarlet with rage. "For your information, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said calmly, his eyes boring into the woman now. "I didn't do it. It was done to me." "Well, then you must fix it. Break up with the scarlet woman." "I can't." "You most certainly can. You have no need to be noble this time. She's obviously charmed you or something. We will set this right," Molly said with conviction. "Mrs. Weasley," Harry shouted, finally getting the woman to stop her tirade. "I can't break it off. I told you it was done to me, but I never said that Daphne did it. It was a betrothal contract, signed by both my parents. I have no choice in the matter. And, even if I did, I'm not so sure I'd want to walk away from her. Not anymore." Harry didn't miss the slight twinge on Dumbledore's lips, as if he were fighting a smile. He also noted that Remus looked almost proud. Harry simply shook it off and refocused on Mrs. Weasley, who looked, for all the world, lost. Mrs. Weasley's eyes began to tear up and she quickly left the room. Harry saw Ron watch his mother run off, and turned back to Harry. He gave a slight nod, and Harry could see how tired his friend looked. Harry realized that he must have been all but tortured by his mother to reveal Harry's whereabouts. He felt a swell of pride at his best friend. "Why not ask me to help?" Dumbledore asked, bringing Harry's attention back to the matter at hand. "I could have provided a proper escort. I wonder why you felt the need to put yourself in danger again." Harry sighed heavily and clenched his fists. "I'm not a little kid anymore. My entire life has been a series of decisions that I had no part in. I'm sick of it. I want to make a few choices in my life. I would like to speak with Harry alone for a moment." Dumbledore announced, and the others in the room slowly wandered out, leaving Harry and the headmaster alone. Dumbledore sat down in one of the chairs in the Weasley living room and stared at the young man before him. "I have had the privilege of watching you grow into a very strong-minded, powerful, and intelligent young man, Harry. So I am truly confused as to where this anger is coming from. Professor, in the last 8 months, I have lost the closest thing to a father I have ever known. I led my friends to near death, because you were keeping vital information from me. I learned that I am destined to kill or be killed by the monster that killed my parents. I have met the woman I'm going to marry, because of some stupid contract that was supposed to keep a pure bloodline going. And I've been learning that Voldemort was a charming and charismatic man. But nothing has helped me. I've not learned how I'm going to defeat him. I've not learned any secret spell, or special chant that would destroy Voldemort and allow me to live. So you tell me, Professor. What reason would I have for being angry? I see. Dumbledore nodded sadly. You believe my method of teaching is too slow. You believe what I have to show you is unimportant. I never said that, sir. I just don't understand why you can't just get to the point, and we can move forward. Isn't this far too important to dance around? Isn't defeating Voldemort more important than anything any of us do? What about trying to keep you alive so you have a chance at the life you wish for? Dumbledore countered. Is it more important than that? Sir, no offense, but you just made my point for me. Harry gave a little grin. Wouldn't just telling me all this stuff, instead of having me jump through all these hoops, be a better use of our time? Wouldn't telling me everything you know and teaching me something useful be better than going through all this sleight of hand? What if the lesson is lost on me because you thought I was smart enough to figure it out, and I wasn't? Dumbledore's shoulders seemed to sag a bit as his bright blue eyes considered Harry for a very long moment. Finally, he took a deep breath and answered Harry. Very well. Tell me, have you procured the memory from Professor Slughorn yet? Harry eyed the old man, and shook his head slowly. Then let me offer you this compromise. You bring me that memory, as it is key to finally solving a puzzle that we must have the answer to, and I will, as you say, get to the point. Is that acceptable? Fine. I will get the memory as soon as we get back to school, and then we can move forward and finally end all of this. Dumbledore stood, looking proud. I had hoped to teach you independence, Harry. I wanted you to become self-sufficient. I see it is working, but let me remind you that you have people around you who care deeply for you, who only wish to help. It would not do to alienate them, especially when you need them now more than you realize. Dumbledore smiled and swept out of the room, leaving Harry behind to contemplate the old man's advice. Harry and Ron had made their way to Ron's bedroom late Christmas night. After Dumbledore and Remus had left, Harry had been subjected to a barrage of questions from the Weasley family regarding his escape and choice of destination. Both Bill and Charlie were very curious how Harry had slipped away completely unnoticed. Fred and George were very proud of their distraction, as it was a product they had been perfecting over 2 years. They were at last able to introduce the newest Weasley wizard Wheeze, the decoy detonator. Mrs. Weasley had remained in her bedroom the rest of the evening, which suited Harry fine, as he didn't think he could face her again. He truly respected Mrs. Weasley for all she had done, but over the past few days, he had seen a different side of her he'd never experienced before. She seemed truly distraught about Harry's engagement to Daphne, as if she had other plans for him or something. As if he needed anyone else making decisions regarding his life. Though Harry had been angry at Mrs. Weasley, he still cared for her, and had felt a little bad at how he'd spoken to her. Mr. Weasley assured him, however, that sometimes you had to hurt in order to get your point across, and that Mrs. Weasley had more than likely forgiven him already. The strangest part of his evening had come when Ginny had placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling sweetly. Daphne Greengrass, huh? Harry could only shrug. As he looked at Ginny now, he no longer felt any sort of romantic feelings at all. All he saw now was a good friend. Harry wondered if he felt differently now that he'd actually keyed Daphne, or if his feelings for Ginny had simply faded on their own. Can I give you a bit of advice, Harry? Ginny asked. Harry nodded and Ginny looked him square in the eye as she said, don't try and be who she thinks you ought to be. Be honest with yourself, and don't let her run your life. Ginny smiled as she left Harry pondering the meaning of her advice. Daphne never tried to run things. Okay, she had demanded that he get hold of the contract, but he would have done the same if the situation were reversed. Daphne had also been the one to say that they should try getting to know each other, but Harry had been thinking about it anyway. Other than that, Harry and Daphne's budding relationship had been pretty equal. Did Ginny know something Harry had yet to learn? I hope they didn't rough you up too badly, Harry said to Ron as they settled into their beds much later. The redhead merely shook it off and grinned. Actually, it was a bit cool. I felt like a spy or something. Harry chuckled at his friend. In all honesty, they might not have noticed you were gone at all if it hadn't been for Rufus Scrimgeour. The Minister of Magic. Harry looked confused. The one and only. He showed up with Percy about 20 minutes after you'd left. Ron sat up in his bed to look at his friend. It was weird. Mum cried, thanking Merlin that Percy had come home, and the minister asked to speak with you. I think he'd had some other plan, but since he didn't see you anywhere, he just had to lay it out. Dad said that you were busy, but Mum insisted that I fetch you. I kind of got the feeling that Dad knew you were gone, but he never said anything. So what happened? Harry was on the edge of his seat. I had to tell Mum you weren't here. Ron looked guiltily. Percy got angry at the minister, saying that he had told him it was a stupid idea, and that got both Bill and Charlie angry. They started shouting at Percy and Percy shouted back. Then Ginny got angry and tried to punch Percy. Mom began crying, and Dad tried to calm everyone down, but I think it was too late by then. I'm not sure who threw the first handful of potatoes, it might have been me, it's all real fuzzy. But when the dust settled, Percy left wearing most of what should have been dinner. So that's why we had sandwiches for dinner. Harry fell back onto his own bed, a slight grin on his face as he imagined Percy leaving the burrow covered in food. Did the minister say what he wanted with me? Nope. Just kept trying to calm everyone down and avoid flying food. After they left, well, Mum flowed Dumbledore, and you pretty much know the rest of it. What happened, anyway? You were gone a while, I mean. Not much. I met Annabelle Greengrass, Daphne's grandmother. She nice, but I think she might be a little crazy. Anyway, she told us all she knew about the contract. We were set up to keep the bloodline pure. Apparently, my grandfather lied about my mum's blood status to make sure the contract got signed. The Greengrasses didn't know I was a half-blood. Do you know what was exchanged? I mean, what did they get out of the deal? A little gold, but Mrs. Greengrass didn't really know for sure. She reckons there might have been some political gain as well. Power in the government or something. For what it's worth, I'm sorry, mate, really. Ron looked genuinely remorseful over Harry's predicament. It's all right. Not much we can do about the past. Harry groaned. So, what did Daphne get you for Christmas? Ron smiled, trying to change the subject. Harry smiled lightly as he remembered dotting Daphne before he'd returned to the burrow. He could still taste her faintly on his lips. Sweet, and soft. The way she had wrapped her arms around his neck and drawn him closer to her. It had been like nothing else he'd ever felt. Nothing, he finally said. She didn't get me anything. Too bad. Ron grinned. Not really. I didn't get her anything, either. Harry shrugged. He lay back, closing his eyes, and reliving the again. Harry now wondered if there was a future for he and Daphne. He tried to contemplate a life where they could actually love each other. Daphne's grandmother's advice replayed in his mind. What the two of you could accomplish together is nothing short of amazing. But you both need to look past the burden of the contract and focus on one another. Maybe they could find happiness in each other. Harry grinned. He lived in a world filled with magic, anything was possible. The rest of the holiday passed in a blur of chess games, snowball fights, and homework. Harry had not spoken to Daphne since Christmas, and now, as Ron and Ginny were getting ready to board the train back to school, Harry felt more anxious than he ever had before. He was unsure of what would happen when he saw her again. Had their relationship advanced, or was the a one-time thing? He'd been able to think of little else. Every time he closed his eyes, he could swear he felt Daphne's lips brushing against his. This actually had begun to irritate him, as he was so confused by everything he felt now. He had wanted to write to her, to ask her about her feelings now, but he felt stupid every time he pulled out fresh parchment and starting writing. Nothing he wrote made any sense, or it seemed as if he repeated himself, or babbled. Harry had refused to talk about it with Ron or Ginny. Partly because he was sure they couldn't understand, but also because he feared the inevitable teasing he would be the target of. So, he'd been stuck, impatiently waiting until he could talk to someone who might be able to give him some decent advice without teasing him. So, as Mrs. Weasley gave her two children tight hugs, Harry was scanning the crowds for any sign of the own Slytherin girl he was betrothed to. Harry actually felt a pang of heartache when Mrs. Weasley didn't try to hug him. His relationship with the Weasley matriarch had all but disintegrated since Christmas. Harry had tried a couple of times to apologize, but Mrs. Weasley would always excuse herself before Harry could say he was sorry. Harry had even gone to Mr. Weasley to see if he could help. "I'm sorry, Harry. But she was truly hurt by your outburst. While I still believe you were right, I can't help you here." Molly had hopes that you and Ginny would one day figure things out, and that you would become a true part of the family. This has hit her really hard. Harry. A voice screamed as two arms went around him, crushing him, and his vision was blurred by a mess of brown frizzy hair. Hello, Hermione. How was your holiday? Hermione. Mrs. Weasley stole Hermione away, hugging her tightly. I'm so happy for you and Ron. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. Was your holiday good? Hermione said shakily, as Ron took her hand in his. Harry saw them share a smile before Mrs. Weasley asserted herself again. Oh, yes. We had a bit of bother on Christmas, but the rest of the holiday was fine. Mrs. Weasley said, as she eyed Harry. Hermione followed her glance, and frowned. Harry shook his head, and picked up his bag. I'll just go find a cabin, he said, mostly to himself. Harry found a cabin near the back of the train, and shoved his bag in the overhear rack. He sat down heavily and stared out the window. He pushed all thoughts of Molly Weasley out of his mind. He had more important things to think on. The first was how to procure the memory that Professor Slughorn had that was so damned important to Dumbledore. How would he be able to trick the potions master into relinquishing a memory that he wouldn't give to Dumbledore? This was a vexing problem. He had no leverage to work with. What he needed was a brilliant idea. There you are, Hermione said as she and Ron stepped into Harry's cabin. What did you do that got Mrs. Weasley so angry? That's kind of a long story, Harry said sheepishly. We've got the time, Harry. It's a long trip back to Hogwarts. Can we wait on it? Just for a bit, he asked. I need your help. I've got to get that memory from Slughorn, and I have no idea how to do it. Finally taking Dumbledore's request seriously, huh? Hermione looked pleased. No, actually, we've made a deal, Harry remarked, wiping Hermione's smug smile from her face. Before Harry could launch into the details, the cabin opened again and Tracy Davis looked in hopefully. Hi. She smiled. Do you all mind if? No, of course not. Harry waved Tracy in. Have you seen Daphne? Yes. She told me to come find you all. She's just saying goodbye to her parents and then she should be along. Tracy smiled as she sat next to Hermione. What do you mean you made a deal? Hermione asked irritably. I'll explain it all in a bit, Harry snapped. Tracy looked between the two as if she were afraid they might start throwing curses. Just be patient, Hermione. Ron sighed, reaching up to rub her back. There's a lot you have to hear, and I'm guessing Harry doesn't want to repeat it all. Here you are. Daphne smiled as she finally stepped into the cabin, just as the train began moving. I knew I should have looked back here first. Harry felt his body tense as Daphne smiled at him. Her smile was gentle, warm. It was unlike any smile he'd ever seen her wear. It actually reached her eyes, which seemed to shine with something he couldn't put into words. Something really good. Daphne sat down next to Harry, and patted his hand lightly. Nana sends her regards. Harry gave a small smile and nodded. You were right, she was fun. Evil, but fun. What happened? Hermione nearly screamed. What's got her knickers in a twist? Daphne asked, looking oddly at the nearly foaming Hermione, who made a face back at Daphne. She waiting for a story. Tracy grinned. All right, now that everyone is here, I'll fill you all in. Harry gave Hermione a significant look, which she obviously ignored. With Ron and Daphne's help, Harry was able to tell them all about what had happened on Christmas. He left out a few minor details, as he didn't want Daphne and Tracy to know too much about his destiny, and to keep him and Daphne from being teased. So Slughorn's got this memory, which is the key piece of this puzzle, that is preventing Dumbledore from just telling you everything. Daphne asked when Harry had finished. Basically. Harry nodded, unable to tear his eyes away from hers. The trouble is I have no clue how to go about getting Slughorn to give me the memory. If he wouldn't give it to Dumbledore, what chance do I have? You need something to bargain with. Something that is going to be too good to pass up. Something that would appeal to his sense of lifestyle. As she spoke, Daphne's smile grew. Well, the solution has been right in front of you. Or rather under you. My bottom. Harry looked like he might be sick. The basilisk. Daphne slapped his arm. Let him harvest it. A man like that is used to a certain lifestyle, and he loves his comforts, but it costs a lot of gold to live like that. I'm sure with an offer like that, he'd sell his soul. You are brilliant. Of course, he'd be all over it. Harry slapped his forehead, as he grinned at the smiling bee. Owned. I don't think you need to buy it from him. Hermione looked a bit offended. I'm sure if you just asked him to help you. No offense, Hermione, but Slughorn isn't just going to help because he's a teacher. Daphne said softly. He's a coward, and if he wouldn't give Dumbledore that memory, whatever it is, it's not good. Daphne's right, Harry said firmly. He was hiding out in a Muggle house. He tried to make it look like he'd been kidnapped or killed. Whatever is in his head, it's something that has him truly afraid of being found by Death Eaters. What about the Draco problem? Tracy asked. Are you still worried what he's up to? Yeah, Harry nodded. But, until I have proof, no one's going to listen to me. Just like normal, he's going to have to really hurt someone before anyone believes me. Well, I believe you. So, what if we could get you the proof? Tracy asked, a sly smirk on her lips. I'm not going to ask you two to get involved in this. Harry shook his head. Why not? Ron said, eyes bulging. Who better to get proof than a couple of people from his own house? Draco wouldn't even suspect them. Because it's dangerous. He's dangerous, Harry argued. Harry, Daphne said gently. Harry turned to look at her. I know you're trying to protect us, but you can't be around us all the time. While I still have my doubts on if Draco's been marked, if he's doing something that could hurt people, I want it to end. Slytherin House doesn't need any more shame. So whether or not you want me involved, I already am. Daphne tilted her head, keeping her eyes locked with his. She saw so much at that moment reflected in his eyes. A desire to see Draco caught at whatever Harry suspected him of. A need to protect those around him, and something else, something that sent a feeling of warm comfort up her arms and into her chest. Harry couldn't respond. There was nothing to say now. Harry knew when he looked into her shining brown eyes that he had no hope of dissuading her. She had planted her feet on this, and she was going to do it, no matter what he said or did. Well, it's obvious who carries the wand in this relationship. Tracy chuckled. Ron and Hermione both burst into giggles. Daphne looked proud of herself, and Harry could only glare at everyone in the cabin. Don't get all sour, Daphne said, reaching up and caressing his cheek softly with the back of her hand. Whoa, Tracy shouted, seeing Daphne touch Harry's face. Something else happened between you two, didn't it? Daphne and Harry looked guiltily at the auburn-haired girl, who was pointing an accusing finger at them. Harry tried to shake his head, while Daphne found the floor rather interesting. I'm going to find out, Tracy threatened. It's better if you just tell me now. Still, Harry and Daphne remained silent, even avoiding looking at each other. Tracy sat back, folding her arms across her chest, looking suspicious. Fine, have it your way, she said smugly. The five teens kept up a lively conversation, sharing tales from their holiday and discussing what the remainder of the school year held in store. Harry noticed that Daphne seemed to touch him more. Little things, like clutching his hand when she had something important to share, or the way she seemed to rub his shoulder when Ron or Hermione would tease him. It was puzzling, but nice at the same time. He wanted desperately to ask her about it, but thought it best if he were to wait for a time when they were alone. Daphne had been anxiously awaiting to see Harry again. After he had left on Christmas, she had sought out her grandmother to let her know exactly how she had felt about the mistletoe stunt. Annabelle Greengrass could not stop smiling as Daphne shouted. The old Romanian woman simply stood there until Daphne had nearly exhausted herself, and finally admitted to the reason she had done it. Someone had to give you both a little nudge. She had chuckled, as Daphne looked appalled. Yet, the memory of that key had haunted her dreams, as well as her waking hours. It was unlike any key she'd ever had, not that she had many to compare it with. It was soft, and so full of emotion. The way he had held her as the key, it was something out of a fantasy. He was so gentle, and strong all at once. As wonderful as that moment had been, it was also frightening to her. It had changed their whole dynamic. She had wondered if he would now expect to key her, or if he wouldn't want anything to do with her now. He had said nothing as he had left, yet Daphne remembered that he'd been seemingly unable to look away from her. She had not wanted him to leave. She had wanted to hold on to him for as long as she was able, to feel his arms around her. After she'd shouted at her grandmother, her mind began telling her all the reasons she should avoid Harry Potter. Everything she had questioned or fear about becoming involved with him asserted itself in her mind, and yet, the moment she stepped onto platform 9 3/4, the first thing she had done was search for the messy black hair. As they all spoke in the train compartment, she had kept reaching out for his hand, or nudging him with her shoulder. It was like she needed to touch him, to feel him near her. She had also noted that sometimes he shrank away from her touch. It didn't happen all the time, but it was most notable when she had clutched for his hand. The first time, she had thought she had just surprised him. It wasn't a shock, as she had surprised herself with the action. But the second time, she knew there was something going on. Daphne remembered Hermione mentioning long ago that there were aspects of Harry's life that he might be embarrassed about. She also thought it had been strange that Harry never talked about his relatives. Daphne realized there was a problem with Harry's home life, and she had a vital need to learn about it. As she watched him stand up and buy cauldron cakes for all of them, she vowed to herself to really learn all there was about Harry Potter. She also found herself admiring his backside, until Tracy cleared her throat and gave Daphne a knowing grin. Daphne glared back, trying to communicate that Tracy needed to keep her mouth shut. "Wow, Daphne, you seem really entranced by Harry's bum. I wonder if it's charmed to memorize girls." Ron nearly choked as he started laughing. Harry turned to see Daphne burying her face in her hands. Tracy was giggling behind her hand, while Hermione looked as if she were trying to look offended while keeping her own laughter in check. She failed a moment later as she bent forward holding her sides. Harry could only shake his head, thinking to himself, "Girls, so when are you going to tell me you guys key, Ed?" Tracy asked Daphne as they sat down at the Slytherin table for dinner. They had just returned to Hogwarts from Hogsmeade Station. Tracy had been watching Daphne very carefully all the way from London. She was convinced that something major had happened between Harry and her best friend. She had watched as Daphne had taken Harry's hand several times on the train. She hadn't missed the glances or the longing look Daphne had given to the door when Harry had gone to change into his robes. "What are you talking about?" Daphne asked, looking as if she wished Tracy would just drop the subject. "You know me better than anyone, Daph. Are you really going to try and lie? I'm not blind. I saw you on the train. I could practically smell the hormones coming from both of you." "All right," Daphne hissed. She glared at her friend, who was practically salivating. "You really should consider taking over Rita Skeeter's job when you graduate." "Stop flattering me." Tracy was bouncing in her seat. Daphne looked along the table to make sure no one of considerable importance was near them. Though with a great sigh she admitted, "Yes, we key, Ed." Tracy's eyes popped out and her hands went to her wide-open mouth. "I knew it. When? How? Tell me." Tracy stammered through her hands. "Shut up," Daphne hissed, looking again up and down the table. "It never would have happened if my grandmother hadn't gone and messed with us. She conjured mistletoe as Harry was leaving. And you know my grandmother. So, you two had no choice." Tracy deflated slightly. "Well, how was it?" Daphne sighed, and her eyes became unfocused. "Amazing," she said lightly. "Then he left, and I didn't see him again until I got on the train. I've been a mess since it happened, and I don't know what to do now." "Well, it explains a lot." "What do you mean?" Daphne looked confused. You and him, you were both stealing looks at each other. Then, whenever you touched him, he looked frightened, but ecstatic at the same time. I'm guessing he's been confused about it all, too. Now, I don't know what to do. If this were a normal situation, I'd ask you, but then you'd tell me to key him again and go from there. But, I don't think that's the answer to this. I don't even know if he liked it. Did you?" Tracy asked. Daphne looked up, a bit puzzled. "The key. Did you like it?" Daphne didn't answer. Instead she looked across the hall to where a certain black-haired boy sat, eating and talking with other Gryffindors. Daphne imagined he was talking of nothing more important than Quidditch, or schoolwork, and he looked almost happy. Harry looked up and their eyes locked for a moment, and she felt her stomach tighten and her heart beat harder in her chest. She wanted him to hold her again, to key her as he had under the mistletoe. He gave a ever so slight smile and nodded almost imperceptibly to her. She wanted to wave, or smile, or something, but all she could do was look away. Strands of own silken hair fell into her eyes, and she felt her cheeks burn. "Oh, My God, you have got it so bad. Tracy smiled. I don't know what you're talking about. Daphne glowered. She kept her hard stare focused on Tracy for a moment longer until the auburn-haired girl shrugged and went back to her food. Daphne sighed, and looked back to where Harry sat. She watched him for several moments, smiling as he spoke to his housemates. She had come to respect Harry, maybe even liked him in a friendly manner, but she most certainly did not love him. Sure, Harry was a decent-looking guy, and he was polite, and well-mannered. Yes, they had shared a lot together already, and she was admittedly growing fond of him. But there was no way that she loved him. Then what was it I felt when we Ed? She asked herself as she bent her head to hide her eyes, which she felt stinging. Why did I feel so empty when he left, and why was I so anxious to be close to him again? What's happening to me? Several tables away, Harry was being interrogated by several Gryffindor boys about the rumors surrounding he and Daphne. It had started the moment he'd sat down. Seamus, Neville, Colin and Dennis Creevy and several others had all but surrounded him and began hammering him with questions. How did you get her to thaw out? Have you Ed her? Did you really use a love potion? Seen her in her knickers? Is she the dominant type? Will you beeps just shut up? Hermione hollered after she had her fill of the boys' disgusting questions. Wow, Weasley. Does Granger's bossiness stop at the bedroom? Seamus, I'm only going to warn you once, and then I'm going to make you sing soprano. Ron warned, sending a cold look to his dorm mate, which caused the Irishman to look away quickly. Harry's love life is none of any of your business, so just leave him alone. Hermione said, eyeing each boy carefully. All of them had the good sense to go back to their dinner. Thanks, Harry muttered, looking a bit morose. I hate to say it, but you really should get used to it. Ron said a bit sympathetically. It's going to get worse, you know. Yeah, I do, Harry said as he looked up to see Daphne watching him. He gave a slight smile to her, and a moment later, she lowered her eyes, hiding behind a curtain of owned hair. Hair he longed to run his fingers through, as he held her warm, enticing body close to his. Harry shook his head, trying to clear the images. It was happening more and more frequently, ever since Christmas. Ever since his lips had touched her soft, sweet lips. Well, now that it's out in the open, so to speak, you two don't have to sneak about. Hermione offered. You can even go to Hogsmeade together on Valentine's Day. She offered. We'll have to wait and see. Harry nodded. This is only the first night back. It's bound to get worse, and I don't know how she's going to handle all the attention we're bound to get. She's done a good job of keeping herself out of the spotlight, so to speak. I don't think she really understands what's going to happen. She's going to get a crash course over the next few days. Ron added. You two are too worried over this. Hermione waved them off. Daphne's a very capable witch, and I'm sure she's more prepared than you think. Besides, Harry, you have something more important to worry about. Getting that memory foam Slughorn. Over the next week, it was all Harry thought about. He was constantly watching for the best scenario in which to approach the portly professor. The prime situation presented itself Friday evening just after dinner. Harry saw Professor Slughorn standing up from the head table and begin to make his way out of the Great Hall. Harry immediately stood and was beginning to follow when Hermione called out. Harry, are you really going to bribe him? She asked. I know Daphne means well, but it seems really underhanded. Hermione and Harry had this argument several times over the past few days. Hermione's near-blind faith in authority figures doing the right thing had kept her from seeing the truth on many occasions. Harry had argued the point, that while Slughorn was in a position of authority, he was human, and therefore victim to the same weaknesses, in Slughorn's case, greed. Hermione, we've been over this. Slughorn's weakness is his pocketbook. If I'm going to get him to give me what I need, then I need something he wants, or at least a means to getting what he wants. This isn't going to go well. Hermione frowned. I don't have time for this, Harry said, a bit irritated. He turned and left Hermione looking angry and hurt. He'd noticed a change in her behavior since they'd returned to the castle. She was becoming a bit overbearing, and bossier than she'd ever been. Harry hadn't wanted to say it to her, but he was beginning to suspect that Hermione might be a bit jealous of Daphne. For years, Hermione was the only girl in his life. The one he went to for advice, or knowledge, and now Daphne was filling that role more and more. Harry wondered if it was going to become a problem and if he should approach both girls on the matter. Hermione was the closest thing to a sister he'd ever had, and he didn't want to lose her friendship, but Daphne was going to be his wife. That, and things were changing between him and the blonde-haired Slytherin girl. Barely a night went by where he hadn't thought of that one beautiful moment. The key. Neither of them had spoken of it, but it weighed heavily on Harry's mind. He dreamed of taking her in his arms and kissing her soundly until they couldn't breathe. But Daphne was always so standoffish. There always seemed to be this barrier between them, as if she was trying to keep him at a distance. Harry suspected that part of it was due to the rumors that were going around. They had walked together to Transfiguration on Monday, and it had caused an uproar of whistles, catcalls and very rude comments. Daphne had been careful to avoid him the rest of the week. She slipped a note to him through Hermione saying she would be unable to make it to their normal rendezvous, and Harry had felt extremely heartbroken. Harry was concerned that the atmosphere in the Slytherin house had become rather tough for his betrothed, and she was becoming distant because of it. He hadn't expected anything to happen, but he had been looking forward to seeing her again. He really just wanted to talk to her, like they had before that key had changed everything. He missed her perspective, and really could have used her insight with this growing tension between him and Hermione. Harry shoved that all out of his mind as he approached the potions class, where Slughorn was cataloging ingredients and humming to himself. "Professor Slughorn! Duh!" the walrus-like man cried as his hands flew up in the air, quill and parchment flying. "Harry, boy, you shouldn't be sneaking up on people like that." "Oh, my dear, I think I pulled something," Slughorn said, heaving great breaths. "I'm truly sorry, sir, but I really need to talk to you. It's very important." "Come in, then. What can I do for you?" "Well, sir, I find myself in a very tricky situation. I'm supposed to ask you for something." Harry watched the man carefully. He had to do this just right, or he'd never get the memory. "If I can help you, I'll be more than happy to." "Ask away, lad." Slughorn puffed out his chest. Harry closed his eyes. This was it. He had to do this right, or he'd never get Dumbledore to bend on training him. A memory. Slughorn's eyes bulged, and he began looking at the door as if to make a quick escape. Harry saw the man begin to shift his weight nervously and his hands begin to shake. "I knew it. I just knew Dumbledore wouldn't let the matter lie. So, it's you, is it? Well, I can't help you. I don't know anything more. There's nothing I can do to help you, so I think it's best if you—" "What if we could help each other, sir?" Harry cut the man off. Slughorn looked up, a strange mix of fear and curiosity on his round face. "What are you talking about? What would you say if I could give you access to a very rare animal? One that, if harvested right, could bring in loads of galleons. A basilisk, to be precise," Harry said, not daring to take his eyes off the portly professor. How could you?" "No, I couldn't. A basilisk, really?" "Yes, sir. I'd guess around 30 feet or so, maybe bigger." Harry nodded. "No, I simply can't. Just forget it. I'm not going to fall for some ridiculous trick." "A basilisk, really?" Slughorn said firmly, though his face betrayed his position. "You must take me for some kind of fool." "Professor, please," Harry said gently now. "I wouldn't even bother you over it if I had my way. Whatever it is, it's very important, and I'm sure you have your reasons for not wanting to share it. I respect that." "No." Slughorn shook his head. "No, I simply cannot help you. As I said, I don't know any more on the matter." Harry saw that he was digging his heels in firmly. He would have to try another tact. "How about this?" Harry said, standing up. Think about it and come with me right now. We'll go see the basilisk, and you can see for yourself that I'm not trying to trick you." Slughorn studied the young man determinedly for several long moments. He puffed up his chest and gave a dangerous look to Harry. "If this is a trick, I swear to you, sir, this is no trick. Just follow me, and you'll see. We could even get another professor to join us if you'd feel safer." That had done it. Harry knew that Slughorn would not want to share potential profits with anyone else if it turned out that he could truly harvest a basilisk. Slughorn waved off the suggestion, and he and Harry journeyed together to the girls' loo on the second floor. "It's in the girls' lavatory?" Slughorn asked, perplexed. "Actually, sir, it's under the girls' lavatory. The Chamber of Secrets was hidden well. Are you serious? The Chamber of Secrets. Yes, sir. I found it in my second year. It's where I killed the basilisk. It's been down there 4 years. Just rotting. Yes, sir. I have it on good authority that, even though it's quite emaciated, there's still a fortune to be made off of it. Harry smiled as he approached the sink. Moments later, Harry and Slughorn entered the Chamber of Secrets together. Slughorn's greedy eyes bulged from their sockets as he gazed upon the great beast. He strode around the giant serpent, mentally calculating what it might be worth. He was saddened that the eyes were gone, but delighted to see nearly all the teeth still intact. Slughorn knew that there would be at least a gallon of venom still in those teeth, and that alone would buy him 2 houses. It's not in very good shape, Slughorn remarked, leaning in to inspect some of the snake's innards. He could see that most of the organs were degraded significantly, but thought he might be able to salvage a bit of it. He saw that the skeleton was still intact and that would bring a nice price. It's been down here a long time. I only learned this year that it could be harvested. Harry stood watching the man inspect his potential prize. And, you thought I would jump at the chance to get my hands on it, did you? Slughorn said a bit angrily. He turned back to look apprehensively at Harry, who looked a little too satisfied with himself. Why would you give this to me? Why not keep the gold for yourself? Slughorn asked. I don't know that I'll have much use for it, sir. You've read the papers. You know what they're calling me. Ah, yes, the chosen one business. Slughorn nodded, turning back to stare at the lovely galleon mine. It's true, sir. Harry hadn't known why he'd said it. But he felt that if he remained honest with the man, shown him that he bore no ill will to the man, maybe he might budge. Harry had already made significant cracks in the armor, but it hadn't been enough. Are you serious? Slughorn had whirled around so fast, that Harry had been afraid the man might topple over. It isn't just a story to sell papers. There really is a prophecy. It was why my mother was killed. Harry said softly. Slughorn's eyes fell with that revelation. What you've kept in your mind could be the key to avenging her death, and saving our world once and for all. Harry said, closing the distance between himself and the rotund potions master. I need your help, sir. Harry, boy. Slughorn shook his head slowly. If you could only understand. I never meant to do it. He was a student, with a question. Slughorn tried to continue, but turned away. It had been my greatest regret. Of course, it wasn't until years after that I realized what I had done. How I had helped him to become what he did. I am deeply ashamed by it all. Then it's time to fix that mistake, Professor. Stop running, stop hiding, and fight back. Take back your life, Harry said as he moved around Slughorn so he could look the man in the eyes. For once in your life, stop riding the coattails of others, and leave your mark on this world. Slughorn looked up at Harry and his eyes were glistening with determination. You would have made your mother very proud. Very proud, indeed. Harry stepped back as the heavy-set professor removed a small vial from his coat. He uncorked the vial and removed his wand from his pocket, touching it to his temple. As he pulled the wand away, Harry saw silvery strands hanging off the tip, which Slughorn placed in the little vial, and corked. Please, Harry, do not judge me based on what you see. Professor, what you did here tonight, that's what you'll be remembered by. Harry smiled confidently at the tearing man before him. Slughorn nodded, and released the vial into Harry's open hand with a deep sigh of sadness. As Harry was down in the Chamber of Secrets, Daphne was trying to finish her week's assignments in the Slytherin common room. It had been one of the roughest weeks she had ever experienced in all her time at the ancient school. Everywhere she went, she had endured the whispers, and strange, almost pitying looks that her housemates sent her way. She had known from the beginning that there would be whispers and pointed looks, but she had been truly unprepared for what she was experiencing now. On top of that, every other student seemed to stop whatever they were doing as she passed. It all started on Monday morning when she had been walking next to Harry on the way to Transfiguration and the hall had exploded in whistles, catcalls and vomiting sounds. Harry looked apologetic as they entered the classroom. The rest of the week she had avoided Harry, only to avoid the outbursts. But the whispers continued. Several times she'd walked into the girls' loo only have girls looking coldly at her. Normally this didn't bother her at all, but for some reason she felt like she was constantly being examined. It was becoming increasingly annoying. She had overheard a few Ravenclaw girls in the library whispering about how Daphne must have somehow slipped Harry a love potion, or by some other means enchanted him. Daphne had to stifle the urge to run around the shelves and start ripping their hair out. It would have gained nothing, save to fuel the rumors further. Then, there were the talks her fellow housemates felt obligated to give her. Several seventh-year girls had come by to check on her, and then spent atrocious amounts of time insulting Gryffindors, and Harry in particular. Daphne wondered with each girl how much they truly despised Harry, and how much of their rants were based in jealousy. But, the very worst part of the week had been that she had not spent any time alone with Harry. In fact, she'd avoided him altogether. She had backed out of their weekly meeting, lying about the amount of homework she had to take care of. She had seen the look of disappointment on his face when he had read the letter she had sent through Hermione, and when she thought about it, she always felt really bad. Now, as she was proofreading her essay for defense class, all she could think of was spending some time with the boy who she was destined to marry. Daphne felt guilty for brushing Harry off. She felt angry that she had not had the guts to walk with him and ignore everyone else. And, she was filled with a longing to be near Harry once again. To be able to talk with him, to stare into his dazzling green eyes, and even to be held by him. No, she said to herself, shaking her head clear. Her mind was doing that more often these days. She'd begin thinking about Harry, and almost inevitably be swallowed into a fantasy of snogging the messy-haired, green-eyed boy. She found she was having more arguments with herself, and was beginning to wonder if crazy people knew the moment they had gone mad. Tracy had, of course, been no help whatsoever, as she chided her best friend for her cowardice. Daphne and Tracy had not spoken to each other for a few days, as they had an argument of Daphne's course of action regarding her and Harry. "I think you're being really childish. So what if people make remarks? Get used to it. He is the boy who lived for Merlin's sake. It's never going to get better," Tracy had scolded. This had led Daphne to make several disparaging remarks over Tracy's apparent lack of love life. Tracy countered with comments over Daphne's lack of experience with boys, and that being the reason for her hesitation with Harry, which Daphne then retaliated to, by commenting on Tracy's vast wealth of knowledge. Daphne had known she'd gone too far the moment she said it. Tracy's eyes brimmed with hurtful tears, and the auburn-haired girl had hid in the bathroom. Neither girl had spoken to the other for the next 2 days, and Daphne was feeling extremely lonely. Daphne was contemplating how she might make amends with her best friend, and how quickly she could do it, when Draco Malfoy sat in one of the big plush chairs in the common room. He had been looking sicker and sicker these days. His gray eyes had a sunken look to them, and his normally well-groomed hair was a total rat's nest. He appeared to perspire more, and he was more irritable than ever. As always, both Crabbe and Goyle had followed their leader into the common room, but Daphne noticed that both boys put as much distance between themselves and Draco as they could. This behavior had been remarked upon several times over the past month, as there seemed to be an invisible wedge being driven between Draco and his two cohorts. "So, Greengrass," he said in his customary drawl, "did you ever find out what Potter slipped you? I mean, it's obvious to everyone that you were slipped some kind of love potion. There can be no other explanation for it. Why on earth would you lower yourself to going anywhere near Potter?" Daphne set her quill down gently, and took a deep calming breath before she looked into Draco's hard eyes. Draco had been a thorn in most of the house's side for years. He was nothing but a bully, a lowlife scum who'd been born with a silver spoon in his ass. Yet, no one ever stood up to him, for fear that he might run screaming to his daddy, and there would be some sort of retribution. It was widely discussed how Draco had bought his way on to the house Quidditch team, and that the team had suffered for it. The only games they won were because they had gained a very significant lead before the other team had managed to catch the snitch. That was only one example of Draco's bravado. There were many more examples of Draco's lack of skill, or even common sense. "No, Draco," Daphne said calmly, and coldly. "You're quite mistaken. I was not given anything. Really." Draco's eyebrows shot up. "Well, we might be able to finally get rid of old Scarhead, then. After all, the Imperious Curse is illegal. Perhaps you should speak with Professor Snape about it." Draco smiled malevolently. "You seem to be confused, Draco." Daphne shook her head. I went of my own free will. Draco threw his head back as he laughed. Daphne noticed more and more of her housemates were beginning to watch. Daphne felt her temper rising as Draco laughed. She had been desperately trying to shrink into the shadows so people would forget about her and Harry, and Draco was shining a spotlight right on her. I never knew you could be so hilarious, Draco said when he finally stopped laughing. Seriously, why would you sink so low? You could have been with someone of standing. Someone with strength and power. Like me, for instance. You. Daphne looked at him oddly. Why Draco, I never imagined you would ever be interested in me. She feigned awe, and then glared at the pompous little snit. Draco, I would never be so desperate to allow myself to be touched by a man who got their thrills flailing on top of Pansy like a hippogriff in heat. You sicken me, Draco. Daphne sniffed airily. Draco leaned forward in the chair, eyeing the bee, dangerously. His gray eyes burned with displeasure. I'd be very careful what you say to me. You have no idea of what I'm capable of. With a snap of my fingers, I could. What, Draco? What could you do? Daphne questioned. Your father's in prison. You have no more money, because the Wizengamot seized everything. And, let's be honest, your prowess with a wand is slightly better than your lackey's. So, what could you possibly do? I'm not one you should trifle with, Draco said menacingly. Daphne stared at him for a moment, and then burst out laughing. What are you? Some kind of fairy tale villain? Tell me, oh dastardly one, what is your latest scheme? Several other Slytherins laughed along with Daphne as Draco's face grew red with rage. He stood up and kicked the table over. Daphne shrieked as she tried to grab her essay, which landed in the fire, bursting into flame. You bloody prat, she screamed. I'm warning you, Greengrass. You'd better learn to show respect to your betters. Daphne stood now and got nose to nose with the Slytherin prince. You don't even know what that word means. You think just because of who your father was that you deserve to have people worship you as you strut all over the castle. You're nothing more than a spoiled little child, Draco. You're not my better. You're pathetic. Draco shoved Daphne back and pulled out his wand, aiming it at the girl sprawled on the floor. Daphne shot to her feet and slapped the wand out of Draco's hand and punched him in the eye. There were yells and cheers as Draco staggered back. Daphne had her wand leveled at Draco's face now. Draco looked surprised by Daphne's actions, but his look of shock soon faded, and his eyes grew cold. He straightened his shirt and backed up slowly, never daring to take his eyes off the girl. Daphne watched him bend down and collect his wand, keeping her gaze on the evil bastard, who was now smiling coolly at her. You're going to regret this, Greengrass. Very soon. I'd watch out, if I were you. Draco smiled as he gave a mock bow and disappeared into the boys' dormitories. Daphne finally lowered her wand, replacing it in her cloak. She turned to look at the fire where her defense essay was nearly gone. She sighed, knowing that she'd have to spend nearly the whole of her Saturday in the library to redo it. She felt her shoulders sag in resignation and she bent to begin picking up the rest of her things that had been tossed across the floor. Daphne, look out! Someone cried. Daphne stood up and turned around just as a spell hit her in the midsection. She never heard the spell, but she felt it hit her on her left side and send her flying head over heels to crash through a nearby chess table. As she looked up, Draco was already hovering over her, looking feral. You really think I would just give up like that? He sneered. Daphne went for her wand, but Draco stomped on her hand as it flew into her robes. Draco's foot crushed her hand, and her chest. Daphne swore she felt a rib crack with the force of it. She was also convinced that her wand had snapped. Draco bent down and opened her robes and took the wand from her and tossed it away. Daphne was a bit relieved to see her wand was intact. Draco then gave a long meaningful look about the common room, where no one seemed to be inclined to help Daphne. It was the first time she'd ever regretted not making more friends within her house. This is a warning to anyone else who thinks they can insult me and get away with it. Daphne had never felt anything like what she felt the moment she looked into Draco's sinister-looking eyes. He had attacked her from behind, and he had kicked her in the chest. He had acted exactly as she would have expected, and felt a little angry that she had let her guard down so quickly. But, more than that, she felt frightened of what he might do. She imagined if there was no one else around, Draco might try to take advantage of his present situation. Thankfully, nearly every eye in the common room was on the two of them. And then, something caught her eye. As Draco stood over her, wand aimed right between her eyes with his right hand. Daphne began looking about for a way out of her situation, and that's when she noticed the sleeve on Draco's left arm was up a bit and, standing out quite well on his pallid flesh, was a dark shadow. A shadow that seemed to be moving, almost as if it were alive. Could it be he's really been marked? She thought to herself. Daphne tried to think of a way she could expose his arm and see for sure, to prove if Harry was right, if Draco was simply trying to make himself important again. All of that was pushed from her mind when Draco bent down, his face mere inches from hers. I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't ever forget, you little boy.ch. Stupefy. Draco was hit in the side of the head by the stunning spell, and fell in a heap on top of Daphne, who screamed bloody murder for someone to get him off of her. Daphne was never so grateful to see Tracy Davis. Tracy had been in her dorm, as she and Daphne were still not talking to one another. She had been unaware of the altercation between Draco and her best friend, until Millicent Bulstrode came huffing into their dorm shouting that Daphne needed help. Tracy had gotten to her feet and raced into the common room, just in time to see Draco aiming his wand over Daphne, who looked as if she'd been thrown into the table which was now splintered and broken around the bee-owned girl on the floor. Tracy had not hesitated and whipped out her wand and sent a stunning spell at Draco, hoping her aim was good, and the spell was strong. Her aim at least proved to be somewhat accurate, as she had been aiming for Draco's backside. The spell, however, wasn't as powerful as she had hoped. As she was helping Daphne out from under the prone body, Draco began to stir. Daphne retrieved her wand and cast her own spell at Draco's wand hand. The bludgeoning spell shattered the boy's wand hand. Draco shot up, screaming with pain. Draco tried to get to his feet, but Daphne stunned him again, smiling a little coldly as he fell in another heap. What is going on in here? Professor Snape demanded as he stepped into the common room. Daphne noticed two first-year students looking frightened standing just off to the head of house's side. Daphne guessed that they had gone to retrieve the professor for help. Malfoy attacked Daphne, sir. Tracy said frankly, still watching to see if the little ferret moved. Was this an unprovoked attack, Miss Greengrass? Snape questioned curtly. Daphne had never felt anything but respect for her head of house, until this moment. She felt his eyes boring into hers, and she felt tainted, dirty. He attacked me from behind, sir. Then he stomped on my chest and threw my wand. He said he was going to teach me a lesson. Daphne said, finding it a bit difficult to breathe. She was almost sure she had a cracked rib, and her left east was pulsing with pain. So, you thought breaking his hand was proper retaliation for attacking me from behind and stomping on my no. I should have severed his bits. Enough. Miss Greengrass, you will report to my office tomorrow evening for detention. Snape said as he levitated Draco's prone body and began taking him to the hospital wing. He stopped when he noticed Daphne and Tracy following. Where do you think you're going? Snape looked angry. To the hospital wing. I'm having trouble breathing, and I want to make sure he didn't break a rib or anything. Very well, Snape said, and they left the common room to whisper and gossip over what they had witnessed. Severus, what's happened? Madame Pomfrey questioned as Snape lowered Draco's body onto the first bed he came to. A little spat in Slytherin. I believe his hand is broken. Also, Miss Greengrass thinks she has a problem with her ribs. Very well, over there. Pomfrey pointed to a nearby bed. Tracy sat down next to Daphne, who was looking quite pale now. That little ferret. Daphne spat as she sat gingerly, trying not to aggravate her ribs, which felt as if they were becoming more and more constricted with each breath. What did you expect? Tracy questioned. Draco can't fight unless the odds are in his favor. What happened, anyway? He started insulting Harry and telling me I should be with him. I told him exactly what I thought of that idea, and then he kicked over the table, and my essay landed in the fire. I punched him, and we pulled wands on each other. He left, and as I went to pick up my things, he attacked. How'd you get there in time, anyway? Millie came and got me. Tracy said with a hint of worry. Remind me to get her the biggest slab of chocolate they have at Honeyduke's the next time we visit Hogsmeade. Daphne smiled lightly. It's so unfair that you're getting detention. Draco probably won't get any punishment. Tracy sighed, looking over to where Pomfrey was attending to the boy. Draco was conscious again, and glaring hard at Daphne. That was the moment it hit her. Daphne looked up to see Snape leaving quickly, which made Daphne feel that this was most likely the best time to act. She remembered seeing something on Draco's left arm, and Harry's theory about Draco pledging himself to Voldemort repeated in her mind. "Tracy, it's still illegal to bear the mark, right? The dark mark." "I think so." Then, Tracy's eyes lit up as she understood what Daphne was thinking. "What if he's not marked, though?" "Then nothing. I serve my detention, and have to watch my back a little more carefully." "So, how do we get him to show it?" Tracy asked, but Daphne was already on her feet and striding with agonizing determination towards Draco and Pomfrey. "Madame Pomfrey, you should really examine his left forearm," Daphne said. Madame Pomfrey looked up, a little confused. "Why should I do that?" "Because, I think you'll find a very serious injury there," Daphne said, staring at Draco who looked ready to spit fire. "He's been grasping his arm a lot, and I'm worried about him." "You're worried? Wasn't it you that broke his hand?" "Yes, Madame Pomfrey, but friends sometimes fight. I'm really worried about him." Madame Pomfrey was a very intelligent woman, it was not to be denied. Yet, she was extremely susceptible to manipulation, if it was done right. "Well, let's have a look, then," the nurse said, reaching for Draco's left arm, which he immediately pulled out of reach. He looked up at Daphne, and she was convinced that had he the ability to burn her with his eyes, she would be nothing more than a smoldering pile of ash at his feet. "Leave me alone, I'm fine," he spat. "Come now, Mr. Malfoy, let's have a look," Madame Pomfrey insisted. "Keep away from me, you hag," he shouted now, trying to get out of the bed. "Come on, Draco," Daphne urged. "Let her fix you all up." "How did you find out?" he said as he tried to keep the school nurse at bay. "Pansy doesn't know how to keep a secret," Tracy said as she came over to watch what happened, unaware that Daphne had glimpsed it earlier. "Mr. Malfoy, if you don't sit down and let me examine your injury, I will have to put you out," Madame Pomfrey warned. "Don't touch me. I'm fine." "They're lying," Draco ranted, but Madame Pomfrey took out her wand and hit Draco with yet another stunning spell. "I do hate fussy patients," she remarked, as she levitated Draco back onto the bed. She bent over her patient and rolled up his sleeve. "Oh, Merlin, save me," she gasped. She stood up and conjured tight ropes around Draco, tying him down. The school nurse bustled to her office, leaving Daphne and Tracy alone with the B-owned Slytherin bully. Both girls came around to see what had made the school nurse tie Draco down. Neither girl had ever seen the mark before, except at the Quidditch World Cup, of course. But that seemed almost a joke, compared to seeing someone bearing the sinister tattoo on their arm. It was unmistakable. A wicked-looking skull with a serpent sliding out of its fanged mouth. The tattoo seemed very alive. It looked to be moving, like a leaf of a pond, riding the little waves in a breeze. "Wow," Tracy whispered, a hint of awe in her voice. "Harry really was right. And perhaps this isn't the only thing he was right about." Daphne nodded. After a few moments, Madame Pomfrey returned, her wand still in her hand. "You ladies step away from him, this instant." Daphne went to a nearby bed and sat down heavily, wheezing hard as her ribs tightened. "Madame Pomfrey, could you please look at Daphne? She's having a hard time breathing," Tracy asked of the nurse, who would not divert her attention at the bound man in the bed. The infirmary doors opened and Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout entered, looking astonished and determined. Professor Snape entered a second behind the other two. "Are you sure about what you saw, Poppy?" McGonagall asked. Madame Pomfrey leaned over Draco's bed and showed the three professors the mark. McGonagall and Sprout both clapped hands to their mouths, while Snape looked as if he'd just had needles stuck in him. It suddenly occurred to her that he had known. It was why they argued before the holiday on the night of Slughorn's party. Snape knew that Draco was working for you-know-who, and wanted to help him. Daphne wanted to say something, but Madame Pomfrey came to her then, and pushed her flat on the bed, and began her diagnosis. Daphne had been correct in her assumption. Madame Pomfrey told her that 2 ribs were cracked and there was quite a bit of bruising. The school matron went off to fetch some potions, and Daphne saw Professor Snape rush out of the infirmary. Daphne wondered if the greasy-haired man was planning an escape. Harry raced all the way to Dumbledore's office. He had Slughorn's memory in his hand and he was finally going to get Dumbledore to stop with this farce and actually train him so he could defeat Voldemort. He gave the password "cockroach clusters" and dashed up the spiral stairs to the headmaster's office door. When Dumbledore allowed him to enter, Harry set the tiny vial on the desk and looked proudly at the headmaster. "Very well done, Harry." Dumbledore stood, taking the vial and holding it up to the light. "If I may ask, how were you able to do it?" "I appealed to his nature, and his pocketbook. He's now the proud owner of a basilisk corpse." "Oh my, very well played. Yes, Horace will be able to make quite a bit of gold selling anything he can harvest." "I must say, I didn't expect something so cunning," Dumbledore said, peering over his half-moon spectacles, his bright blue eyes twinkling madly. "I had help from a very sly young woman." "Indeed." Dumbledore began sidling around his desk, smiling knowingly at Harry. "Very well, as you have kept your word, so shall I keep mine. This will be the last memory you will have to examine. When we emerge, I will summarize everything for you, and together we will come up with a course of action. If you will." "Albus, we have a problem," Snape said as he barged into the headmaster's office. "He's been discovered." Dumbledore looked at the defense teacher for several seconds, memory vial held over the pensive, ready to be poured. Harry could only look between the two men and wonder who he was. "I see," Dumbledore said finally, as he put the cork back in the little vial. "Where is he now?" "The infirmary. There was an altercation in my house," Snape said. This made Harry even more curious, and he thought of Daphne. Perhaps she had seen what had happened. Unfortunately, he had no way of contacting her while she was in her common room. "Then, we must try our best to resolve this. Who else knows?" the headmaster queried. "Pomfrey, Sprout and McGonagall. 2 students as well. That makes things more difficult," Dumbledore said softly before turning to Harry. "It seems that we shall have to postpone our lesson for tonight, Harry. I am needed in the infirmary." Harry nodded and with a disappointed smile, left Snape and Dumbledore. Harry felt a bit cheated, as he had finally gotten the memory that Dumbledore had wanted so badly, only to be shoved aside when Snape had come in. He wondered what could have been more important to Dumbledore than that stupid memory he'd been harping on about for over a month. Then, bits of what Snape had said began seeping into his mind. There had been an altercation in Slytherin House. He had been found out. Harry's mind began coming up with different reasons why Snape might be so agitated about someone being found out, and what that could entail. And then, all the tumblers fell into place. Draco Malfoy was surely the he that Snape had referred to. Harry was running towards the infirmary before he'd decided to. Then, he got very angry, and he wouldn't let me examine him. I had no choice but to stun him. That's when I saw it. Madame Pomfrey finished giving her report to Dumbledore, who looked almost serene. "Thank you, Poppy. You did the right thing. A student, Albus. He could have done any number of things," McGonagall said, her voice trembling. "We must call the Aurors straight away." "I do not believe that to be necessary, Minerva. Though he's been marked, we have no reason to believe Mr. Malfoy has done anything harmful or illegal. We do not even know if he took the mark of his own free will." "Have you gone round the twist?" Pomona Sprout was stunned. "Albus, no. One takes the mark unwillingly. You know that. You can't mean to let him stay here?" McGonagall asked incredulously. "Just because he's never been caught in anything more dangerous than provoking other students doesn't mean he's not done anything. We all know what Mr. Malfoy is capable of. Be that as it may, we have no proof of any wrongdoing, and so we cannot just assume the worst. Mr. Malfoy is still only a boy, and we do not know if he took the mark willingly." Daphne had been listening to this from her bed, and scoffed at the headmaster's obvious manipulation. For some reason, known only to himself, Dumbledore was hell-bent on keeping Malfoy within Hogwarts. It stood to reason that Dumbledore had at least some idea of what Malfoy had been up to, and given how fast Snape had run off to fetch the headmaster, the head of Slytherin was in on it. "Excuse me," Daphne said sitting up in her bed. "But, he did attack me tonight. He might have really hurt me if Tracy hadn't stepped in." "How do you know that for sure, Miss Greengrass?" Dumbledore said in a very condescending tone. "Perhaps he only meant to frighten you. Is that what you call attacking someone from behind? I've got a footprint bruise on my beak from him stomping on it, and 2 cracked ribs." You didn't see the look in his eyes, sir. He meant to do more than frighten. Albus, you must follow the law. He's taken the mark, and he's taken it recently. It must be reported to the Aurors. Professor Sprout said sternly. If you do not do it, then I shall. She won't be alone, either. McGonagall fixed the old man with a firm stare, and Dumbledore sighed wearily. If you only understood. Understood what? Harry Potter asked as he entered the infirmary. What the hell are you doing here, Potter? Snape's lip curled menacingly. You've no business down here. Get away from Malfoy. Harry had snuck into the infirmary while the teachers were bickering amongst themselves. He had spotted Malfoy, who was still unconscious and tied to his bed. Harry felt a surge of curiosity and sidled closer to inspect the boy who'd been a great thorn in Harry's side since the first day of school 5 years ago. Draco's left arm was exposed, and Harry could see the dark mark quite clearly. Harry's heart gave a double beat and his stomach lurched. Though he'd suspected it for a long time, it was still a bit of a shock to be proven right. I came to check on Daphne. Harry said quickly. You said that there had been an altercation, and I was worried it might have been Daphne. It looks like I was correct. Daphne's countenance brightened when she heard Harry's voice, and she felt a warmth spread throughout her when she saw him come around the bickering teachers. Harry approached his betrothed and sat down next to her. Daphne clasped his hand in hers, and smiled softly. You never answered my question, sir. Harry, I'm sorry, but this matter does not concern you. Dumbledore said, a bit dismissively. Harry felt irritation at being forestalled. He cast a hard look at the headmaster and spoke in as even a tone as he could manage. Sir, with all due respect, the matter does concern me, as I tried to tell you back in September of my concerns over Malfoy. Time and time again we go through this. I tell you of my suspicions, and you wave them off as little more than nonsense. And every time, I'm proven right. Are we simply destined to repeat ourselves and learn nothing from our pasts? The proof is right in front of you. Harry pointed to where Malfoy lay. Dumbledore's trademark eye twinkle vanished, as Harry used the words Dumbledore had said in their first lesson. Though Dumbledore was very proud of Harry for becoming stronger, becoming more independent, right now, it was a problem. Dumbledore wanted to keep Malfoy safe, by keeping him within the walls of the school. He had been aware that Malfoy had taken the mark, as Snape has informed him the very night it had happened. He had also been aware that Draco had been given a secret mission from the Dark Lord, and exactly what that mission entailed. Dumbledore had tried to have Snape monitor the boy's progress, but Malfoy had proven to be quite stealthy, and progress reports revealed very little. But Dumbledore's plans had all gone up in flames tonight, as Malfoy had been revealed to several teachers. They would not rest until the safety of the rest of the students was secured by having Malfoy remanded into Auror custody for trial. On top of that, Harry Potter, the only hope for the wizarding world, had come into his own, which had been Dumbledore's goal, but it had happened much sooner than he'd imagined. There was still so much he had to impart on the young man, and now Dumbledore wondered if the boy would even listen. He had to make a decision now. If he tried to remain on his original course, Dumbledore would alienate all those he had entrusted with saving the wizarding world, and all hope would be lost in that moment. The headmaster had little choice. No, Harry. Dumbledore sighed. You aren't seriously going to listen to the brat, are you? Snape asked. Anger clear on his sallow face. If you do this, Albus, we could lose everything. I'm afraid we have little choice, Severus. Pomona, would you be so kind as to contact the Aurors? Professor Sprout left the infirmary just as Snape began screaming. Are you out of your mind? You know what this will mean. Snape's black eyes were bulging and his sallow skin was burning red with his indignant rage. I do. It seems we must alter our earlier plans. Severus, would you be so kind as to join Harry and myself in my office in half an hour? The three of us have some very important things to discuss, and I'm afraid they can no longer wait. Dumbledore said gently. Snape looked murderous at Harry, but not at his consent, and with one final look of disgust at Harry, swept out of the hospital wing. Harry, Dumbledore looked suddenly very old. His body seemed to sag, and his eyes looked incredibly tired. I ask that you come to my office in half an hour. See to your friend, and then join Professor Snape and myself. Harry nodded and Dumbledore left, looking very tired and careworn suddenly. Well done, Daphne said softly as Harry sat next to her. I didn't do anything, really. Harry smiled gently back. He was already backed into a corner. Maybe so, but you were able to push him just enough to make him make the right decision. Daphne said, staring at Malfoy's bound form. You were right, you know. He was marked. Yeah, I saw it. But we still don't know what he was trying to do. Harry sighed. Are you okay? Yeah, just bruised. Daphne sighed. I really wish you could have exposed him without getting hurt. So do I, but that's how it happened. Listen, I want to apologize for avoiding you all week. I thought I could handle all the rumors, but I wasn't expecting the looks and whispers and all that. I tried to warn you. Harry smiled. I know, and I guess I thought you were being paranoid. That's two things you were right about. You must have some sort of gift. It's more a curse than anything else. Harry grinned a little. Well, I promise never to doubt you again. Daphne smiled, placing her hand on his, grasping it gently. Harry intertwined his fingers with hers, and they both sighed softly. I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. Daphne admitted softly, refusing to meet his eyes. I really wanted to see you, but I just couldn't. I guess I was just too afraid. Of all the rumors. Partly. But I was also afraid of what might happen when I saw you. She looked up now, and found his soft green eyes watching her carefully. She was about to say something more when she found herself leaning into him. Her lips met his in a gentle, sweet, longing kiss. She could feel his arms slide around her and pull her closer to him. Her mind went blank, and her body took over, as she kissed at him a bit more urgently, her hands running through his messy black hair. Harry had not expected it. She looked up at him, her eyes smoldering, but not in the way he was used to. There was something soft in them. And then, she had leaned into him and pressed her lips to his. Again, he found himself lost in the kiss. He wanted her as close to him as possible, and found himself pulling her tight to him, to which she responded with a gentle moan. And slowly, the kiss became deeper, more passionate. Neither teen wished to stop, luxuriating in fervid moments they were now sharing. Unfortunately, they began to run out of much-needed oxygen, and had to part their mouths. See, I was afraid that might happen. Daphne whispered. I'm terribly afraid of all this. Good, so it isn't just me. Harry smiled softly. What do we do now? Daphne looked into his smoky green eyes. Take things slow, I guess. This is really new for me, too. Will you come see me tomorrow? Daphne asked, sliding away from Harry, who was readying himself for his meeting with Snape and Dumbledore. Yes, he said firmly. He stood up, still clutching her hand in his, reluctant to leave her now. She could only smile at him as he stared down at her, his eyes burning with emotion. Finally, without another word, Harry left, clinging to her hand until he could no longer, allowing it fall from his as he moved away. Daphne watched him leave the infirmary, and once again, the moment he was out of her sight, she felt an unwelcome emptiness descend upon her. She reflected the moment they had shared only minutes before. It had been better than the first time. Stronger, and more compelling. His arms had felt so strong and warm and safe around her. His lips tasted sweeter than the first time. She touched her lips with her fingertips, relishing the memory. She still stared at the door he'd left only seconds ago, wishing he'd come running back into her arms and kiss her once again. To sweep her up in his arms and never let her go. It was then that Daphne Greengrass realized that she might actually be trying to fool herself. That she did feel something more than mere friendship for him. That she desired him, craved him even. Daphne Greengrass admitted to herself that she might actually be falling for Harry Potter. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.